Chapter 66 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 66. Flora Bannerworth's Apparent Inconsistency. The Admiral's Circumstances and Advice. Mr. Chillingworth's Mysterious Absence. For a brief space let us return to Flora Bannerworth, who had suffered so much on account of her affections, as well as on account of the mysterious attack that had been made upon her by the reputed vampire. After leaving Bannerworth Hall for a short time, she seemed to recover her spirits, but this was a state of things which did not last, and only showed how fallacious it was to expect that, after the grievous things that had happened, she would rapidly recover her equanimity. It is said by learned physiologists that two bodily pains cannot endure at the same space of time in the system, and whether it be so or not is a question concerning which it would be foreign to the nature of our work to enter into anything like an elaborate disquisition. Certainly, however, so far as Flora Bannerworth was concerned, she seemed inclined to show that mentally the observation was a true one, for that now she became released from a continued dread of the visits of the vampire, her mind would, with more painful interest than ever, recur to the melancholy condition, probably, of Charles Holland, if he were alive, and to soul-harrowing reflections concerning him, if he were dead. She could not, and she did not, believe for one moment that his desertion of her had been of a voluntary character. She knew, or fancied she knew him by far too well for that, and she more than once expressed her opinion to the effect that she was perfectly convinced his disappearance was a part and parcel of all that train of circumstances which had so recently occurred and produced such a world of unhappiness to her, as well as to the whole of the Bannerworth family. "If he had never loved me," she said to her brother Henry, "he would have been alive and well. But he has fallen a victim to the truth of a passion, and to the constancy of an affection which, to my dying day, I will believe in." Now that Mr. Marchdale had left the place there was no one to dispute this proposition with Flora, for all, as well as she, were fully inclined to think well of Charles Holland. It was on the very morning which preceded that evening when Sir Francis Varney called upon Charles Holland in the manner we have related, with the gratifying news that, upon certain conditions, he might be released, that Flora Bannerworth, when the Admiral came to see them, spoke to him of Charles Holland, saying, "Now, sir, that I am away from Bannerworth Hall, I do not, and cannot feel satisfied, for the thought that Charles may eventually come back and seek us there still haunts me. Fancy him, sir, doing so and seeing the place completely deserted."
"Well, there's something in that," said the Admiral. "But, however, he's hardly such a goose, if it were so to happen, to give up the chase. He'd find us out somehow."
"You think he would, sir, or do you not think that despair would seize upon him, and that, fancying we had all left the spot forever, he might likewise do so, so that we should lose him more effectually than we have done at present?"
"No, hardly," said the Admiral. "He wouldn't be such a goose as that. Why, when I was of his age, if I had secured the affections of a young girl like you, I'd have gone all over the world, but I'd have found out where she was. And what I mean to say is, if he's half such a goose as you think him, he deserves to lose you."
"Did you not tell me something, sir, of Mr. Chillingworth talking of taking possession of the Hall for a brief space of time?"
"Why, yes, I did, and I expect he is there now. In fact, I'm sure he's there, for he said he would be."
"No, he ain't," said Jack Pringle at that moment entering the room. "You're wrong again, as you always are, somehow or other."
"What, you vagabond, are you here, you mutinous rascal?"
"Aye, aye, sir, go on, don't mind me.
I wonder what you'd do, sir, if you hadn't somebody like me to go on talking about. Why, you infernal rascal, I wonder what you'd do if you had not an indulgent commander who puts up even with real mutiny and says nothing about it. But where have you been? Did you go as I directed you and take some provisions to Bannerworth Hall? Yes, I did, but I brought them back again. There's nobody there, and don't seem likely to be, except a dead body. A dead body? Whose body can that be? Tom somebody, for I'm damned if he ain't a great he-cat. You scoundrel, how dare you alarm me in such a way? But do you mean to tell me that you did not see Dr. Chillingworth at the Hall? How could I see him if he wasn't there? But he was there. He said he would be there. Then he's gone again, for there's nobody there that I know of, in the shape of a doctor. I went through every part of the ship, I mean the house, and the deuce a soul could I find, and as it was rather lonely and uncomfortable, I came away again. Who knows, thought I, but some blessed vampire or another may come across me. This won't do, said the old admiral, buttoning up his coat to the chin. Bannerworth Hall must not be deserted in this way. It is quite clear that Sir Francis Varney and his associates have some particular object in view in getting possession of the place. Here, you Jack. Aye, aye, sir. Just go back again, and stay at the Hall till somebody comes to you. Even such a stupid hound as you will be something to scare away unwelcome visitors. Go back to the Hall, I say. What are you staring at? Back to Bannerworth Hall? Said Jack. What? Just where I've come from? All that way off, and nothing to eat, and what's worse, nothing to drink? I'll see you damned first. The Admiral caught up a table fork and made a rush at Jack, but Henry Bannerworth interfered. No, no, he said. Admiral, no, no, not that. You must recollect that you yourself have given the, no doubt, faithful fellow of yours liberty to do and say a great many things which don't look like good service. But I have no doubt, from what I have seen of his disposition, that he would risk his life rather than that you should come to any harm. Aye, aye, said Jack. He quite forgets when the bullets were scuttling our knobs off Cape Ushant, when that big Frenchman had hold of him by the scurf of his neck, and began pummeling his head, and the lee scuppers were running with blood, and a bit of Joe Wiggins' brains had come slap in my eye, while some of Jack Marling's guts were hanging around my neck like a nosegay, all in consequence of grape shot. Then he didn't say as I was a swab when I came up and bored a hole in the Frenchman's back with a pike. Aye, it's all very well now, when there's a peace and no danger, to call Jack Pringle a lubberly rascal and mutinous. I'm blessed if it ain't enough to make an old pair of shoes faint away. Why, you infernal scoundrel, said the Admiral, nothing of the sort ever happened, and you know it. Jack, you're no seaman. Very good, said Jack. Then if I ain't no seaman, you are what shore-going people calls a jolly fat old humbug. Jack, hold your tongue, said Henry Bannerworth. You carry these things too far. You know very well that your master esteems you, and you should not presume too much upon that fact. My master, said Jack. Don't call him my master. I never had a master, and don't intend. He's my admiral, if you like, but an English sailor doesn't like a master. I tell you what it is, Jack, said the Admiral. You've got your good qualities, I admit. Aye, aye, sir, that's enough. You may as well leave off well while you can. But I'll just tell you what you resemble more than anything else. Chew me up. What may that be, sir? A French marine. A what? A French marine? Goodbye. I wouldn't say another word to you if you was to pay me $1 apiece. Of all the blessed insults rolled into one, this here's the worstest. You might have called me a Marine, or you might have called me a Frenchman. But to make out that I'm both a Marine and a Frenchman, damn me if it isn't enough to make human nature stand on an end. Now I've done with you." "And a good job, too," said the Admiral. "I wish I'd thought of it before. You're worse than a third day's ague or a hot and cold fever in the tropics." "Very good," said Jack. "I only hope Providence will have mercy upon you, and keep an eye upon you when I'm gone. Otherwise, I wonder what'll become of you. It wasn't so when young Belinda, who you took off the island of Antigua, in the Ingies, jumped overboard, and I went arter her in a heavy swell. Howsomedever, never mind, you shook hands with me then, and while a bushel of the briny was weeping out of the corner of each of your blinkers, you says you—" "Hold!" cried the Admiral. "Hold! I know what I said, Jack. It's cut a fathom deep in my memory. Give us your fist, Jack, and—" "Hold yourself," said Jack. "I know what you're going to say, and I won't hear you say it, so there's an end of it. Lor' bless you, I knows you, I ain't a-going to leave you. Don't be afraid, I only works you up and works you down again just to see if there's any of that old spirit in you when we was aboard the Victory. Don't you recollect, Admiral?" "Yes, yes. Enough, Jack." "Why, let me see. That was a matter of 40 years ago, nearly, when I was a youngster." "There, there, Jack, that'll do. You bring the events of other years fresh upon my memory. Peace, peace, I have not forgotten. But still, to hear what you know of them, if recited, would give the old man a pang." "A pang," said Jack. "I suppose that's some dictionary word for a punch in the eye. That would be mutiny with a vengeance, so I'm off." "Go, go." "I'm a-going, and just to please you I'll go to the Hall, so you shan't say that you told me to do anything that I didn't." Away went Jack, whistling an air that might have been popular when he and the Admiral were young, and Henry Bannerworth could not but remark that an appearance of great sadness came over the old man when Jack was gone. "I fear, sir," he said, "that heedless sailor has touched upon some episode in your existence, the wounds of which are still fresh enough to give you pain." "It is so," said the Admiral. "Just look at me now. Do I look like the hero of a romantic love story?" "Not exactly, I admit." "Well, notwithstanding that, Jack Pringle has touched a chord that vibrates in my heart yet," replied the Admiral. "Have you any objection to tell me of it?" "None whatever, and perhaps by the time I have done the Doctor may have found his way back again, or Jack may bring us some news of him. So here goes for a short but true yarn." End of chapter 66. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 67 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Carl, St. Louis, Missouri, November 2008. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 67. The Admiral's Story of the Beautiful Belinda. Just at this moment Flora Bannerworth stole into the room from whence she had departed a short time since. But when she saw that old Admiral Bell was looking so exceedingly serious, and apparently about to address Henry upon some very important subject, she would have retired, but he turned towards her and said,
"My story, my dear. I've no objection to your hearing, and, like all women folks, a love story never comes amiss to you, so you may as well stay and hear it."
"A love story?" said Flora. "You tell a love story, sir?"
Yes, my dear, and not only tell it, but be the hero of it likewise. Ain't you astonished?"
"I am, indeed."
"Well, you'll be more astonished then before I've done. So just listen. As Jack Pringle says, it was the matter of about somewhere 40 years ago that I was in command of the Victory frigate, which was placed upon the West Indian station, during a war then raging for the protection of our ports and harbours in that vicinity. We'd not a strong force in that quarter, therefore I had to cut about from place to place, and do the best I could. After a time, though, I rather think that we frightened off the enemy, during which time I chiefly anchored off the island of Antigua, and was hospitably received at the house of a planter by the name of Marchant, who, in fact, made his house my home, and introduced me to all the elite of the society of the island. Ah, Miss Flora, you've no idea, to look at me now, what I was then. I held a captain's commission, and was nearly the youngest man in the service, with such a rank. I was as slender, as a dancing master. These withered and bleached locks were black as the raven's plume. Ay, but no matter, the planter had a daughter."
"And you loved her?" said Flora.
"Loved her," said the old man, and the flush of youthful animation came to his countenance. "I loved her, do you say? I adored her, I worshipped her. She was to me, but what a d fool I am. We'll skip that, if you please."
"Nay, nay," said Flora. "That is what I want to hear."
"I haven't the least doubt of that in the world, but that's just what you won't hear. None of your nonsense, Miss Flora. The old man may be a fool, but he isn't quite an idiot."
"He's neither," said Flora. "True feelings can never disgrace anyone."
"Perhaps not, but, however, to make a long story short, somehow or other, one day Belinda was sitting alone, and I rudely pounced upon her. I rather think then I must have said something that I oughtn't to have said, for it took her so aback. I was forced somehow or other to hold her up, and then yes, I'm sure I kissed her, and so I told her I loved her, and then what do you think she said?"
"Why," said Flora, "that she reciprocated the passion."
"Then, my rags," said Jack, who at the moment came into the room, "I suppose that's the name of some shell or other."
"You here, you villain," said the Admiral. "I thought you were gone."
"So I was," said Jack, "but I came back for my hat, you see."
Away he went again, and the Admiral resumed his story.
"Well, Miss Flora," he said, "you haven't made a good guess, as she didn't say anything at all. She only clung to me like some wild bird to its mother's breast, and cried as if her heart would break."
"Indeed?"
"Yes, I didn't know the cause of her emotion, but at last I got it out of her."
"What was it?"
"Oh, a mere trifle. She was already married to somebody else, that's all. Some damned fool who had gone trading about the islands, a fellow she didn't care a straw about, that was old enough to be her father."
"And you left her?"
"No, I didn't. Guess again. I was a mad-headed youngster. I only felt, I didn't think. I persuaded her to come away with me. I took her aboard my ship and set sail with her. A few weeks flew like hours, but one day we were hailed by a vessel, and when we neared her, she manned a boat and brought a letter on board, addressed to Belinda. It was from her father, written in his last moments. It began with a curse and ended with a blessing. There was a postscript in another hand, to say the old man died of grief. She read it by my side on the quarter-deck. It dropped from her grasp, and she plunged into the sea. Jack Pringle went after her, but I never saw her again."
"Gracious heavens, what a tragedy!"
"Yes, tolerable," said the old man.
He arose and took his hat and placed it on his head. He gave the crown of it a blow that sent it nearly off his eyes. He thrust his hands deep into his breeches pockets, clenched his teeth, and muttered something inaudible as he strode from the apartment. "Who would have thought, Henry," said Flora, "that such a man as Admiral Bell had been the hero of such an adventure?" "Ay, who indeed? But it shows that we never can judge from appearances, Flora, and that those who seem to us the most heart-whole may have experienced the wildest vicissitudes of passion." "And we must remember likewise that this was 40 years ago, Henry, which makes a material difference in the state of the case as regards Admiral Bell." "It does indeed. More than half a lifetime, and yet how evident it was that his old feelings clung to him. I can well imagine the many hours of bitter regret which the memory of his lost love must have given him." "True, true. I can feel something for him, for have I not lost one who loved me? A worse loss, too, than that which Admiral Bell relates, for am I not prey to all the horrors of uncertainty? Whereas he knew the worst, and that, at all events, death had claimed its victim, leaving nothing to conjecture but in the shape of suffering, so that the mind had nothing to do but to recover slowly, but surely, as it would, from the shock which it had received." "That is worse than you, Flora. But rather would I have you cherish hope of soon beholding Charles Holland, probably alive and well, than fancy any great disaster has come over him." "I will endeavour to do so," replied Flora.
"I long to hear what has become of Dr. Chillingworth. His disappearance is most singular, for I fully suspect that he had some particular object in view in getting possession, for a short time, of Bannerworth Hall. But now, from Jack Pringle's account, he appears not to be in it, and, in fact, to have disappeared completely from the sight of all who knew him."
"Yes," said Flora, "but he may have done that, brother, still in furtherance of his object."
"It may be so, and I will hope that it is so. Keep yourself close, sister, and see no one, while I proceed to his house to inquire if they have heard anything of him. I will return soon, be assured, and, in the meantime, should you see my brother, tell him I shall be at home in an hour or so, and not to leave the cottage, for it is more than likely that the Admiral has gone to Bannerworth Hall, so that you may not see anything of him for some time."
End of chapter 67.
Chapter 68 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Powers. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 68. Marchdale's Attempted Villainy, and its Result. Varney the Vampire left the dungeon of Charles Holland amid the grey runes, with a perfect confidence the young man would keep his word, and not attempt to escape from that place until the time had elapsed which he had dictated to him. And well might he have that confidence, for, having once given his word that he would remain until he heard the clock strike 2 from a neighbouring church, Charles Holland never dreamt for a moment of breaking it. To be sure, it was a weary time to wait when liberty appeared before him, but he was the soul of honour, and the least likely man in all the world to infringe in the slightest upon the condition which he had, of his own free will, acceded to. Sir Francis Varney walked rapidly until he came nearly to the outskirts of the town, and then he slackened his pace, proceeding more cautiously, and looking carefully about him, as if he feared to meet anyone who might recognize him. He had not proceeded far in this manner when he became conscious of the cautious figure of a man gliding along in the opposite direction that which he was taking. A suspicion struck him from the general appearance that it was Marchdale, and if so, he wondered to see him abroad at such a time. Still, he would not be quite certain, but he hurried forward so as to meet the advancing figure, and then his suspicions were confirmed, and Marchdale, with some confusion in his looks and manners, accosted him. "Ah, Sir Francis Varney," he said. You are out late." "Why, you know I should be out late," said Varney, "and you likewise know the errand upon which I was to be out." "Oh, I recollect you were to release your prisoner." "Yes, I was." "And have you done so?" "Oh, no." "Oh, indeed. I am glad you have taken better thought of it. Good night, good night. We shall meet tomorrow." "Adieu," said Sir Francis Varney, and he watched the retreating figure of Marchdale, and then he added, in a low tone to himself, "I know his object well. His craven spirit shrinks at the notion, a probable enough one, I will admit, that Charles Holland has recognized him, and that, if once free, he would denounce him to the Bannerworths, holding him up to scorn in his true colors, and bringing down on his head, perhaps, something more than detestation and contempt. The villain! He is going now to take the life of the man whom he considers chained to the ground. Well, well, they must fight it out together. Charles Holland is sufficiently free to take his own part, although Marchdale little thinks such is the case." Marchdale walked on for some little distance, and then he turned and looked after Sir Francis Varney. "Indeed," he said, "so you have not released him tonight, but I know will do so soon. I do not, for my part, admire this romantic generosity which sets a fox free at the moment that he is most dangerous. It's all very well to be generous, but it is better to be just first, and that, I consider, means looking after one's self first. I have a poniard here, which will soon put an end to the troubles of the prisoner in his dungeon. Its edge is keen and sharp, and will readily find a way to his heart." He walked on quite exultingly and carelessly now, for he had got into the open country, and it was extremely unlikely that he would meet anybody on his road to the ruins. It did not take many minutes' sharp walking now to bring him close to the spot which he intended should become such a scene of treacherous slaughter, and just there he heard from afar off something like the muttering of thunder, as if heaven itself was proclaiming its vengeance against the man who had come out to slay one of its best and noblest creatures. "What is that?" said Marchdale, shrinking back a moment. "What is that? An approaching storm?" "It must be so, for now, I recollect me, the sun set behind a bank of clouds of fiery redness, and as the evening drew in, there was every appearance in the heavens of some ensuing strife of the elements." He listened for a few moments, and fixed his eyes intently in the direction of the horizon from where the muttering sounds had proceeded. He had not long to wait before he saw a bright flash of blue lightning, which, for one instant, illumined the sky. Then, by the time he could have counted 12, there came the thunder which the flash preceded, and he felt terribly anxious to complete his enterprise, so that he might get back to the town and be safely housed before the storm, which was evidently approaching, should burst upon him. "It is sweeping on apace," he said. "Why did I not come earlier?" Even as he spoke, he plunged among the recesses of the ruins, and, searching about for the old stone which covered the entrance to the dungeon, he was surprised to find it rolled from its place, and the aperture open. "What is the meaning of this?" he said. "How negligent of Sir Francis Varney! Or perhaps, after all, he was only jesting with me, and let the prisoner go. If that should be the case, I am foiled indeed. But surely he could not be so full of indiscretion." Again came a dazzling flash of lightning, which now, surrounded by the ruins as he was, made him shrink back and cover his eyes for a moment, and then followed a peal of thunder, with not half the duration of time between it and the flash which had characterized the previous electric phenomenon. "The storm approaches fast," said Marchdale. "I must get my work done quickly, if indeed my victim be here, which I begin seriously to doubt." He descended the intricate winding passage to the vault below, which served the purpose of a dungeon, and when he got very nearly to the depth of the recesses, he called aloud, saying, "Ho! What ho! Is anyone here?" "Yes," said Charles Harlan, who fancied it might be his former visitor returned. "Have you come to repent of your purpose?" "Ah," said Marchdale to himself, "Sir Francis, after all, has told me the truth. The prisoner is still here. The light from without was not near sufficient to send the least ray into the depths of that dungeon, so that Marchdale, when he entered the place, could see nothing but an absolute darkness. It was not so, however, with Charles Holland, whose eyes had been now so long accustomed to the place that he could see in it as if a dim twilight irradiated it, and he at once in his visitor saw his worst foe, and not the man who had comparatively set him free. He saw, too, that the hand of his visitor grasped a weapon, which Marchdale thought that, favored by the darkness, he might carry openly in perfect security. "Where are you?" said Marchdale. "I cannot see you." "Here," said Charles. "You may feel my grip." And he sprung upon him in an instant. The attack was so sudden and so utterly unexpected that Marchdale was thrown backwards, and the dagger wrested from his grasp during the first impulse which Charles Holland had thrown into his attack. Moreover, his head struck with such violence against the earthen floor that it produced a temporary confusion of his faculties, so that, had Charles Holland been so inclined, he might, with Marchdale's own weapon, have easily taken his life. The man did, on the impulse of the moment, raise it in his hand, but, on the impulse of another thought, he cast it from him, exclaiming, No, not that. I should be as bad as he, or nearly so. This villain has come to murder me, yet I will not take his life for the deed. What shall I do with him? A lucky thought. Chains! He dragged Marchdale to the identical spot of earth on which he had lain so long, and as Sir Francis Varney had left the key of the padlock which bound the chains together in it, he in a few moments had succeeded in placing the villain Marchdale in the same durance from which he himself shortly since escaped. "Remain there," he said, "until someone comes to rescue you. I will not let you starve to death, but I will give you a long fast, and when I come again it shall be along with some of the Bannerworth family, to show them what a viper they have fostered in their hearts." Marchdale was just sufficiently conscious now to feel all the realities of his situation. In vain he attempted to rise from his prostrate condition. The chains did their duty, keeping down a villain with the same means that they had held in ignominious confinement a true man. He was in a perfect agony, insomuch as he considered that he would be allowed to remain there, to starve to death, thus achieving for himself a more horrible death than any he had ever thought of inflicting. "Villain!" exclaimed Charles Holland, "you shall there remain, and let you have what mental sufferings you may, you richly deserve them." He heeded not the cries of Marchdale, he heeded not his imprecations any more than he did his prayers, and the arch hypocrite used both in abundance. Charles was but too happy to look once more upon the open sky, although it was then in darkness, to heed anything that Marchdale, in the agony in which he was now reduced, might feel inclined to say. And after glancing around him for some few moments, when he was free of the ruins, and inhaling with exquisite delight the free air of the surrounding meadows, he saw by the twinkling of the lights in which direction the town lay, and, knowing that by taking a line in that path, and then after a time diverging a little to the right, he should come to Bannerworth Hall, he walked on, never in his whole life probably feeling such an enjoyment of the mere fact of existence as at such a moment as that of exquisite liberty. Our readers may with us imagine what it is to taste the free, fresh air of heaven, after being long pent up, as he, Charles Holland, had been, in a damp, noisome dungeon, teeming with unwholesome exhalations. They may well suppose with what an amount of rapture he now found himself unrestrained in his movements by those galling fetters which had hung for so long a period upon his youthful limbs, and which, not unfrequently, in the despair of his heart, he had thought he would surely die in. And last, though not least in his dear esteem, did the rapture of his thought of once more looking in the sweet face of her he loved come across him with a gust of delight. "Yes," he exclaimed, as he quickened his pace, "yes, I shall be able to tell Flora Bannerworth how well and truly I love her. I shall be able to tell her that, in my weary and hideous imprisonment, the thought alone of her has supported me." As he neared the hall, he quickened his pace to such an extent that soon he was forced to pause altogether, as the exertion he had undertaken pretty plainly told him that the imprisonment, scanty diet, and want of exercise, which had been his portion for some time past, had most materially decreased his strength. His limbs trembled, and a profuse perspiration bedewed his brow, although the night was rather cold otherwise. "I am very weak," he said, "and I much wonder now that I succeeded in overcoming that villain Marchdale, who, if I had not done so, would most assuredly have murdered me," he said. And it was a wonder, for Marchdale was not an old man, although he might be considered certainly as past the prime of life, and he was of a strong and athletic build. But it was the suddenness of this attack upon him which had given Charles Holland the great advantage, and had caused the defeat of the ruffian who came bent on one of the most cowardly and dastardly murders that could be committed, namely, upon an unoffending man whom he supposed to be loaded with chains, and incapable of making the least efficient resistance. Charles soon again recovered sufficient breath and strength to proceed towards the hall, and now warned by the exhaustion which had come over him that he had not really anything like strength enough to allow him to proceed rapidly, he walked with slow and deliberate steps. This mode of proceeding was more favorable to reflection than the wild, rapid one which he had at first adopted, and in all the glowing colors of youthful and ingenious fancy did he depict to himself the surprise and the pleasure that would beam in the countenance of his beloved Flora when she should find him once again by her side. Of course he, Charles, could know nothing of the contrivances which had been resorted to, and which the reader may lay wholly to the charge of Marchdale, to blacken his character, and to make him appear faithless to the love he had professed. Had he known this, it is probable that indignation would have added wings to his progress, and he would not have been able to proceed at the leisurely pace he felt his state of physical weakness dictated to him. And now he saw that the topmost portion of Bannerworth Hall, pushing out from amongst the trees which the ancient pile was so much surrounded, and the sight of the home of his beloved revived him, and quickened the circulation of the warm blood in his veins. "I shall behold her now," he said. "I shall behold her now. A few minutes more, and I shall hold her to my heart, that heart which has ever been hers, which carried her image enshrined in its deepest recesses, even into the gloom of a dungeon." But let us, while Charles Holland is indulging in these delightful anticipations which we regret in the consequence of the departure of the Bannerworths from the Hall, will not be realized so soon as he supposes, look back upon the discomfited hypocrite and villain Marchdale, who occupies his place in the dungeon of the old ruins. Until Charles Holland had actually left the strange, horrible, and cell-like place, he could scarcely make up his mind that the young man entertained a serious intention of leaving him there. Perhaps he did not think anyone could be so cruel and so wicked as he himself, for the reader will no doubt recollect that his, Marchdale's, counsel to Varney was to leave Charles Holland to his fate, chained down as he was in the dungeon, and that fate would have been the horrible one of being starved to death in the course of a few days. When now, however, he felt confident that he was deserted, when he heard the sound of Charles Holland's repeating footsteps slowly dying away in the distance, until not the faintest echo of them reached his ears, he despaired indeed, and the horror he experienced during the succeeding 10 minutes might be considered ample atonement for some of his crimes. His brain was in a complete whirl. Nothing of a tangible nature, that he was there, chained down, and left to starve to death, came across his intellect. Then a kind of madness for a moment or two took possession of him, and he made a tremendous effort to burst asunder the bands that held him. But it was in vain. The chains which had been placed upon Charles Holland during the first few days of his confinement, when he had a little recovered from the effects of the violence which had been committed upon him at the time when he was captured, effectually resisted Marchdale. They even cut into his flesh, inflicting upon him some grievous wounds. But that was all he achieved by his great effort to free himself, so that after a few moments, bleeding and in great pain, he, with a deep groan, desisted from the fruitless efforts he had better not to have commenced. Then he remained silent for a time, but it was not the silence of reflection, it was that of exhaustion, and as such was not likely to last long. Nor did it, for in the course of another 5 minutes he called out loudly. Perhaps he thought there might be a remote chance that someone traversing the meadows would hear him, and yet, if he had duly considered the matter, which he was not in a fitting frame of mind to do, he would have recollected that, in choosing a dungeon among the underground vaults of these ruins, he had, by experiment, made certain that no cry, however loud from where he lay, could reach the upper air. And thus had this villain, by the very cautions which he had himself taken to ensure the safe custody of another, been his own greatest enemy. "Help! Help! Help!" he cried frantically. "Varney! Charles Holland! Have mercy upon me, and do not leave me here to starve. Help, oh heaven! Curses on all your heads! Curses! Oh, mercy! Mercy! Mercy!" In such like incoherent expressions did he pass some hours, until, what with exhaustion and a raging thirst that came over him, he could not utter another word, but lay the very picture of despair and discomfited malice and wickedness. End of chapter 68.
Chapter 69 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 69. Flora Bannerworth and her mother, the episode of chivalry. Gladly we turn from such a man as Marchdale to a consideration of the beautiful and accomplished Flora Bannerworth, to whom we may, without destroying in any way the interest of our plot, predict a much happier destiny than, probably, at that time, she considers as at all likely to be hers. She certainly enjoyed, upon her first removal from Bannerworth Hall, greater serenity of mind than she had done there; but, as we have already remarked of her, the more her mind was withdrawn, by change of scene, from the horrible considerations which the attack of the vampire had forced upon her, the more she reverted to the fate of Charles Holland, which was still shrouded in so much gloom. She would sit and converse with her mother upon that subject until she worked up her feelings to a most uncomfortable pitch of excitement, and then Mrs. Bannerworth would get her younger brother to join them, who would occasionally read to her some compositions of his own, or some favorite writer whom he thought would amuse her. It was on the very evening when Sir Francis Varney had made up his mind to release Charles Holland, that young Bannerworth read to his sister and his mother the following little chivalric incident, which he told them he himself had collated from authentic sources. "The Knight with the Green Shield," exclaimed one of a party of men-at-arms, who were drinking together in an ancient hostel, not far from Shrewsbury, "the Knight with the Green Shield is as good a knight as ever buckled on a sword, or wore spurs." "Then how comes it that he is not one of the victors in the day's tournament?" exclaimed another. "By the bones of Alfred," said a third, "a man must be judged of by his deserts, and not by the partiality of his friends. That's my opinion, friends." "And mine too," said another. "That is all very true, and my opinion would go with yours too, but not in this instance. Though you may accuse me of partiality, yet I am not so, for I have seen some of the victors today by no means forward in the press of battle, men who, I will not say feared danger, but who liked it not so well but they avoided it as much as possible." "Ay, marry, and so have I. The reason is, 'tis much easier to face a blunted lance than one with a spearhead; and a man may practise the one and thrive in it, and not the other, for the best lance in the tournament is not always the best arm in the battle." "And that is the reason of my saying the Knight with the Green Shield was a good knight. I have seen him in the midst of the melee, when men and horses have been hurled to the ground by the shock. There he has behaved himself like a brave knight, and has more than once been noticed for it." "But how came he to be so easily overthrown today? That speaks something." "His horse is an old one." "So much the better," said another. "He's used to his work, and as cunning as an old man." "But he has been wounded more than once, and is weakened very much. Besides, I saw him lose his footing, else he had overthrown his opponent." "He did not seem distressed about his accident at all events, but sat contented in his tent." "He knows well that those who know him will never attribute his misadventure either to want of courage or conduct. Moreover, he seems to be one of those who care but little for the opinion of men who care nothing for him." "And he's right. Well, dear comrades, the health of Green Knight, or the Knight with a Green Shield, for that's his name or the designation he chooses to go by. "A health to the Knight of the Green Shield!" shouted the men-at-arms, as they lifted their cups on high. "Who is he?" inquired one of the men-at-arms, of him who had spoken favorably of the stranger. "I don't know." "And yet you spoke favorably of him but a few seconds back, and said what a brave knight he was." "And so I uphold him to be; but I tell you what, friend, I would do as much for the greatest stranger I ever met. I have seen him fight where men and horses have bit the dust in hundreds, and that, in my opinion, speaks out for the man and warrior. He who cannot, then, fight like a soldier, have better tilt at home in the castle yard, and there win ladies' smiles, but not the commendation of the leader of the battle." "That's true. I myself recollect very well Sir Hugh de Colbert, a very accomplished knight in the castle yard, but his men were as fine a set of fellows as ever crossed a horse to look at, but they proved deficient in the moment of trial. They were broken, and fled in a moment, and scarce one of them received a scratch." "Then they hadn't stood the shock of the foemen?" "No, that's certain." "But still I should like to know the knight—to know his name very well." "I know it not; he has some reason for keeping it secret, I suppose; but his deeds will not shame it, be it what it may. I can bear witness to more than one foeman falling beneath his battle-axe." "Indeed!" "Yes, and he took a banner from the enemy in the last battle that was fought." "Ah, well, he deserves a better fortune tomorrow. Who is to be the bridegroom of the beautiful Bertha, daughter of the Lord of Coucy?" "That will have to be decided, but it is presumed that Sir Guthrie de Beaumont is the intended." "Ah, but should he not prove the victor?" "It's understood, because it's known that he is intended by the parents of the lady, and none would be ungallant enough to prevail against him, save on such conditions as would not endanger the fruits of the victory." "No?" "Certainly not; they would lay the trophies at the foot of the beauty worshipped by the knights at the tournament." "So, triumphant or not, he's to be the bridegroom, bearing off the prize of valour whether or no—in fact, deserve her or not; that's the fact." "So it is, so it is." "And a shame too, friends; but so it is now. But yet, if the knight's horse recovers from the strain, and is fit for work tomorrow, it strikes me that the Green Shield will give some work to the holiday knight." There had been a grand tournament held near Shrewsbury Castle, in honour of the intended nuptials of the beautiful Lady Bertha de Coucy. She was the only daughter of the Earl de Coucy, a nobleman of some note. He was one of an ancient and unblemished name, and of great riches. The lady was beautiful, but, at the same time, she was an unwilling bride. Everyone could see that; but the bridegroom cared not for that. There was a settled sorrow on her brow, a sorrow that seemed sincere and lasting; but she spoke not of it to anyone. Her lips were seldom parted. She loved another; yes, she loved one who was far away, fighting in the wars of his country; one who was not so rich in lands as her present bridegroom. When he left her, she remembered his promise. It was, to fight on till he earned a fortune, or name that should give him some right to claim her hand, even from her imperious father. But alas! he came not, and what could she do against the commands of one who would be obeyed? Her mother, too, was a proud, haughty woman, one whose sole anxiety was to increase the grandeur and power of her house by such connections. Thus it was pressed on by circumstances, she could no longer hold out, more especially as she heard nothing of her knight. She knew not where he was, or indeed if he were living or dead. She knew not he was never named. This last circumstance, indeed, gave her pain, for it assured her that he whom she loved had been unable to signalize himself from among other men; that, in fact, he was unknown in the annals of fame, as well as the probability that he had been slain in some of the earlier skirmishes of the war. This, if it had happened, caused her some pain to think upon. But such events were looked upon with almost indifference by females, save in such cases where their affections are engaged, as on this occasion. But the event was softened by the fact, that men were continually falling by the hand of man in such encounters, but at the same time it was considered an honourable and praiseworthy death for a soldier. He was wounded, but not with the anguish we now hear of; for the friends were consoled by the reflection that the deceased warrior died covered with glory. Bertha, however, was young, and as yet she knew not the cause of her absent knight's silence, nor why he had not been heard of among the most forward in the battle. "Heaven's will be done!" she exclaimed. "What can I do? I must submit to my father's behests, but my future will be one of misery and sorrow." She wept to think of the past, and to dream of the future. Both alike were sorrowful to think upon; no comfort in the past, and no joy in the future. Thus she wept and sorrowed on the night of the first tournament. There was to be a second, and that was to be the grand one, where her intended bridegroom was to show himself off in her eyes, and take his part in the sport. Bertha sat late. She sat sorrowing by the light of the lamps and the flickering flame of the fire, as it rose and fell on the hearth and threw dancing shadows on the walls. "Oh, why, Arthur Holm, should you thus be absent? Absent, too, at such a time when you are more needed than ever. Alas! alas! You may no longer be in the land of the living. Your family is great and your name known, your own has been spoken with commendation from the lips of your friend. What more of fame do you need? But I am speaking without purpose. Heaven have mercy on me." As she spoke she looked up and saw one of her women in waiting standing by. "Well, what would you?" "My lady, there is one who would speak with you," said the handmaiden. "With me?" "Yes, my lady. Be named you the Lady Bertha de Coucy." "Who and what is he?" she inquired, with something like trepidation, of the maiden. "I know not, my lady." "But gave he not some token by which I might know who I admit to my chamber?" "None," replied the maiden. "And what does he bear by way of distinguishing himself? What crest or device doth he bear?" "Merely a green shield." "The unsuccessful knight in the tournament to-day. Heavens! what can he desire with me? He is not—no, no, it can't be." "Will you admit him, lady?" "Indeed, I know not what to do. But yet he may have some intelligence to give me. Yes, yes, admit him; but first throw some logs on the fire." The attendant did as she was desired, and then quitted the room for the purpose of admitting the stranger knight with the green shield. In a few moments she could hear the stride of the knight as he entered the apartment, and she thought the step was familiar to her ear. She thought it was the step of Sir Arthur Home, her lover. She waited anxiously to see the door open, and then the stranger entered. His form and bearing was that of her lover, but his visor was down, and she was unable to distinguish the features of the stranger. His armour was such as had seen many a day's hard wear, and there were plenty of marks of the battle about him. His travel-worn accoutrements were altogether such as bespoke service in the field. "Sir, you desired to see me. Say wherefore you do so, and if it is news you bring." The knight answered not, but pointed to the female attendant, as if he desired she would withdraw. "You may retire," said Bertha. "Be within call, and let me know if I am threatened with interruption." The attendant retired, and then the knight and lady were left alone. The former seemed at a loss how to break silence for some moments, and then he said, "Lady—" "Oh, heavens! 'tis he!" exclaimed Bertha, as she sprang to her feet. "It is Sir Arthur Home." "It is," exclaimed the knight, pulling up his visor, and dropping on one knee he encircled his arm round the waist of the lady, and at the same moment he pressed her lips to his own. The first emotion of joy and surprise over, Bertha checked her transports, and chid the knight for his boldness. "Nay, chide me not, dear Bertha. I am what I was when I left you, and hope to find you the same." "Am I not?" said Bertha. "Truly I know not, for you seem more beautiful than you were then. I hope that is the only change." "If there be a change, it is only such as you see. Sorrow and regret form the principal causes." "I understand you." "My intended nuptials—" "Yes, I have heard all. I came here but late in the morning, and my horse was jaded and tired, and my impatience to attend the tournament caused me a disaster which it is well it came not on the second day." "It is, dear Arthur. How is it I never heard your name mentioned, or that I received no news from anyone about you during the wars that have ended?" "I had more than one personal enemy, Bertha, men who would have been glad to see me fall, and who, in default of that, would not have minded bribing an assassin to secure my death for them at any risk whatever." "Heavens! And how did you escape such a death from such people, Arthur?" "By adopting such a device as that I wear. The Knight of the Green Shield I'm called." "I saw you to-day in the tournament." "And there my tired and jaded horse gave way; but tomorrow I shall have, I hope, a different fortune." "I hope so too. I will try. My arm has been good in battle, and I see not why it should be deficient in peaceful jousts." "Certainly not. What fortune have you met with since you left England?" I was of course known to but a few; among those few were the general under whom I served, and my more immediate officers, who I knew would not divulge my secret." "And did they not?" "No, kept it nobly, and kept their eyes upon me in battle; and I have reaped a rich harvest in fame, honor, and riches, I assure you." "Thank Heaven!" said Bertha. "Bertha, if I be conqueror, may I claim you in the courtyard before all the spectators?" "You may," said Bertha, and she hung her head. "Moreover," said Sir Arthur, "you will not make a half promise, but when I demand you, you will at once come down to me and accept me as your husband. If I be the victor, then he cannot object to the match." "But he will have many friends, and his intended bridegroom will have many more, so that you may run some danger among so many enemies." "Never fear for me, Bertha, because I shall have many friends of distinction there too; many old friends who are tried men in battle, and whose deeds are a glory and honor to them. Besides, I shall have my commander and several gentlemen, who would at once interfere in case any unfair advantage was attempted to be taken of my supposed weakness." "Have you a fresh horse?" inquired Bertha. "I have, or shall have by the morning. But promise me you will do what I ask you, and then my arm will be nerved to its utmost, and I am sure to be victorious." "I do promise," said Bertha. "I hope you may be as successful as you hope to be, Arthur; but suppose fortune should declare against you, suppose an accident of any kind were to happen, what could be done then?" "I must be content to hide myself for ever afterwards as a defeated knight. How can I appear before your friends as the claimant of your hand?" "I will never have any other." "But you will be forced to accept this Guthrie de Beaumont, your father's chosen son-in-law." "I will seek refuge in a cloister." "Will you fly with me, Bertha, to some sequestered spot, where we can live in each other's society?" "Yes," said Bertha, "anything save marriage with Guthrie de Beaumont." "Then await the tournament of tomorrow," said Sir Arthur, "and then this may be avoided. In the meantime, keep up a good heart, and remember I am at hand." These two lovers parted for the present, after a protracted interview, Bertha to her chamber, and the Knight of the Green Shield to his tent. The following morning was one of great preparation. The lists had been enlarged, and the seats made more commodious, for the influx of visitors appeared to be much greater than had been anticipated. Moreover, there were many old warriors of distinction to be present, which made the bridegroom look pale and feel uncomfortable as to the results of the tournament. The tilting was to begin at an early hour, and then the feasting and the revelry would begin early in the evening, after the tilting had all passed off. In that day's work there were many thrown from their saddles, and many broke their lances. The bridegroom tilted with several knights, and came off victorious, or without disadvantage to either. The Green Knight, on the contrary, tilted with but few, and always victorious, and such matches were with men who had been men of some name in the wars, or at least in the tilt-yard. The sports drew to a close, and when the bridegroom became the challenger, the Knight of the Green Shield at once rode out quietly to meet him. The encounter could not well be avoided, and the bridegroom would willingly have declined the joust with a knight who had disposed of his enemies so easily and so unceremoniously as he had. The first encounter was enough. The bridegroom was thrown to a great distance, and lay insensible on the ground, and was carried off the field. There was an immediate sensation among the friends of the bridegroom, several of whom rode out to challenge the stranger knight for his presumption. In this, however, they had misreckoned the chances, for the challenged accepted their challenges with alacrity, and disposed of them one by one, with credit to himself, until the day was concluded. The stranger was then asked to declare who he was, upon which he lifted his visor and said, "I am Sir Arthur Home, and claim the Lady Bertha as my bride, by the laws of arms, and by those of love." Again the tent was felled, and again the hostelry was tenanted by the soldier, who declared for one side and then for the other, as the cups clanged and jingled together. "Said I not," exclaimed one of the troopers, "that the Knight with a green shield was a good knight?" "You did," replied the other. "And you knew who he was?" said another of the troopers. "Not I, comrades. I had seen him fight in battle, and therefore partly guessed how it would be if he had any chance with the bridegroom. I am glad he has won the lady." It was true, the Lady Bertha was won, and Sir Arthur Home claimed his bride, and then they attempted to defeat his claim. yet Bertha at once expressed herself in his favour, so strongly that they were, however reluctantly compelled, to consent at last. At this moment a loud shout as from a multitude of persons came upon their ears, and Flora started from her seat in alarm. The cause of the alarm we shall proceed to detail. Chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 70. The Funeral of the Stranger of the Inn. The Popular Commotion, and Mrs. Chillingworth's Appeal to the Mob. The New Riot. The Hall in Danger. As yet the town was quiet, and, though there was no appearance of riot or disturbance, yet the magistracy had taken every precaution they deemed needful, or their position and necessities warranted, to secure the peace of the town from the like disturbance to that which had been, of late, a disgrace and terror of peaceably disposed persons. The populace were well advertised of the fact, that the body of the stranger was to be buried that morning in their churchyard, and that, to protect the body, should there be any necessity for so doing, a large body of constables would be employed. There was no disposition to riot. At least, none was visible. It looked as if there was some event about to take place that was highly interesting to all parties, who were peaceably assembling to witness the interment of nobody knew who. The early hour at which persons were assembling, at different points, clearly indicated that there was a spirit of curiosity about the town, so uncommon that none would have noticed it but for the fact of the crowd of people who hung about the streets, and there remained, listless and impatient. The inn, too, was crowded with visitors, and there were many who, not being blessed with the strength of purse that some were hanging about in the distance, waiting and watching the motions of those who were better provided. "Ah," said one of the visitors, "this is a disagreeable job in your house, landlord." "Yes, sir, I'd sooner it had happened elsewhere, I assure you. I know it has done me no good." "No, no man could expect any, and yet it is none the less unfortunate for that." "I would sooner anything else happen than that, whatever it might be. I think it must be something very bad, at all events; but I dare say I shall never see the like again." "So much the better for the town," said another, "for, what with vampires and riots, there has been but little else stirring than mischief and disturbances of one kind or another." "Yes, and, what between Varneys and Bannerworths, we have had but little peace here." "Precisely. Do you know, it's my opinion that the least thing would upset the whole town. Any one unlucky word would do it, I am sure," said a tall thin man. "I've no doubt of it," said another, "but I hope the military would do their duty under such circumstances, for people's lives and property are not safe in such a state of things." "Oh dear no." "I wonder what has become of Varney, or where he can have gone to?" "Some thought he must have been burned when they burned his house," replied the landlord. "But I believe it generally understood he's escaped, has he not? No traces of his body were found in the ruins." "None. Oh, he's escaped, there can be no doubt of that. I wish I had some fortune depending upon the fact. It would be mine, I am sure." "Well, the Lord keep us from vampires and such like cattle," said an old woman. "I shall never sleep again in my bed with any safety. It frightens one out of one's life to think of it. What a shame the men didn't catch him and stake him." The old woman left the inn as soon as she had spoke this Christian speech. "Humane," said a gentleman with a sporting coat on. "The old woman is no advocate for half measures." "You are right, sir," said the landlord, "and a very good lookout she keeps upon the pot, to see it's full, and carefully blows the froth off." "Ah, I thought as much." "How soon will the funeral take place, landlord?" inquired a person who had at that moment entered the inn. "In about an hour's time, sir." "Oh, the town seems pretty full, though it is very quiet. I suppose it is more as a matter of curiosity people congregate to see the funeral of this stranger?" "I hope so, sir." "The time is wearing on, and if they don't make a dust, why then the military will not be troubled." "I do not expect anything more, sir," said the landlord, For you see they must have had their swing out, as the saying is, and be fully satisfied. They cannot have much more to do in the way of exhibiting their anger or dislike to vampires. They all have done enough." "So they have, so they have." "Granted," said an old man with a troublesome cough. "But when did you ever know a mob to be satisfied? If they wanted the moon and got it, they'd find out it would be necessary to have the stars also." "That's uncommonly true," said the landlord. "I shouldn't be surprised if they didn't do something worse than ever." "Nothing more likely," said the little old man. "I can believe anything of a mob, anything, no matter what." The inn was crowded with visitors, and several extra hands were employed to wait upon the customers, and a scene of bustle and activity was displayed that was never before seen. It would glad the heart of a landlord, though he were made of stone, and landlords are usually of much more malleable materials than that. However, the landlord had hardly time to congratulate himself, for the bearers were come now, and the undertaker and his troop of death-following officials. There was a stir among the people, who began now to awaken from the lethargy that seemed to come over them while they were waiting for the moment when it should arrive, that was to place the body under the green sod, against which so much of their anger had been raised. There was a decent silence that pervaded the mob of individuals who had assembled. Death, with all its ghastly insignia, had an effect even upon the unthinking multitude, who were ever ready to inflict death or any violent injury upon any object that came in their way. They never hesitated. But even these, now the object of their hatred was no more, felt appalled. 'Tis strange what a change comes over masses of men as they gaze upon a dead body. It may be that they all know that to that complexion they must come at last. This may be the secret of the respect offered to the dead. The undertakers are men, however, who are used to the presence of death. It is their element. They gain a living by attending upon the last obsequies of the dead. They are used to dead bodies, and care not for them. Some of them are humane men, that is, in their way, and even among them are men who wouldn't be deprived of their joke as they screwed down the last screw. They could not forbear, even on this occasion, to hold their converse when left alone. "Jacobs," said one who was turning a long screw, "Jacobs, my boy, do you take the chair tonight?" "Yes," said Jacobs, who was a long lugubrious looking man, "I do take the chair, if I live over this blessed event." "You are not croaking, Jacobs, are you? Well, you are a lively customer, you are." "Lively! Do you expect people to be lively when they are full dressed for a funeral? You are a nice article for your profession. You don't feel like an undertaker, you don't." "Don't, Jacobs, my boy, as long as I look like one when occasion demands. When I have done my job I puts my comfort in my pocket, and thinks how much more pleasanter it is to be going to other people's funerals than to our own, and then only sees the difference as regards the money." "True," said Jacobs with a groan, "but death's a melancholy article, at all events." "So it is." "And when you come to consider the number of people we have buried, how many have gone to their last homes, and how many more will go the same way." "Yes, yes, that's all very well, Jacobs. You are precious surly this morning. I'll come to-night. You're brewing a sentimental tale as sure as eggs is eggs." "Well, that is pretty certain. But as I was saying, how many more are there? Ah, don't bother yourself with calculations that have neither beginning nor end, and which haven't one point to go. Come, Jacobs, have you finished yet?" "Quite," said Jacob. They now arranged the pall, and placed all in readiness, and returned to a place downstairs where they could enjoy themselves for an odd half-hour, and pass the time away until the moment should arrive when his reverence would be ready to bury the deceased, upon consideration of the fees to be paid upon the occasion. The tap-room was crowded, and there was no room for the men, and they were taken into the kitchen, where they were seated and earnestly at work, preparing bodily for the ceremony that had so shortly to be performed. "Any better, Jacobs?" "What do you mean?" inquired Jacobs with a groan. "It's news to me if I have been ill." "Oh yes, you were doleful upstairs, you know." "I've a proper regard for my profession. That's the difference between you and I, you know." "I'll wager what you like, now, that I'll handle a corpse and drive a screw in a coffin as well as you, now, although you are so solid and miserable." "So you may, so you may." "Then what do you mean by saying I haven't a proper regard for my profession?" I say you haven't, and there's the thing that shall prove it. You don't look it, and that's the truth." "I don't look like an undertaker. Indeed, I dare say I don't if I ain't dressed like one." "Nor when you are," reiterated Jacobs. "Why not, pray?" "Because you have always a grin on your face as broad as a gridiron, that's why." This ended the dispute, for the employer of the men suddenly put his head in, saying: "Come now, time's up. You are wanted upstairs, all of you. Be quick, we shall have his reverence waiting for us, and then we shall lose his recommendation." "Ready, sir," said the round man, taking up his pint and finishing it off at a draught, at the same moment he thrust the remains of some bread and cheese into his pocket. Jacob, too, took his pot, and, having finished it, with great gravity followed the example of his more jocose companion, and they all left the kitchen for the room above, where the corpse was laying ready for interment. There was an unusual bustle. Everybody was on the tip-top of expectation, and awaiting the result in a quiet hurry, and hoped to have the first glimpse of the coffin, though why they should so do it was difficult to define. But in this fit of mysterious hope and expectation they certainly stood. "Will they be long?" inquired a man at the door of one inside. "Will they be long before they come?" "They are coming now," said the man. "Do you all keep quiet. They are knocking their heads against the top of the landing. Hark! There, I told you so." The man departed, hearing something, and being satisfied that he had got some information. "Now then," said the landlord, "move out of the way, and allow the corpse to pass out. Let me have no indecent conduct. Let everything be as it should be." The people soon removed from the passage and vicinity of the doorway, and then the mournful procession, as the newspapers have it, moved forward. They were heard coming downstairs, and thence along the passage, until they came to the street, and then the whole number of attendants was plainly discernible. How different was the funeral of one who had friends! He was alone; none followed, save the undertaker and his attendants, all of whom looked solemn from habit and professional motives. Even the jocose man was as supernaturally solemn as could be well imagined; indeed, nobody knew he was the same man. "Well," said the landlord, as he watched them down the street, as they slowly paced their way with funeral, not sorrowful, solemnity, "well, I am very glad that is all over." "It has been a sad plague to you," said one. "It has indeed. It must be to any one who has had another such job as this. I don't say it out of any disrespect to the poor man who is dead and gone, quite the reverse; but I would not have such another affair on my hands for pounds." "I can easily believe you, especially when we come to consider the disagreeables of a mob." "You may say that. There's no knowing what they will or won't do, confound them. If they'd act like men, and pay for what they have, why, then I shouldn't care much about them; but it don't do to have other people in the bar." "I should think not, indeed. That would alter the scale of your profits, I reckon." "It would make all the difference to me. Business," added the landlord, "conducted at that scale, would become a loss; and a man might as well walk into a well at once." "So I should say. Have many such occurrences as these been usual in this part of the country?" inquired the stranger. "Not usual at all," said the landlord; "but the fact is, the whole neighborhood has run distracted about some superhuman being they call a vampire." "Indeed!" "Yes, and they suspected the unfortunate man who has been lying upstairs, a corpse, for some days." "Oh, the man they have just taken in the coffin to bury?" said the stranger. "Yes, sir, the same." "Well, I thought perhaps somebody of great consequence had suddenly become defunct." "Oh dear no, it would not have caused half the sensation. People have been really mad." "It was a strange occurrence altogether, I believe, was it?" inquired the stranger. "Indeed it was, sir. I hardly know the particulars, there have been so many tales afloat; though they all concur in one point, and that is, it has destroyed the peace of one family." "Who had done so?" "The vampire." "Indeed, I never heard of such an animal, save as a fable, before. It seems to me extraordinary." "So it would do to any one, sir, as was not on the spot to see it. I'm sure I wouldn't." In the meantime, the procession, short as it was of itself, moved along in slow time through a throng of people who ran out of their houses on either side of the way, and lined the whole length of the town. Many of these closed in behind, and followed the mourners until they were near the church, and then they made a rush to get into the churchyard. As yet all had been conducted with tolerable propriety, the funeral met with no impediment. The presence of death among so many of them seemed some check upon the license of the mob, who bowed in silence to the majesty of death. Who could bear ill will against him who was now no more? Man, while he is man, is always the subject of hatred, fear, or love. Some one of these passions, in a modified state, exists in all men, and with such feelings they will regard each other; and it is barely possible that any one should not be the object of some of these, and hence the stranger's corpse was treated with respect. In silence the body proceeded along the highway until it came to the churchyard, and followed by an immense multitude of people of all grades. The authorities trembled; they knew not what all this portended. They thought it might pass off, but it might become a storm first; they hoped and feared by turns, till some of them fell sick with apprehension. There was a deep silence observed by all those in the immediate vicinity of the coffin, but those farther in the rear found full expression of their feelings. "Do you think," said an old man to another, "that he will come to life again, eh?" "Oh, yes, vampires always do, and lay in the moonlight, and then they come to life again. Moonlight recovers a vampire to life again." "And yet the moonlight is cold." "Ah, but who's to tell what may happen to a vampire, or what's hot or what's cold?" "Certainly not. Oh dear no." "And then they have permission to suck the blood of other people to live themselves, and to make other people vampires too." "The Lord have mercy upon us!" "Aye, but they have driven a stake through this one, and he can't get in the moonlight or daylight. It's all over. He's certainly done for; we may congratulate ourselves on this point." "So we may, so we may." They now neared the grave, the clergyman officiating as usual on such occasions. There was a large mob of persons on all sides, with serious faces, watching the progress of the ceremony, and who listened in quietness. There was no sign of any disturbance amongst the people, and the authorities were well pleased; they congratulated themselves upon the quietness and orderliness of the assemblage. The service was ended and the coffin lowered, and the earth was thrown on the coffin lid with a hollow sound. Nobody could hear that sound unmoved. But in a short while the sound ceased as the grave became filled; it was then trodden carefully down. There were no relatives there to feel affected at the last scene of all. They were far away, and, according to popular belief upon the subject, they must have been dead some ages. The mob watched the last shovelful of earth thrown upon the coffin, and witnessed the ramming down of the soil, and the heaping of it over at top to make the usual monument; for all this was done speedily and carefully, lest there should be any tendency to exhume the body of the deceased. The people were now somewhat relieved, as to their state of solemnity and silence. They would all of them converse freely on the matter that had so long occupied their thoughts. They seemed now let loose, and everybody found himself at liberty to say or do something, no matter if it were not very reasonable. That is not always required of human beings who have souls, or at least it is unexpected; and were it expected, the expectation would never be realized. The day was likely to wear away without a riot, nay, even without a fight; a most extraordinary occurrence for such a place, under the existing circumstances; for of late the populace, or perhaps the townspeople, were extremely pugnacious, and many were the disputes that were settled by the very satisfactory application of the knuckles to the head of the party holding a contrary opinion. Thus it was they were ready to take fire, and a hubbub would be the result of the slightest provocation. But, on the present occasion, there was a remarkable dearth of all subjects of the nature described. Who was to lead Israel out to battle? Alas, no one on the present occasion. Such a one, however, appeared; at least one who furnished a ready excuse for a disturbance. Suddenly Mrs. Chillingworth appeared in the midst of a large concourse of people. She had just left her house, which was close at hand; her eyes red with weeping, and her children around her on this occasion. The crowd made way for her, and gathered around her to see what was going to happen. "Friends and neighbors," she said, "can any of you relieve the tears of a distressed wife and mother? Have any of you seen anything of my husband, Mr. Chillingworth?" "What, the doctor?" exclaimed one. "Yes, Mr. Chillingworth, the surgeon. He has not been home 2 days and a night. I'm distracted." What can have become of him I don't know, unless—" Here Mrs. Chillingworth paused, and some person said, "Unless what, Mrs. Chillingworth? There are none but friends here, who wish the doctor well, and would do anything to serve him. Unless what? Speak out." "Unless he's been destroyed by the vampire. Heaven knows what we may all come to! Here am I and my children deprived of our protector by some means which we cannot imagine. He never, in all his life, did the same before." "He must have been spirited away by some of the vampires. I'll tell you what, friend," said one to another, "that something must be done. Nobody's safe in their bed." "No, they are not indeed. I think that all vampires ought to be burned and a stake run through them, and then we should be safe." "Ay, but you must destroy all those who are even suspected of being vampires, or else one may do all the mischief." "So he might." "Hurrah!" shouted the mob. "Chillingworth forever! We'll find the doctor somewhere, if we pull down the whole town." There was an immense commotion among the populace, who began to start throwing stones, and do all sorts of things without any particular object, and some, as they said, to find the doctor, or to show how willing they were to do so if they knew how. Mrs. Chillingworth, however, kept on talking to the mob, who continued shouting; and the authorities anticipated an immediate outbreak of popular opinion, which is generally accompanied by some forcible demonstration, and on this occasion some one suggested the propriety of burning down Bannerworth Hall, because they had burned down the vampire's house, and they might as well burn down that of the injured party, which was carried by acclamation; and with loud shouts they started on their errand. This was a mob's proceeding all over, and we regret very much to say that it is very much the characteristic of English mobs. What an uncommonly strange thing it is, that people in multitudes seem completely to get rid of all reason, all honor, all common ordinary honesty, while, if you were to take the same people singly, you would find that they were reasonable enough, and would shrink with a feeling quite approaching to horror from anything in the shape of very flagrant injustice. This can only be accounted for by a piece of cowardice in the human race, which induces them, when alone, and acting with the full responsibility of their actions, to shrink from what it is quite evident they have a full inclination to do, and will do when, having partially lost their individuality in a crowd, they fancy that to a certain extent they can do so with impunity. The burning of Sir Francis Varney's house, although it was one of those proceedings which would not bear the test of patient examination, was yet, when we take all the circumstances into consideration, an act really justifiable and natural in comparison with the one which was now meditated. Bannerworth Hall had never been the residence even of any one who had done the people any injury or given them any offense, so that to let it become a prey to the flames was but a gratuitous act of mischief. It was, however, or seemed to be, doomed, for all who have had any experience in mobs must know how extremely difficult it is to withdraw them from any impulse once given, especially when that impulse, as in the present instance, is of a violent character. "Down with Bannerworth Hall!" was the cry. "Burn it! Burn it!" And augmented by fresh numbers each minute, the ignorant, and, in many respects, ruffianly assemblage, soon arrived within sight of what had been for so many years the bane of the Bannerworths, and whatever may have been the fault of some of that race, those faults had been of a domestic character, and not at all such as would interfere with the public weal. The astonished and almost worn out authorities, hastily, now, after having disposed of their prisoners, collected together what troops they could, and by the time the misguided, or rather the not guided at all, populace, had got half-way to Bannerworth Hall, they were being outflanked by some of the dragoons, who, by taking a more direct route, hoped to reach Bannerworth Hall first, and so, perhaps, by letting the mob see that it was defended, induce them to give up the idea of its destruction, on account of the danger attendant upon the proceeding by far exceeding any of the anticipated delight of the disturbance. Chapter 71 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 71. The strange meeting at the Hall between Mr. Chillingworth and the mysterious friend of Varney. When we praise our friend Mr. Chillingworth for not telling his wife where he was going, in pursuance of a caution and a discrimination so highly creditable to him, we are quite certain that he has no such excuse as regards the reader. Therefore we say at once that he had his own reasons now for taking up his abode at Bannerworth Hall for a time. These reasons seem to be all dependent upon the fact of having met the mysterious man at Sir Francis Varney's, and although we perhaps would have hoped that the doctor might have communicated to Henry Bannerworth all that he knew and all that he surmised, yet have we no doubt that what he keeps to himself he has good reasons for so keeping, and that his actions as regards it are founded upon some very just conclusions. He has then made a determination to take possession of, and remain in, Bannerworth Hall according to the full and free leave which the Admiral had given him to do so. What results he anticipated from so lonely and so secret a watch we cannot say, but probably they will soon exhibit themselves. It needed no sort of extraordinary discrimination for any one to feel at once that not the least good, in the way of an ambuscade, was likely to be effected by such persons as Admiral Bell or Jack Pringle. They were all very well when fighting should actually ensue, but they both were certainly remarkably and completely deficient in diplomatic skill, or in that sort of patience which should enable them at all to compete with the cunning, the skill, and the nice discrimination of such a man as Sir Francis Varney. If anything were to be done in that way, it was unquestionably to be done by someone alone, who, like the doctor, would and could remain profoundly quiet and await the issue of events, be they what they might, and probably remain a spy and attempt no overt act which should be of a hostile character. This unquestionably was the mode, and perhaps we should not be going too far when we say it was the only mode which could be with anything like safety relied upon as one likely to lead really to a discovery of Sir Francis Varney's motives in making such determined exertions to get possession of Bannerworth Hall. That night was doomed to be a very eventful one indeed, for on it had Charles Holland been, by a sort of wild impulsive generosity of Sir Francis Varney, rescued from the miserable dungeon in which he had been confined, and on that night too he, whom we cannot otherwise describe than as the villain Marchdale, had been, in consequence of the evil that he himself meditated, and the crime with which he was quite willing to stain his soul, been condemned to occupy Charles's position. On that night too had the infuriated mob determined upon the destruction of Bannerworth Hall, and on that night was Mr. Chillingworth waiting with what patience he could exert, at the Hall, for whatever in the chapter of accidents might turn up of an advantageous character to that family in whose welfare and fortunes he felt so friendly and so deep an interest. Let us look, then, at the worthy doctor as he keeps his solitary watch. He did not, as had been the case when the Admiral shared the place with him in the hope of catching Varney on that memorable occasion when he caught only his boot, sit in a room with a light, and the means and appliances for making the night pass pleasantly away; but, on the contrary, he abandoned the house altogether, and took up a station in that summer house which has been before mentioned as the scene of a remarkable interview between Flora Bannerworth and Varney the Vampire. Alone and in the dark, so that he could not be probably seen, he watched that one window of the chamber where the first appearance of the hideous vampire had taken place, and which seemed ever since to be the special object of his attack. By remaining from twilight, and getting accustomed to the gradually increasing darkness of the place, no doubt the doctor was able to see well enough without the aid of any artificial light, whether any one was in the place besides himself. "Night after night," he said, "will I watch here until I have succeeded in unravelling this mystery; for that there is some fearful and undreamt of mystery at the bottom of all these proceedings, I am well convinced." When he made such a determination as this, Dr. Chillingworth was not at all a likely man to break it, so there, looking like a modern statue in the arbor, he sat with his eyes fixed upon the balcony and the window of what used to be called Flora's room, for some hours. The doctor was a contemplative man, and therefore he did not so acutely feel the loneliness of his position as many persons would have done. Moreover, he was decidedly not of a superstitious turn of mind, although certainly we cannot deny an imagination to him. However, if he really had harbored some strange fears and terrors, they would have been excusable, when we consider how many circumstances had combined to make it almost a matter of demonstration that Sir Francis Varney was something more than mortal. What quantities of subjects the doctor thought over during his vigil in that garden, it is hard to say; but never in his whole life, probably, had he such a glorious opportunity for the most undisturbed contemplation of subjects requiring deep thought to analyze, than as he had then. At least he felt that since his marriage he had never been so thoroughly quiet, and left so completely to himself. It is to be hoped that he succeeded in settling any medical points of a knotty character that might be hovering in his brain, and certain it is that he had become quite absorbed in an abstruse matter connected with physiology, when his ears were startled, and he was at once aroused to a full consciousness of where he was, and why he had come there, by the distant sound of a man's footstep. It was a footstep which seemed to be that of a person who scarcely thought it at all necessary to use any caution, and the doctor's heart leaped within him as in the lowest possible whisper he said to himself, "I am successful! I am successful! It is believed now that the hall is deserted, and no doubt that is Sir Francis Varney come with confidence to carry out his object in so sedulously attacking it, be that object what it may." Elated with this idea, the doctor listened intently to the advancing footstep, which each moment sounded more clearly upon his ears. It was evidently approaching from the garden entrance toward the house, and he thought, by the occasional deadened sound of the person's feet, be he whom he might, that he could not see his way very well, and, consequently, frequently strayed from the path onto some of the numerous flower beds which were in the way. "Yes," said the doctor exultingly, "it must be Varney; and now I have but to watch him, and not to resist him, for what good on earth is it to stop him in what he wishes to do, and, by such means, never wrest his secret from him? The only way is to let him go on, and that I will do, most certainly." Now he heard the indistinct muttering of the voice of some one, so low that he could not catch what words were uttered; but he fancied that, in the deep tones, he recognized, without any doubt, the voice of Sir Francis Varney. "It must be he," he said, "it surely must be he. Who else would come here to disturb the solitude of an empty house? He comes! He comes!" Now the doctor could see a figure emerge from behind some thick beeches, which had before obstructed his vision, and he looked scrutinizingly about, while some doubt stole slowly over his mind now as to whether it was the vampire or not. The height was in favor of the supposition that it was none other than Varney, but the figure looked so much stouter that Mr. Chillingworth felt a little staggered upon the subject, and unable wholly to make up his mind upon it. The pausing of this visitor, too, opposite that window where Sir Francis Varney had made his attempts, was another strong reason why the doctor was inclined to believe it must be him, and yet he could not quite make up his mind upon the subject, so as to speak with certainty. A very short time, however, indeed, must have sufficed to set such a question as that at rest; and patience seemed the only quality of mind necessary under those circumstances for Mr. Chillingworth to exert. The visitor continued gazing either at that window, or at the whole front of the house, for several minutes, and then he turned away from a contemplation of it, and walked slowly along, parallel with the windows of that dining room, one of which had been broken so completely on the occasion of the Admiral's attempt to take the vampire prisoner. The moment the stranger altered his position, from looking at the window, and commenced walking away from it, Mr. Chillingworth's mind was made up. It was not Varney; of that he felt now most positively assured, and could have no doubt whatever upon the subject. The gait, the general air, the walk, all were different; and then arose the anxious question of who could it be that had intruded upon that lonely place, and what could be the object of any one else but Varney the vampire to do so? The stranger looked a powerful man, and walked with a firm tread, and, altogether, he was an opponent that, had the doctor been ever so belligerently inclined, it would have been the height of indiscretion for him to attempt to cope with. It was a very vexatious thing, too, for any one to come there at such a juncture, perhaps only from motives of curiosity, or possibly just to endeavor to commit some petty depredations upon the deserted building, if possible; and mostly heartily did the doctor wish that, in some way, he could scare away the intruder. The man walked along very slowly indeed, and seemed to be quite taking his time in making his observations of the building; and this was the more provoking, as it was getting late, and, if having projected a visit at all, it would surely soon be made, and then, when he found any one there, of course he would go. Amazed beyond expression, the doctor felt about on the ground at his feet until he found a tolerably large stone, which he threw at the stranger with so good an aim that it hit him a smart blow on the back, which must have been anything but a pleasant surprise. That it was a surprise, and that, too, a most complete one, was evident from the start which the man gave, and then he uttered a furious oath, and rubbed his back, as he glanced about him to endeavor to ascertain from whence the missile had come. "I'll try him again with that," thought the doctor. "It may succeed in scaring him away," and he stooped to search for another stone. It was well that he did so at that precise moment, for, before he rose again, he heard the sharp report of a pistol, and a crashing sound among some of the old woodwork of which the summer house was composed, told him that a shot had there taken effect. Affairs were now getting much too serious, and, accordingly, Dr. Chillingworth thought that, rather than stay there to be made a target of, he would face the intruder. "Hold! hold!" he cried. "Who are you, and what do you mean by that?" "Oh, somebody is there!" cried the man as he advanced. "My friend, whoever you are, you were very foolish to throw a stone at me." "And, my friend, whoever you are," replied the doctor, "you were very spiteful to fire a pistol bullet at me in consequence." "Not at all." "But I say yes, for probably I can prove a right to be here, which you cannot." "Ah," said the stranger, "that voice, why, are you Dr. Chillingworth?" "I am, but I don't know you," said the doctor, as he emerged now from the summer house, and confronted the stranger, who was within a few paces of the entrance to it. Then he started, as he added, "Yes, I do know you, though. How in the name of heaven came you here, and what purpose have you in so coming?" "What purpose have you? Since we met at Varney's, I have been making some inquiries about this neighborhood, and learned strange things." "That you may very easily do here; and, what is more extraordinary, strange things are, for the most part, I can assure you, quite true." The reader will, from what has been said, now readily recognize this man as Sir Francis Varney's mysterious visitor, to whom he gave, from some hidden cause or another, so large a sum of money, and between whom and Dr. Chillingworth a mutual recognition had taken place, on the occasion when Sir Francis Varney had, with such cool assurance, invited the Admiral to breakfast with him at his new abode. "You, however," said the man, "I have no doubt, are fully qualified to tell me of more than I have been able to learn from other people. And, first of all, let me ask you why you are here?" "Before I answer you that question, or any other," said the doctor, "let me beg of you to tell me truly, is Sir Francis Varney—" The doctor whispered in the ear of the stranger some name, as if he feared, even there, in the silence of that garden, where everything conspired to convince him that he could not be overheard, to pronounce it in an audible tone. "He is," said the other. "You have no manner of doubt of it?" "Doubt? Certainly not. What doubt can I have? I know it for a positive certainty, and he knows, of course, that I do know it, and has purchased my silence pretty handsomely, although I must confess that nothing but my positive necessities would have induced me to make the large demands upon him that I have, and I hope soon to be able to release him altogether from them." The doctor shook his head repeatedly, as he said, "I suspected it, do you know, from the first moment that I saw you there in his house. His face haunted me ever since, awfully haunted me; and yet, although I felt certain that I had once seen it under strange circumstances, I could not identify it with—but no matter, no matter, I am waiting here for him." "Indeed!" "Ay, that I am, and I flung a stone at you, not knowing you, with the hope that you would be, by such means, perhaps, scared away, and so leave the coast clear for him." "Then you have an appointment with him?" "By no means, but he has made such repeated and determined attacks upon this house, that the family who inhabited it were compelled to leave it, and I am here to watch him, and ascertain what can possibly be his object." "It is as I suspected, then," muttered the man. "Confound him! Now can I read, as if in a book, most clearly, the game that he is playing." "Can you?" cried the doctor energetically. "Can you? What is it? Tell me, for that is the very thing I want to discover." "You don't say so?" "It is indeed, and I assure you that it concerns the peace of a whole family to know it. You say you have made inquiries about this neighborhood, and, if you have done so, you have discovered how the family of the Bannerworths have been persecuted by Varney, and how, in particular, Flora Bannerworth, a beautiful and intelligent girl, has been most cruelly made to suffer." "I have heard all that, and I dare say with many exaggerations. It would be difficult for anyone to really exaggerate the horrors that have taken place in this house, so that any information which you can give respecting the motives of Varney will tend, probably, to restore peace to those who have been so cruelly persecuted, and be an act of kindness which I think not altogether inconsistent with your nature." "You think so, and yet you know who I am." "I do indeed." "And what I am. Why, if I were to go into the market-place of yon town, and proclaim myself, would not all shun me, ay, even the lowest and vilest? And yet you talk of an act of kindness not being altogether inconsistent with my nature." "I do, because I know something more of you than many." There was a silence of some moments' duration, and then the stranger spoke in a tone of voice which looked as if he were struggling with some emotion. "Sir, you do know more of me than many. You know what I have been, and you know how I left an occupation which would have made me loathed. But you, even you, do not know what made me take to so terrible a trade." "I do not." "Would it suit you for me now to tell you?" "Will you first promise me that you will do all you can for this persecuted family of the Bannerworths, in whom I take so strange an interest?" "I will, I promise you that freely. Of my own knowledge, of course, I can say but little concerning them, but, upon that warranting, I well believe they deserve abundant sympathy, and from me they shall have it." "A thousand thanks! With your assistance, I have little doubt of being able to extricate them from the tangled web of dreadful incidents which has turned them from their home. And now, whatever you may choose to tell me of the cause which drove you to be what you became, I shall listen to with abundant interest. Only let me beseech you to come into this summer house and to talk low." "I will, and you can pursue your watch at the same time, while I beguile its weariness." "Be it so. You knew me years ago, when I had all the chances in the world of becoming respectable and respected. I did, indeed, and you may, therefore, judge of my surprise when, some years since, being in the metropolis, I met you, and you shunned my company." "Yes, but, at last, you found out why it was that I shunned your company." "I did. You yourself told me once that I met you, and would not leave you, but insisted upon your dining with me. Then you told me, when you found out that I could take no other course whatever, that you were no other than out with it! I can bear to hear it now better than I could then. I told you that I was the common hangman of London." "You did, I must confess, to my most intense surprise." "Yes, and yet you kept to me; and, but that I respected you too much to allow you to do so, you would, from old associations, have countenanced me. But I could not, and I would not, let you do so. I told you then that, although I held the terrible office, that I had not been yet called upon to perform its loathsome functions. Soon, soon, come the first effort, it was the last." "Indeed, you left the dreadful trade?" I did. But what I want to tell you, for I could not then, was why I went ever into it. The wounds my heart had received were then too fresh to allow me to speak of them, but I will tell you now. The story is a brief one, Mr. Chillingworth. I pray you be seated. Chapter 71.
Chapter 72 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Shane Nolan. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 72. The strange story, the arrival of the mob at the hall, and their dispersion. You will find that the time which elapsed since I last saw you in London to have been spent in an eventful, varied manner. "You were in good circumstances then," said Mr. Chillingworth. "I was, but many events happened after that which altered the prospect, made it even more gloomy than you can well imagine. But I will tell you all candidly, and you can keep watch upon Bannerworth Hall at the same time. You are well aware that I was well-to-do, and had ample funds and inclination to spend them. I recollect, but you were married then, surely?" "I was," said the stranger sadly. "I was married then." "And now?" "I am a widower." The stranger seemed much moved, but after a moment or so he resumed. I am a widower now, but how that event came about is partly my purpose to tell you. I had not married long, that is, very long, for I have but one child, and she is not old, or of an age to know much more than what she may be taught. She is still in the course of education. I was early addicted to gamble. The dice had its charms, as all of those who have ever engaged in play but too well know. It is perfectly fascinating. So I have heard, said Mr. Chillingworth, though for myself I found a wife and professional pursuits quite incompatible with any pleasure that took either time or resources. It is so. I would I had never entered one of those houses where men are deprived of their money and their own free will, for at the gambling table you have no liberty, save that in gliding down the stream in company with others. How very few have ever escaped destruction. None, I believe. Men are perfectly fascinated. It is ruin alone that enables a man to see how he has been hurried onwards without thought or reflection, and how fallacious were all the hopes he ever entertained. Yes, ruin, and ruin alone, can do this. But alas, 'tis too late, the evil is done. Soon after my marriage I fell in with the Chevalier St. John. He was a man of the world in every sense of the word, and one that was well versed in all the ways of society. I never met with any man who was so perfectly master of himself, and of perfect ease and self-confidence as he was. He was never at a loss, and, come what would, never betrayed surprise or vexation, two qualities, he thought, never ought to be shown by any man who moved in society. Indeed, he was a strange man, a very strange man. Did he gamble? It is difficult to give you a correct and direct answer. I should say he did, and yet he never lost or won much. But I have often thought he was more connected with those who did than was believed. Was that a fact? Inquired Mr. Chillingworth. You shall see as we go on, and be able to judge for yourself. I have thought he was. Well, he first took me to a handsome saloon where gambling was carried on. We had been to the opera. As we came out, he recommended that we should sup at a house where he was well known, and where he was in the habit of spending his evenings after the opera, and before he retired. I agreed to this. I saw no reason why I should not. We went there, and bitterly have I repented of doing so for years since, and do to this day. Your repentance has been sincere and lasting, said Mr. Chillingworth. The one proves the other. It does. But I thought not so then. The place was glittering and the wine was good. It was a kind of earthly paradise. And when we had taken some wine, the Chevalier said to me, I am desirous of seeing a friend backwards. He is at the hazard table. Will you go with me? I hesitated. I feared to see the place where a vice was carried on. I knew myself inclined to prudential motives. I said to him, No, St. John, I will wait for you here. It may be as well. The wine is good, and it will content me. Do so, he said, smiling. But remember, I seldom or never play myself, nor is there any reason why you should. I'll go, but I will not play. Certainly not. You are free alike to look on, play, or quit the place at any moment you please, and not be noticed, probably, by a single soul. I arose, and we walked backwards, having called one of the men who were waiting about, but who were watchers and doorkeepers of the hell. We were led along the passage, and passed through the pair of doors, which were well secured and rendered the possibility of a surprise almost impossible. After these dark places, we were suddenly let into a place where we were dazzled by the light and brilliancy of the saloon. It was not so large as the one we left, but it was superior to it in all its appointments. At first I could not well see who was or who was not in the room where we were. As soon, however, as I found the use of my eyes, I noticed many well-dressed men who were busily engaged in play, and took no notice of anyone who entered. We walked about for some minutes without speaking to anyone, but merely looked on. I saw men engaged in play, some with earnestness, others again with great nonchalance, and money changed hands without the least remark. There were but few who spoke, and only those in play. There was a hum of conversation, but you could not distinguish what was said unless you paid some attention to, and was in close vicinity with, the individual who spoke. "Well," said St. John, "what do you think of this place?" "Why," I replied, "I had no notion of seeing a place fitted up as this." "No, isn't it superb?" "It's beautifully done." "They have many visitors," said I, "many more than I could have believed." "Yes, they are all bona fide players, men of stamp and rank, none of your seedy legs who have only what they can cheat you out of." "Ah, and besides," he added, "you may often form friendships here that lead into fortune hereafter. I do not mean in play, because there is no necessity for your doing so, or, if you do so, in going above a stake which you know won't hurt you." "Exactly. Many men can never approach a table like this, and sit down to an hour's play. But, if they do, they must stake not only more than they can afford, but all their property, leaving themselves beggars." "They do?" said I. "But men who know themselves, their resources, and choose to indulge for a long time, many often come and lay the foundation to a very pretty fortune." "Do you see your friend?" I inquired. "No, I do not, but I will inquire if he has been here. If not, we will go." He left me for a moment or two to make some inquiry, and I stood looking at the table where there were 4 players, and who seemed to be engaged at a friendly game. And when one party won, they looked grave, and when the other party lost, they smiled and looked happy. I walked away, as the Chevalier did not return immediately to me, and then I saw a gentleman rise up from a table. He had evidently lost. I was standing by the seat, unconsciously holding the back of my hand. I sat down without thinking or without speaking, and found myself at the hazard table. "Do you play, sir?" "Yes," I said. I had hardly uttered the words when I was sorry for them, but I could not recall them. I sat down, and play at once commenced. In about 10 or 15 minutes, often losing and then winning, I found myself about £120 in pocket. Clear gain by the play. "Ah," said the Chevalier, who came up at that moment, "I thought you wouldn't play." I really don't know how it happened," said I, "but I suddenly found myself here without any previous intention." "You are not a loser, I hope?" "Indeed, I am not," I replied, "but not much a gainer." "Nor need you desire to be. Do you desire to give your adversary his revenge now, or take another opportunity?" "At another time," I replied. "You will find me here the day after tomorrow, when I shall be at your service." Then bowing, he turned away. "He is a very rich man whom you have been playing with," said the Chevalier. "Indeed?" "Yes, and I have known him to lose for 3 days together, but you may take his word for any amount. He is a perfect gentleman and a man of honor." "'Tis well to play with such," I replied. "But I suppose you are about to leave?" "Yes, it grows late, and I have some business to transact tomorrow, so I must leave." "I will accompany you part of the way home," said I, "and then I shall have finished the night." I did leave with him, and accompanied him home, and then walked to my own home. This was my first visit, and I thought a propitious beginning, but it was the more dangerous. Perhaps a loss might have effectually deterred me, but it's doubtful to tell how certain events might have been altered. It is just possible that I might have been urged on by my desire to retrieve any loss I might have incurred, and so made myself at once the miserable being it took months to accomplish in bringing me to. I went the day but one after this to meet the same individual at the gaming table, and played some time with varied success, until I left off with a trifling loss upon the night's play, which was nothing of any consequence. Thus matters went on. I sometimes won and sometimes lost until I won a few hundreds, and this determined me to play for higher stakes than any I had yet played for. It was no use going on in the peddling style I had been going on. I had won £250 in 3 months, and had I been less fearful, I might have had £25,000. Ah, I'll try my fortune at a higher game. Having once made this resolution, I was anxious to begin my new plan, which I hoped would have the effect of placing me far above my then present position in society, which was good, and with a little attention it would have made me an independent man. But then it required patience, and nothing more. However, the other method was so superior, since it might all be done with good luck in a few months. Ah, good luck! How uncertain is good luck! How changeful is fortune! How soon is the best prospect blighted by the frost of adversity! In less than a month I had lost more than I could pay, and then I gambled on for a living. My wife had but one child, her first and only one, an infant at her breast. But there was a change came over her, for one had come over me, a fearful one it was too, one not only in manner but in fortune too. She would beg me to come home early, to attend other matters, and leave the dreadful life I was then leading. "Lizzie," said I, "we are ruined." "Ruined?" she exclaimed, and staggered back until she fell into a seat. "Ruined?" "Aye, ruined. It is a short word, but expressive. No, no, we are not ruined. I know what you mean. You would say we cannot live as we have lived. We must retrench, and so we will, right willingly." "You much retrench most wonderfully," I said with desperate calmness, "for the murder must out. And so we will. But you will be with us. You will not go out night after night, ruining your health, our happiness, and destroying both peace and prospects. No, no, Lizzie. We have no chance of recovering ourselves. House and home, all gone, all. My God!" she exclaimed. "Aye, rail on," said I. "You have cause enough, but no matter. We have lost all." "How? How? It is useless to ask how. I have done, and there is an end of the matter. You shall know more another day. We must leave this house for a lodging." "It matters little," she said. "All may be won again, if you will but say you will quit the society of those who have ruined you." "No one," said I, "has ruined me. I did it. It was no fault of anyone else's. I have not that excuse." "I'm sure you can recover." "I may. Some day fortune will shower her favors upon me, and I live on in that expectation." "You cannot mean that you will chance the gaming table, for I am sure you must have lost all there." "I have. God help me," she said. "You have done your child a wrong, but you may repair it yet." "Never. 'Tis a long day. Let me implore you on my knees to leave this place and adopt some other mode of life. We can be careful. A little will do, and we shall in time be equal to and better than what we have been." "We never can save by chance, and by chance we never shall," she replied. "If you will exert yourself, we may yet retrieve ourselves." "And exert myself I will, and quit the gaming table." "Ask me to make no promises," said I. "I may not be able to keep them. Therefore ask me to make none. I do ask you, beg of, entreat of you to promise, and solemnly promise me that you will leave that fearful place where men not only lose all their goods, but the feelings of nature also. Say no more, Lizzie. If I can get a living elsewhere, I will, but if not, I must get it there." She seemed to be cast down at this, and she shed tears. I left the room, and again went into the gambling house, and there, that night, I won a few pounds, which enabled me to take my wife and child away from the house they had so long lived in, and took them afterwards to a miserable place. One room where, indeed, there were a few articles of furniture that I'd saved from the general wreck of my property. She took things much less to heart than I could have anticipated. She seemed cheerful and happy. She endeavored to make my home as comfortable as she could. Her whole endeavor was to make me as much as possible forget the past. She wanted as much as possible to wean me away from my gambling pursuits. But that was impossible. I had no hope, no other prospect. Thus she strove. But I could see each day she was getting paler and more pale. Her figure, more round, was more thin, and betrayed signs of emaciation. This preyed upon me, and when fortune denied me the means of carrying home that which she so much wanted, I could never return for 2 days at a time. Then I would find her shedding tears and sighing. What could I say? If I had anything to take her, then I used to endeavor to make her forget that I had been away. "Ah," she would exclaim, "you will find me dead one of these days. What you do now for 1 or 2 days, you will do by and by for many days, perhaps weeks. Do not anticipate evil." "I cannot do otherwise. Were you in any other kind of employment but that of gambling," she said, "I should have some hope of you, but as it is, there is none." "Speak not of it. My chances may turn out favorable yet, and you may again be as you were." "Never. But fortune is inconsistent, and may change in my favor as much as she has done in others. Fortune is indeed consistent, but misfortune is inconsistent. You are prophetic of evil." "Ah, I would to heaven I could predict good. But who ever yet heard of a ruined gambler being able to retrieve himself by the same means that he was ruined?" Thus we used to converse, but our conversation was usually of little comfort to either of us, for we could give neither any comfort to the other, and as that was usually the case, our interviews became less frequent and of less duration. My answer was always the same: "I have no other chance. My prospects are limited to that one place. Deprive me of that, and I never more should be able to bring you a mouthful of bread." Day after day, the same result followed, and I was as far from success as I ever was and ever should be. I was yet a beggar. The time flew by. My little girl was nearly 4 years old, but she knew not the misery her father and mother had to endure. The poor little thing sometimes went without more than a meal a day, and while I was thus upon the chances of the gaming table, many a pang did she cause me, and so did her mother. My constant consolation was this: "It is bad luck now," I would say, "but it will be better by and by. Things cannot always continue thus. It is all for them, all for them." I thought that by continuing constantly in one course, I must be at land at the ebb of the tide. It cannot always flow one way, I thought. I had often heard people say that if you could have but the resolution to play on, you must in the end seize the turn of fortune. If I could but once do that, I would never enter a hell again as long as I drew breath. This was a resolve I could not only make but keep, because I had suffered so much that I would never run through the same misery again that I had already gone through. However, fortune never seemed inclined to take the turn I had hoped for. Fortune was as far off as ever, and had in no case given me any opportunity of recovering myself. A few pounds were the utmost I could at any time muster, and I had to keep up something of an appearance, and seem as if I had 1,000 a year, when God knows I could not have mustered 1,000th of a part of that sum, were all done and paid for. Day after day passed on, and yet no change. I had almost given myself up to despair, when one night when I went home I saw my wife was more than usually melancholy and sad, and perhaps ill. I didn't look at her. I seldom did, because her looks were always a reproach to me. I could not help feeling them so. "Well," said I have come home to you because I have something to bring you. Not what I ought, but what I can. You must be satisfied." "I am," said she. "I know also you want it. How is the child? Is she quite well?" "Yes, quite." "Where is she?" I inquired, looking around the room. But I didn't see her. She used to be up. "She has gone to bed," she said. "It is very early, yes, but she cried so for food that I was obliged to get her to sleep to forget her hunger. Poor thing! She has wanted bread very badly." "Poor thing!" I said. "Let her be awakened and partake of what I have brought home." With that my wife waked her up, and the moment she opened her eyes she again began to cry for food, which I immediately gave her, and saw her devour with the utmost haste and hunger. The sight smote my heart, and my wife sat by watching and endeavoring to prevent her from eating so fast. "This is bad," I said. "Yes, but I hope it may be the worst," she replied in a deep and hollow voice. "Lizzie," I exclaimed, "what is the matter? Are you ill?" "Yes, very ill." "What is the matter with you? For God's sake, tell me," I said, for I was alarmed. "I'm very ill," she said. "Very ill indeed. I feel my strength decreasing every day. I must drink." "You, too, want food?" "I have, and perhaps do, though the desire to eat seems almost to have left me." "For heaven's sake, eat," said I. "I will bring you home something more by tomorrow. Eat and drink, Lizzie. I have suffered, but for you and your child's sake I will do my best." "Your best," she said, "will kill us both. But alas, there is no other aid at hand. You may one day, however, come here too late to find us living." "Say no more, Lizzie. You know not my feelings when you speak thus. Alas, I have no hope, no aid, no friend." "No," she replied. "Your love of gaming drove them from you, because they would not aid a gambler." "Say no more, Lizzie," I said. "If there be not an end to this life soon, there will be an end to me. In 2 days more I shall return to you. Good-bye. God bless you. Keep up your heart and the child." "Good-bye," she said sorrowfully. She shed tears and wrung her hands bitterly. I hastened away. My heart was ready to burst, and I could not speak. I walked about to recover my serenity, but could not do so sufficiently well to secure anything like an appearance that would render me fit to go to the gaming house. That night I remained away, but I could not avoid falling into such a debauch to drown my misfortune and shift the scene of misery that was continually before my eyes. The next night I was at the gaming house. I went there in better than usual spirits. I saw, I thought, a change in fortune, and held that as the propitious moment of my life, when I was to rise above my present misfortunes. I played and won, played and lost, played and won, and then lost again. Thus I went on, fluctuating more and more until I found I was getting money in my pocket. I had at one moment more than £300 in my pocket, and I felt that then was my happy moment. Then the tide of fortune was going in my favor. I ought to have left off with that, to have been satisfied with such an amount of money, but the demon of avarice seemed to have possessed me, and I went on and on with fluctuating fortune until I lost the whole of it. I was mad, desperate, and could have destroyed myself, but I thought the state of my wife and my child were in. I thought that night they would want food, but they could not hurt for one day. They must have some or would procure some. I was too far gone to be able to go to them, even if I were possessed of means, but I had none, and daylight saw me in a deep sleep from which I awoke not until the next evening set in, and then I once more determined that I would make a desperate attempt to get a little money. I had always paid, and thought my word would be taken for once, and if I won, all well and good. If not, then I was no worse off than before. This was easy to plan, but not to execute. I went there, but there were none present in whom I had sufficient interest to dare make the attempt. I walked about, and felt in a most uncomfortable state. I feared I should not succeed at all. Then what was to become of me, my wife, and child? This rendered me almost mad. I could not understand what I was to do, what to attempt, or where to go. One or two persons came up and asked me if I were ill. My answers were that I was well enough. Good God, how far from the truth that was! But I found I must place more control on my feelings, else I should cause much conversation, and then I should lose all hope of recovering myself, and all prospect of living even. At length someone did come in, and I remarked I had been there all evening, and had not played. I had an invitation to play with him, which ended by a little sleight of hand in my favor, and on that I had calculated as much as on any good fortune I might meet. The person I played with observed it not, and, when we left off playing, I had some 6 or 7 pounds in pocket. This, to me, was a very great sum, and the moment I could decently withdraw myself, I ran off home. I was fearful of the scene that awaited me. I expected something worse than I had seen yet. Possibly Lizzie might be angry and scold as well as complain. Therefore I tapped at the door gently, but heard no one answer. But of this I took no notice, as I believed that they might be and were, most probably, fast asleep. I had provided myself with a light, and I therefore opened the door, which was not fastened. "Lizzie," said I. "Lizzie!" There was no answer given, and I paused. Everything was as still as death. I looked on the bed. There lay my wife with her clothes on. "Lizzie, Lizzie," said I, but still she did not answer me. "Well," said I, "she sleeps sound," and I walked toward the bed, and placed my hand upon her shoulder, and began to shake her, saying as I did so, "Lizzie, Lizzie, I come home." But still no answer or signs of awaking. I went on the other side of the bed to look at her face, and some misgiving overtook me. I trembled much. She lay on the bed with her back towards the spot where I stood. I came toward her face. My hand shook violently as I endeavored to look at her. She had had her eyes wide open as if staring at me. "Lizzie," said I. No answer was returned. I then placed my hand upon her cheek. It was enough, and I started back in great horror. She was dead. This was horror itself. I staggered back and fell into a chair. The light I placed down, heaven knows how or why, but there I sat staring at the corpse of my unfortunate wife. I can hardly tell you the tremendous effect this had upon me. I could not move. I was fascinated to the spot. I could not move and could not turn. It was morning, and the rays of the sun illuminated the apartment. But there sat I, still gazing upon the face of my unfortunate wife. I knew she was dead. But yet I had not spoken, but sat looking at her. I believe my heart was as cold as she was, but extreme horror and dread had dried up all the warm blood in my body, and I hardly think there was a pulsation left. The thoughts of my child never once seemed to cross my mind. I had, however, sat there long, some hours before I was discovered, and this was by the landlady. I had left the door open behind me, and she, in passing down, had the curiosity to peep, and saw me sitting in what she thought to be a very strange attitude, and could hear no sounds. After some time she discovered my wife was dead, and, for some time, she thought me so too. However, she was convinced to the contrary, and then began to call for assistance. This awoke the child, which was nearly famished. The landlady, to become useful and to awaken me from my lethargy, placed the child in my hands, telling me I was the best person now to take care of it. And so I was. There was no doubt of the truth of that, and I was compelled to acknowledge it. I felt much pride and pleasure in my daughter, and determined she would, if I starved, have the benefit of all I could do for her in the way of care. The funeral over, I took my child and carried it to a school where I left her, and paid in advance, promising to do so as often as the quarter came round. My wife I had seen buried by the hands of man, and swore I would do the best for my child, and to keep this oath was a work of pleasure. I determined also I would never more enter a gambling house. Be the extremity what it might, I would suffer even death before I would permit myself to enter the house in which it took place. I will, I thought, obtain some employment of some kind or other. I could surely obtain that. I have only to ask, and I have it, surely. Something, however menial, that would keep me and my child. Yes, she must have her charges paid at once. The effect of my wife's death was a very great shock to me, and such a one I could not forget, one I shall ever remember, and one that at least made a lasting impression upon me. Strange, but true, I never entered a gambling house. It was my horror and my aversion, and yet I could obtain no employment. I took my daughter and placed her at a boarding school, and tried hard to obtain bread by labor, but, do what I would, none could be had if my soul depended upon it. I could find none. I cared not what it was, anything that was honest. I was reduced low, very low. Gaunt starvation showed itself in my cheeks, but I wandered about to find employment. None could be found, and the world seemed to have conspired together to throw me back to the gaming table. But this I would not. At last employment was offered, but what was it? The situation of common hangman was offered to me. The employment was disgusting and horrible, but at the same time it was all I could get, and that was a sufficient inducement for me to accept it. I was, therefore, the common executioner, and in that employment for some time earned a living. It was terrible, but necessity compelled me to accept the only thing I could obtain. You now know the reason why I became what I have told you. End of chapter 72. Recording by Shane Nolan.
Chapter 73 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 73. The Visit of the Vampire. The General Meeting. The mysterious friend of Mr. Chillingworth finished his narrative, and then the doctor said to him, "And that, then, is the real cause of why you, a man evidently far above the position in life which is usually that of those who occupy the dreadful post of executioner, came to accept of it." "The real reason, sir. I considered, too, that in holding such a humiliating situation, that I was justly served for the barbarity of which I had been guilty. For what can be a greater act of cruelty than to squander, as I did, in the pursuit of mad excitement, those means which should have rendered my home happy, and conduced to the welfare of those who were dependent upon me. I do not mean to say that your self-reproaches are unjust altogether, but... What noise is that? Do you hear anything?" "Yes, yes." What do you take it to be?" "It seemed like the footsteps of a number of persons, and it evidently approaches nearer and nearer. I know not what to think." "Shall I tell you?" said a deep-toned voice, and some one, through the orifice in the back of the summer-house, which, it will be recollected, sustained some damage at the time that Varney escaped from it, laid a hand upon Mr. Chillingworth's shoulder. "God bless me!" exclaimed the doctor. "Who's that?" And he sprang from his seat with the greatest perturbation in the world. "Varney the Vampire," added the voice, and then both the doctor and his companion recognized it, and saw the strange haggard features, that now they knew so well, confronting them. There was a pause of surprise, for a moment or two, on the part of the doctor, and then he said, "Sir Francis Varney, what brings you here? I conjure you to tell me, in the name of common justice and common feeling, what brings you to this house so frequently. You have dispossessed the family, whose property it is, of it, and you have caused a great confusion and dismay over a whole county. I implore you now, not in the language of menace or as an enemy, but as the advocate of the oppressed, and one who desires to see justice done to all, to tell me what it is you require." "There is no time now for explanation," said Varney, "if explanations were my full and free intent. You wish to know what noise was that you heard?" "I did. Can you inform me?" "I can. The wild and lawless mob, which you and your friends first induced to interfere in affairs far beyond their or your control, are now flushed with the desire of riot and of plunder. The noise you hear is that of their advancing footsteps. They come to destroy Bannerworth Hall." "Can that be possible? The Bannerworth family are the sufferers from all that has happened, and not the afflictors of suffering." "Ay, be it so. But he who once raises a mob has raised an evil spirit, which, in the majority of cases, it requires a far more potent spell than he is master of to quell again." "It is so. That is a melancholy truth. But you address me, Sir Francis Varney, as if I led on the mob, when in reality I have done all that lay in my power, from the very first moment of their rising on account of this affair, which in the first instance was your work, to prevent them from proceeding to acts of violence. It may be so, but if you have now any regard for your own safety, you will quit this place. It will too soon become the scene of a bloody contention. A large party of dragoons are even now by another route coming towards it, and it will be their duty to resist the aggressions of the mob. Then should the rioters persevere, you can guess the result." "I can, indeed." "Retire then while you may, and against the bad deeds of Sir Francis Varney at all events place some of his good ones, that he may not seem wholly without one redeeming trait." "I am not accustomed," said the doctor, "to paint the devil blacker than he really is. But yet the cruel persecutions that the Bannerworth family have endured call aloud for justice. You still, with a perseverance which shows you regardless of what others suffer so that you compass your own ends, hover round a spot which you have rendered desolate. Hark, sir, do you not hear the tramp of horses' feet?" "I do." The noise made by the feet of the insurgents was now almost drowned in the louder and more rapid tramp of the horses' feet of the advancing dragoons, and in a few moments more Sir Francis Varney waved his arm, exclaiming, "They are here. Will you not consult your safety by flight?" "No," said Mr. Chillingworth's companion. "We prefer remaining here even at the risk of whatever danger may accrue to us." "Fools, would you die in a chance melee between an infuriated populace and soldiery?" "Do not leave," whispered the ex-hangman to Mr. Chillingworth. "Do not leave, I pray you. He only wants to have the hall to himself." There could be no doubt now of the immediate appearance of the cavalry, and before Sir Francis Varney could utter another word, a couple of the foremost of the soldiers cleared the garden fence at a part where it was low, and alighted not many feet from the summer-house in which this short colloquy was taking place. Sir Francis Varney uttered a bitter oath, and immediately disappeared in the gloom. "What shall we do?" said the hangman. "You can do what you like, but I shall avow my presence to the military, and claim to be on their side in the approaching contest, if it should come to one, which I sincerely hope it will not." The military detachment consisted of about 25 dragoons, who now were all in the gardens. An order was given by the officer in command for them to dismount, which was at once obeyed, and the horses were fastened by their bridles to the various trees with which the place abounded. They are going to oppose the mob on foot with their carbines, said the hangman. There will be sad work here, I am afraid. Well, at all events, said Mr. Chillingworth, I shall decline acting the part of a spy here any longer, so here goes. Hillo! A friend here, in the summer-house. Make it 2 friends, cried the hangman, if you please, while you are about it. A couple of the dragoons immediately appeared, and the doctor, with his companion, were marched, as prisoners, before the officer in command. What do you do here? He said. I was informed that the hall was deserted. Here, orderly, where is Mr. Adamson, the magistrate, who came with us? Close at hand, sir, and he says he's not well. Well or ill, he must come here and do something with these people. A magistrate of the district, who had accompanied the troops, and been accommodated with a seat behind one of the dragoons, which seemed very much to have disagreed with him, for he was as pale as death, now stepped forward. You know me, Mr. Adamson? Said the doctor. I am Mr. Chillingworth. Oh, yes, Lord bless you! How came you here? Never mind that just now. You can vouch for my having no connection with the rioters. Oh, dear, yes, certainly. This is a respectable gentleman, Captain Richardson, and a personal friend of mine. Oh, very good. And I, said the doctor's companion, am likewise a respectable and useful member of society, and a great friend of Mr. Chillingworth. Well, gentlemen, said the captain in command, you may remain here if you like, and take the chances, or you may leave. They intimated that they preferred remaining, and almost at the moment that they did so, a loud shout from many throats announced the near approach of the mob. Now, Mr. Magistrate, if you please, said the officer, you will be so good as to tell the mob that I am here with my troop, under your orders, and strongly advise them to be off while they can, with whole skins, for if they persevere in attacking the place, we must persevere in defending it, and if they have half a grain of sense among them, they can surely guess what the result of that will be. I will do the best I can, as heaven is my judge, said the magistrate, to produce a peaceable result. More no man can do. Hurrah! Hurrah! Shouted the mob. Down with the vampire! Down with the hall! And then one, more candid than his fellows, shouted, Down with everything and everybody! Ah, remarked the officer, that fellow now knows what he came about. A great number of torches and links were lighted by the mob, but the moment the glare of light fell upon the helmets and accoutrements of the military, there was a pause of consternation on the part of the multitude, and Mr. Adamson, urged on by the officer, who, it was evident, by no means liked the service he was on, took advantage of the opportunity, and stepping forward, he said, My good people and fellow townsmen, let me implore you to listen to reason, and go to your homes in peace. If you do not, but, on the contrary, in defiance of law and good order, persist in attacking this house, it will become my painful duty to read the Riot Act, and then the military and you will have to fight it out together, which I beg you will avoid, for you know that some of you will be killed, and a lot more of you receive painful wounds. Now disperse, let me beg of you, at once. There seemed for a moment a disposition among the mob to give up the contest, but there were others among them who were infuriated with drink, and so regardless of all consequences. Those set up a shout of, Down with the redcoats! We are Englishmen, and we will do what we like. Someone then threw a heavy stone, which struck one of the soldiers, and brought blood from his cheek. The officer saw it, but he said at once, Stand firm now, stand firm. No anger. Steady. £20 for the man who threw that stone, said the magistrate. £20.10 for old Adamson, the magistrate, cried a voice in the crowd, which no doubt came from him who had cast the missile. Then at least 50 stones were thrown, some of which hit the magistrate, and the remainder came rattling upon the helmets of the dragoons like a hail shower. I warn you and beg of you to go, said Mr. Adamson, for the sake of your wives and families. I beg of you not to pursue this desperate game. Loud cries now arose of, Down with the soldiers! Down with the vampire! He's in Bennerworth Hall! Smoke him out! And then 1 or 2 links were hurled among the dismounted dragoons. All this was put up with patiently, and then again the mob were implored to leave, which being answered by fresh taunts, the magistrate proceeded to read the Riot Act, not one word of which was audible amid the tumult that prevailed. Put out all the lights, cried a voice among the mob. The order was obeyed, and the same voice added, They dare not fire on us. Come on! And a rush was made at the garden wall. Make ready! Present! Cried the officer, and then he added, in an undertone, above their heads now, Fire! There was a blaze of light for a moment, a stunning noise, a shout of dismay from the mob, and in another moment all was still. "I hope," said Dr. Chillingworth, "that this is, at all events, a bloodless victory." "You may depend upon that," said his companion. "But is not there some one yet remaining? Look there, do you not see a figure clambering over the fence?" "Yes, I do indeed." "Ah, they have him a prisoner, at all events. Those 2 dragoons have him, fast enough. We shall now, perhaps, hear from this fellow who is the actual ringleader in such an affair, which, but for the pusillanimity of the mob, might have turned out to be really most disastrous." It was strange how one man should think it expedient to attack the military post after the mob had been so completely routed at the first discharge of firearms, but so it was. One man did make an attempt to enter the garden, and it was so rapid and so desperate an one that he rather seemed to throw himself bodily at the fence, which separated it from the meadows without, than to clamber over it, as any one, under ordinary circumstances, who might wish to effect an entrance by that means, would have done. He was no sooner, however, perceived than a couple of the dismounted soldiers stepped forward and made a prisoner of him. "Good God!" exclaimed Mr. Chillingworth, as they approached nearer with him. "Good God! What is the meaning of that? Do my eyes deceive me, or are they indeed so blessed?" "Blessed by what?" exclaimed the hangman. "By a sight of the long-lost, deeply regretted Charles Holland. Charles, is that indeed you, or some unsubstantial form in your likeness?" Charles Holland, for it was, indeed, himself, heard the friendly voice of the doctor, and he called out to him, "Speak to me of Flora, oh, speak to me of Flora, if you would not have me die at once of suspense, and all the torture of apprehension." "She lives, and is well." "Thank heaven! Do with me what you please." Dr. Chillingworth sprang forward, and addressing the magistrate, he said, "Sir, I know this gentleman. He is not one of the rioters, but a dear friend of the family of the Bannerworths. Charles Holland, what in the name of heaven had become of you so long, and what brought you here at such a juncture as this?" "I am faint," said Charles. I only arrived as the crowd did. I had not the strength to fight my way through them, and was compelled to pause until they had dispersed. Can you give me water?" "Here's something better," said one of the soldiers, as he handed a flask to Charles, who partook of some of the contents, which greatly revived him indeed. "I am better now," he said. "Thank you kindly. Take me into the house." "Good God, why is it made a point of attack? Where are Flora and Henry? Are they all well, and my uncle? Oh, what must you all have thought of my absence! But you cannot have endured 100th part of what I have suffered. Let me look once again upon the face of Flora. Take me into the house." "Release him," said the officer, as he pointed to his head, and looked significantly, as much to say, "Some mad patient of yours, I suppose." "You are much mistaken, sir," said Dr. Chillingworth. "This gentleman has been cruelly used, I have no doubt. He has, I am inclined to believe, been made the victim, for a time, of the intrigues of that very Sir Francis Varney, whose conduct has been the real cause of all the serious disturbances that have taken place in the country." "Confound Sir Francis Varney," muttered the officer. "He is enough to set a whole nation by the ears. However, Mr. Magistrate, if you are satisfied that this young man is not one of the rioters, I have, of course, no wish to hold him a prisoner." "I can take Mr. Chillingworth's word for more than that," said the magistrate. Charles Holland was accordingly released, and then the doctor, in hurried accents, told him the principal outlines of what had occurred. "Oh, take me to Flora," he said. "Let me not delay another moment in seeking her, and convincing her that I could not have been guilty of the baseness of deserting her. Hark you, Mr. Holland, I have quite made up my mind that I will not leave Bannerworth Hall yet, but you can go alone, and easily find them by the directions which I will give you. Only let me beg of you not to go abruptly into the presence of Flora. She is in an extremely delicate state of health, and although I do not take upon myself to say that a shock of a pleasurable nature would prove of any paramount bad consequence to her, yet it is as well not to risk it. I will be most careful, you may depend." At this moment there was a loud ringing at the garden bell, and when it was answered by one of the dragoons, who was ordered to do so by his officer, he came back, escorting no other than Jack Pringle, who had been sent by the Admiral to the hall, but who had solaced himself so much on the road with divers potations, that he did not reach it till now, which was a full hour after the reasonable time in which he ought to have gone the distance. Jack was not to say dumb, but he had had enough to give him a very jolly sort of feeling of independence, and so he came along quarrelling with the soldier all the way, the latter only laughing and keeping his temper admirably well, under a great deal of provocation. "Why, you landlubbers," cried Jack, "what do you do here, all of you, I wonder? You are all vampires, I'll be bound, every one of you. You mind me of marines, you do, and that's quite enough to turn a proper seaman's stomach, any day in the week." The soldier only laughed, and brought Jack up to the little group of persons consisting of Dr. Chillingworth, the hangman, Charles Holland, and the officer. "Why, Jack Pringle," said Dr. Chillingworth, stepping before Charles, so that Jack should not see him. "Why, Jack Pringle, what brings you here?" "A slight squall, sir, to the nor'west. Brought you something to eat." Jack produced a bottle. "To drink, you mean? Well, it's all one, only in this 'ere shape, you see, it goes down better, I'm thinking, which does make a little difference somehow." "How is the Admiral?" "Oh, he's as stupid as ever, Lord bless you. He'd be like a ship without a rudder without me, and would go swaying about at the mercy of winds and waves, poor old man. He's bad enough as it is, but if so be I wasn't to give the eye to him as I does, bless my 'art if I thinks he'd be above 'atches long. Here's to you all." Jack took the cork from the bottle he had with him, and there came from it a strong odor of rum. Then he placed it to his lips, and was enjoying the pleasant gurgle of the liquor down his throat, when Charles stepped up to him, and laying hold of the lower end of the bottle, he dragged it from his mouth, saying, "How dare you talk in the way you have of my uncle, you drunken, mutinous rascal, and behind his back, too?" The voice of Charles Holland was as well known to Jack Pringle as that of the Admiral, and his intense astonishment at hearing himself so suddenly addressed by one of whose proximity he had not the least idea, made some of the rum go, what is popularly termed, the wrong way, and nearly choked him. He reeled back till he fell over some obstruction, and then down he sat on a flower bed, while his eyes seemed ready to come out of his head. "Avast heavings!" he cried. "Who's that?" "Come, come," said Charles Holland, "don't pretend you don't know me. I will not have my uncle spoken of in a disrespectful manner by you." "Well, shiver my timbers if that ain't our nevy. Why, Charlie, my boy, how are you? Here we are in port at last. Won't the old Commodore pipe his eye now? Whew! Here's a go. I've found our nevy after all." "You found him," said Dr. Chillingworth. "Now, that is as great a piece of impudence as ever I heard in all my life. You mean that he has found you, and found you out too, you drunken fellow. Jack, you get worse and worse every day." "Aye, aye, sir." "What, you admit it?" "Aye, aye, sir. Now, Master Charlie, I tell you what it is. I shall take you off to your old uncle, you shore-going sneak, and you'll have to report what cruise you've been upon all this while, leaving the ship to look after itself. Lord love you all, if it hadn't been for me, I don't know what anybody would have done." "I only know of the result," said Dr. Chillingworth, "that would ensue if it were not for you, and that would consist in a great injury to the revenue in consequence of the much less consumption of rum and other strong liquors." "I'll be hanged up at the yard if I understands what you mean," said Jack, "as if I ever drunk anything. I, of all people in the world. I am ashamed of you. You are drunk." Several of the dragoons had to turn aside to keep themselves from laughing, and the officer himself could not forbear from a smile as he said to the doctor, "Sir, you seem to have many acquaintances, and by some means or another they all have an inclination to come here tonight. If, however, you consider that you are bound to remain here from a feeling that the hall is threatened with any danger, you may dismiss that fear, for I shall leave a piquet here all night." "No," replied Dr. Chillingworth, "it is not that I fear now, after the manner in which they have been repulsed, any danger to the hall from the mob, but I have reasons for wishing to be in it or near it for some time to come." "As you please. Charles, do not wait for or accept the guidance of that drunken fellow, but go yourself with the direction, which I will write down for you in a leaf of my pocket-book." "Drunken fellow!" exclaimed Jack, who had now scrambled to his feet. "Who do you call a drunken fellow?" "Why, you, unquestionably." "Well, now, that is hard. Come along, Nevy. I'll show you where they all are. I could walk a plank on any deck with any man in the service, I could. Come along, my boy, come along." "You can accept of him as a guide if you like, of course," said the doctor. "He may be sober enough to conduct you." "I think he can," said Charles. "Lead on, Jack, but mark me, I shall inform my uncle of this intemperance, as well as of the manner in which you let your tongue wag about him behind his back, unless you promise to reform." He is long past all reformation, remarked Dr. Chillingworth. It is out of the question. And I am afraid my uncle will not have courage to attempt such an ungrateful task when there is so little chance of success, replied Charles Holland, shaking the worthy doctor by the hand. Farewell for the present, sir. The next time I see you, I hope we shall both be more pleasantly situated. Come along, Nevy, interrupted Jack Pringle. Now you've found your way back, the first thing you ought to do is to report yourself as having come aboard. Follow me, and I'll soon show yer the port where the old hulk's laid hisself up. Jack walked on first, tolerably steady, if one may take into account his diverse deep potations, and Charles Holland, anticipating with delight again looking upon the face of his much-loved Flora, followed closely behind him. We can well imagine the world of delightful thoughts that came crowding upon him when Jack, after a rather long walk, announced that they were now very near the residence of the object of his soul's adoration. We trust that there is not one of our readers who, for one moment, will suppose that Charles Holland was the sort of man to leave even such a villain and double-faced hypocrite as Marchdale to starve amid the gloomy ruins where he was immured. Far from Charles's intentions was any such thing, but he did think that a night passed there, with no other company than his own reflections, would do him a world of good, and was, at all events, no very great modicum of punishment for the rascality with which he had behaved. Besides, even during that night there were refreshments in the shape of bread and water, such as had been presented to Charles himself, within Marchdale's reach as they had been within his. That individual now, Charles thought, would have a good opportunity of testing the quality of that kind of food, and of finding out what an extremely light diet it was for a strong man to live upon. But in the morning it was Charles's intention to take Henry Bannerworth and the Admiral with him to the ruins, and then and there release the wretch from his confinement, on condition that he made a full confession of his villainies before those persons. Oh, how gladly would Marchdale have exchanged the fate which actually befell him for any amount of personal humiliation, always provided that it brought with it a commensurate amount of personal safety. But that fate was one altogether undreamt of by Charles Holland, and wholly without his control. It was a fate which would have been his but for the murderous purpose which had brought Marchdale to the dungeon, and those happy accidents which had enabled Charles to change places with him, and breathe the free, cool, fresh air, while he left his enemy loaded with the same chains that had encumbered his limbs so cruelly, and lying on that same damp dungeon floor, which he thought would be his grave. We mentioned that as Charles left the ruins the storm, which had been giving various indications of its coming, seemed to be rapidly approaching. It was one of these extremely local tempests, which expend all of their principal fury over a small space of country, and, in this instance, the space seemed to include little more than the river, and the few meadows which immediately surrounded it, and lent it so much of its beauty. Marchdale soon found that his cries were drowned by the louder voices of the elements. The wailing of the wind among the ancient ruins was much more full of sound than his cries, and now and then the full-mouthed thunder filled the air with such a volume of roaring, and awakened so many echoes among the ruins, that, had he possessed the voices of 50 men, he could not have hoped to wage war with it. And then, although we know that Charles Holland would have encountered death himself, rather than he would have willingly left anything human to expire of hunger in that dungeon, yet Marchdale, judging of others by himself, felt by no means sure of any such thing, and, in his horror of apprehension, fancied that this was just the sort of easy and pleasant and complete revenge that it was in Charles Holland's power to take, and just the one which would suggest itself, under the circumstances, to his mind. Could anything be possibly more full of horror than such a thought? Death, let it come in any shape it may, is yet a most repulsive and unwelcome guest, but when it comes so united with all that can add to its terrors, it is enough to drive reason from its throne and fill the mind with images of absolute horror. Tired of shrieking, for his parched lips and clogged tongue would scarcely now permit him to utter a sound higher than a whisper, Marchdale lay, listening to the furious storm without, in the last abandonment of despair. "Oh, what a death is this!" he groaned. "Here, alone, all alone, and starvation to creep on me by degrees, sapping life's energies one by one. Already do I feel the dreadful sickening weakness growing on me. Help! Oh! Help me! No, no. Dare I call on heaven to help me? Is there no fiend of darkness who now will bid me a price for a human soul? Is there not one who will do so? Not one who will rescue me from the horror that surrounds me? For heaven will not. I dare not ask mercy there. The storm continued louder and louder. The wind, it is true, was nearly hushed, but the roar and the rattle of the echo-awakening thunder fully made up for its cessation, while now and then, even there, in that underground abode, some sudden reflection of the vivid lightning's light would find its way, lending, for a fleeting moment, sufficient light to Marchdale, wherewith he could see the gloomy place in which he was. At times he wept, and at times he raved, while ever and anon he made such frantic efforts to free himself from the chains that were around him, that, had they not been strong, he must have succeeded. But as it was, he only made deep indentations into his flesh, and gave himself much pain. "Charles Holland!" he shouted. "Oh, release me! Varney, Varney, why do you not come to save me? I have toiled for you most unrequitedly. I have not had my reward. Let it all consist in my release from this dreadful bondage. Help! Help! Oh, help!" There was no one to hear him. The storm continued, and now, suddenly, a sudden and sharper sound than any awakened by the thunder's roar came upon his startled ear, and in increased agony he shouted, "What is that? Oh, what is that? God of heaven, do my fears translate that sound aright? Can it be, oh, can it be, that the ruins, which have stood for so many a year, are now crumbling down before the storm of tonight?" The sound came again, and he felt the walls of the dungeon in which he was shake. Now there could be no doubt but that the lightning had struck some part of the building, and so endangered the safety of all that was above ground. For a moment there came across his brain such a rush of agony that he neither spoke nor moved. Had that dreadful feeling continued much longer, he must have lapsed into insanity, but that amount of mercy, for mercy it would have been, was not shown to him. He still felt all the accumulating horrors of his situation, and then, with such shrieks as nothing but a full appreciation of such horrors could have given him to utter, he called upon earth, upon heaven, and upon all that was infernal, to save him from his impending doom. All was in vain. It was an impending doom which nothing but the direct interposition of heaven could have at all averted, and it was not likely that any such perversion of the regular laws of nature would take place to save such a man as Marchdale. Again came the crashing sound of falling stones, and he was certain that the old ruins, which had stood for so many 100 years the storm and the utmost wrath of the elements, was at length yielding and crumbling down. What else could he expect but to be engulfed among the fragments still weighty and destructive, although in decay? How fearfully now did his horrified imagination take in at one glance, as it were, a panoramic view of all his past life, and how absolutely contemptible at that moment appeared all that he had been striving for. But the walls shake again, and this time the vibration is more fearful than before. There is a tremendous uproar above him. The roof yields to some superincumbent pressure. There is one shriek, and Marchdale lies crushed beneath a mass of masonry that it would take men and machinery days to remove from off him. All is over now. That bold, bad man, that accomplished hypocrite, that mendacious would-be murderer was no more. He lies but a mangled, crushed, and festering corpse. May his soul find mercy with his God. The storm, from this moment, seemed to relax in its violence, as if it had accomplished a great purpose, and consequently now need no longer vex the air with its boisterous presence. Gradually the thunder died away in the distance. The wind no longer blew in blusterous gusts, but with a gentle murmuring swept around the ancient pile, as if singing the requiem of the dead that lay beneath, that dead which mortal eyes were never to look upon. End of chapter 73 of Varney the Vampire. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 23 March 2009.
Chapter 74 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. Varney the Vampire by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 74. The Meeting of Charles and Flora. Charles Holland followed Jack Pringle for some time in silence from Bannerworth Hall. His mind was too full of thought concerning the past to allow him to indulge in much of that kind of conversation in which Jack Pringle might be fully considered to be a proficient. As for Jack, somehow or another he had felt his dignity offended in the garden of Bannerworth Hall, and he had made up his mind, as he afterwards stated in his own phraseology, not to speak to nobody till somebody spoke to him. A growing anxiety, however, to ascertain from one who had seen her lately how Flora had borne his absence, at length induced Charles Holland to break his self-imposed silence. "Jack," he said, "you have had the happiness of seeing her lately. Tell me, does Flora Bannerworth look as she was wont to look, or have all the roses faded from her cheeks?" "Why, as for the roses," said Jack, "I'm blowed if I can tell, and seeing as how she don't look at me much, I doesn't know nothing about her. I can tell you something, though, about the old admiral that will make you open your eyes." "Indeed, Jack, and what may that be?" "Why, he's took to drink, and gets groggy about every day of his life, and the most singular thing is, that when that's the case with the old man, he says it's me." "Indeed, Jack, taken to drinking, has my poor old uncle? From grief, I suppose, Jack, at my disappearance." "No, I don't think it's grief," said Jack. "It strikes me it's rum and water." "Alas, alas, I could never have imagined he could have fallen into that habit of yours. He always seemed so far from anything of this kind." "Ay, ay, sir," said Jack. "I knowed you'd be astonished. It will be the death of him, that's my opinion. And the idea, you know, Master Charles, of accusing me when he gets drunk himself." "I believe that is a common delusion of intemperate persons," said Charles. "It is, sir. Well, it's a very awkward thing, because you know, sir, as well as most people, that I'm not the fellow to take a drop too much." "I cannot say, Jack, that I know so much, for I have certainly heard my uncle accuse you of intoxication." "Lor, sir, that was all just on account of his trying it hisself. He was a-thinking on it then, and wanted to see how I'd take it." "But tell me of Flora. Are you quite certain that she has had no more alarms from Varney?" "What, that 'ere vampire fellow? Not a bit of it, your honour. Lord bless you, he must have found out by some means or another that I was on the look-out, and that did the business. He'll never come near Miss Flora again, I'll be bound, though to be sure we moved away from the Hall on account of him, but not that I saw the good of cruising out of one's own latitude, but somehow or another you see the doctor and the admiral got it into their heads to establish a sort of blockade, and the idea of the thing was to sail away in the night quite quiet, and after that take up a position that would come across the enemy on the larboard tack, if so be as he made his appearance." "Oh, you allude to watching the Hall, I presume?" "Ay, ay, sir, just so. But would you believe it, Master Charlie, the admiral and the doctor got so blessed drunk that I could do nothing with 'em." "Indeed?" "Yes, they did indeed, and made all kinds of queer mistakes, so that the end of all that was that the vampire did come, but he got away again." "He did come, then? Sir Francis Varney came again after the house was presumed to be deserted?" "He did, sir." "That is very strange. What on earth could have been his object? This affair is most inexplicably mysterious. I hope the distance, Jack, is not far that you're taking me, for I'm incapable of enduring much fatigue." "Not a great way, your honour. Keep 2 points to the westward and sail straight on. We'll soon come to port. My eye, won't there be a squall when you get in. I expect as Miss Flora will drop down as dead as a herring, for she doesn't think you're above the hatches." "A good thought, Jack. My sudden appearance may produce alarm. When we reach the place of abode of the Bannerworths you shall precede me, and prepare them in some measure for my reception." "Very good, sir. Do you see that there little white cottage ahead, there in the offing?" "Yes, yes. Is that the place?" "Yes, your honour, that's the port to which we are bound." "Well then, Jack, you hasten ahead and see Miss Flora, and be sure you prepare her gently and by degrees, you know, Jack, for my appearance, so that she shall not be alarmed." "Ay, ay, sir, I understand. You wait here, and I'll go and do it. There would be a squall if you were to make your appearance, sir, all at once. She looks upon you as safely lodged in Davy's locker. She minds me all the world of a girl I knew at Portsmouth, called Bet Bumplush. She was one of your delicate little creatures as don't live long in this here world. No, blow me, when I came home from an 18 months' cruise, once I seed her drinking rum out of a quart pot, so I says, 'Hilloa, what cheer?' And only to think now of the wonderful effect that there had upon her. With that very pot she gives the fellow as was standing treat, a nobber on the head as lasted him 3 weeks. She was too good for this here world, she was, and too romantic. Go to blazes, she says to him. Here's Jack Pringle come home. Very romantic indeed, said Charles. Yes, I believe you, sir, and that puts me in mind of Miss Flora and you. An extremely flattering comparison. Of course I feel much obliged. Oh, don't name it, sir. The British tar as can't oblige a feller creetur is unworthy to tread the quarter-deck, or to bear a hand to the distress of a woman. Very well, said Charles. Now, as we are here, precede me, if you please, and let me beg of you to be especially cautious in your manner of announcing me. Aye, aye, sir, said Jack, and away he walked towards the cottage, leaving Charles some distance behind. Flora and the Admiral were sitting together conversing. The old man, who loved her as if she had been a child of his own, was endeavouring, to the extent of his ability, to assuage the anguish of her thoughts, which at that moment chanced to be bent upon Charles Holland. "Never mind, my dear," he said. "He'll turn up some of these days, and when he does, I shan't forget to tell him that it was you who stood out for his honesty and truth, when everyone else was against him, including myself, an old wretch that I was." "Oh, sir, how could you for one moment believe that those letters could have been written by your nephew Charles? They carried, sir, upon the face of them their own refutation, and I'm always surprised that for one instant you, or anyone who knew him, could have believed him capable of writing them." "Avast there," said the Admiral. "That'll do. I own you got the better of the old sailor there. I think you and Jack Pringle were the only two persons who stood out from the first." "Then I honour Jack for doing so." "And here he is," said the Admiral, "and you'd better tell him. The mutinous rascal. He wants all the honour he can get, as a set-off against his drunkenness and other bad habits." Jack walked into the room, looked about him in silence for a moment, thrust his hands in his breeches pockets, and gave a long whistle. "What's the matter now?" said the Admiral. "Damn me if Charles Holland ain't outside, and I've come to prepare you for the blessed shock," said Jack. "Don't faint, either of you, because I'm only going to let you know it by degrees, you know." A shriek burst from Flora's lips, and she sprung to the door of the apartment. "What?" cried the Admiral. "My nephew? My nephew Charles? Jack, you rascal, if you're joking, it's the last joke you shall make in this world. And if it's true, I'm an old fool, that's all." "Aye, aye, sir," said Jack. "Didn't you know that afore?" "Charles! Charles!" cried Flora. He heard the voice. Her name escaped his lips, and rang with a pleasant echo through the house. In another moment he was in the room, and had clasped her to his breast. "My own, my beautiful, my true! Charles, dear Charles! Oh, Flora, what have I not endured since we last met, but this repays me, more than repays me for all." "What is the past now?" cried Flora. "What are all its miseries placed against this happy, happy moment?" "Damn me, nobody thinks of me," said the Admiral. "My dear uncle," said Charles, looking over Flora's shoulder as he still held her in his arms, "is that you?" "Yes, yes, swab, it is me, and you know it. But give us your 5, you mutinous vagabond, and I tell you what, I'll do you the greatest favour I've had an opportunity of doing you some time. I'll leave you alone, you dog. Come along, Jack." "Aye, aye, sir," said Jack, and away they went out of the apartment. And now those two loving hearts were alone. They who had been so long separated by malignant destiny once again were heart to heart, looking into each other's faces with all the beaming tenderness of an affection of the truest, holiest character. The Admiral had done a favour to them both to leave them alone, although we much doubt whether his presence or the presence of the whole world would have had the effect of controlling one generous sentiment of noble feeling. They would have forgotten everything but that they were together, and that once again each looked into the other's eyes with all the tenderness of a love purer and higher than ordinarily belongs to mortal affections. Language was weak to give utterance to the full gust of happy feelings that now were theirs. It was ecstasy enough to feel, to know that the evil fortune which had so long separated them, depriving each existence of its sunniest aspect, was over. It was enough for Charles Holland to feel that she loved him still. It was enough for Flora Bannerworth to know, as she looked into his beaming countenance, that that love was not misplaced, but was met by feelings such as she herself would have dictated to be the inhabitants of the heart of him whom she would have chosen from the mass of mankind as her own. "Flora, dear Flora," said Charles, "and you have never doubted me?" "I have never doubted, Charles, heaven or you. To doubt one would have been to doubt both." "Generous and best of girls, what must you have thought of my enforced absence? Oh, Flora, I was unjust enough to your truth to make my greatest pang the thought that you might doubt me, and cast me from your heart for ever. Ah, Charles, you ought to have known me better. I stood amid sore temptation to do so much. There were those who would have urged me on to think that you had cast me from your heart for ever. There were those ready and willing to place the worst construction upon your conduct, and with a devilish ingenuity to strive to make me participate in such a feeling. But no, Charles, no. I loved you, and I trusted you, and I could not so far belie my own judgment as to tell you other than what you always seemed to my young fancy. And you are right, my Flora, right. And is it not a glorious triumph to see that love, that sentiment of passion, has enabled you to have so enduring and so noble a confidence in aught human? Ay, Charles, it is a sentiment of passion, for our love has been more a sentiment than a passion. I would fain think that we had loved each other with an affection not usually known, appreciated, or understood, and so, in the vanity of my best affections, I would strive to think them something exclusive, and beyond the common feelings of humanity. And you are right, my Flora. Such love as yours is the exception. There may be preferences, there may be passions, and there may be sentiments, but never, never surely was there a heart like yours. Nay, Charles, now you speak from a too poetical fancy. But is it possible that I have had you here so long, with your hand clasped in mine, and asked you not the causes of your absence? Oh, Flora, I have suffered much, much physically, but more mentally. It was the thought of you that was at once the bane and the antidote of my existence. Indeed, Charles, did I present myself in such contradictory colours to you? Yes, dearest, as thus. When I thought of you, sometimes, in the deep seclusion of a dungeon, that thought almost goaded me to madness, because it brought with it the conviction, a conviction peculiar to a lover, that none could so effectually stand between you and all evil as myself. Yes, yes, Charles, most true. It seemed to me as if all the world in arms could not have protected you so well as this one heart, clad in the triple steel of its affections, could have shielded you from evil. Ay, Charles, and then I was the bane of your existence because I filled you with apprehension? For a time, dearest, and then came the antidote, for when exhausted alike in mind and body, when lying helpless with chains upon my limbs, when expecting death at every visit of those who had dragged me from light and from liberty and from love, it was but the thought of thy beauty and thy affection that nerved me, and gave me a hope even amidst the cruellest disasters. And then, Charles? You are my blessing, as you have ever been, as you are, and as you will ever be, my own Flora, my beautiful, my true. We won't go so far as to say it is the fact, but, from a series of singular sounds which reached even to the passage of the cottage, we have our own private opinion to the effect that Charles began kissing Flora at the top of her forehead, and never stopped, somehow or another, till he got down to her chin. No, not her chin, her sweet lips. He could not get past them. Perhaps it was wrong, but we can't help it. We are faithful chroniclers. Reader, if you be of the sterner sex, what would you have done? If of the gentler, what would you have permitted? End of chapter 74. Recording by Nick Number. Chapter 75 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 75. Mutual Explanations, and the Visit to the Ruins. During the next hour Charles informed Flora of the whole particulars of his forcible abduction, and to his surprise he heard, of course, for the first time, of those letters, purporting to be written by him, which endeavoured to give so bad an aspect to the fact of his sudden disappearance from Bannerworth Hall. Flora would insist upon the Admiral, Henry, and the rest of the family hearing all that Charles had to relate concerning Mr. Marchdale, for well she knew that her mother, from early associations, was so far impressed in the favour of that hypocritical personage that nothing but damning facts, much to his prejudice, would suffice to convince her of the character he really was. But she was open to conviction, and when she really found what a villain she had cherished and given her confidence to, she shed abundance of tears, and blamed herself exceedingly as the cause of some of the misfortunes which had fallen upon her children. "Very good," said the Admiral. "I ain't surprised a bit. I knew he was a vagabond from the first time I clapped eyes upon him. There was a down look about the fellow's figurehead that I didn't like, and be hanged to him, but I never thought he would have gone the length he has done. And so you say you've got him safe in the ruins, Charles?" "I have indeed, uncle." "And then there let him remain, and a good place too for him." "No, uncle, no. I'm sure you speak without thought. I intend to release him in a few hours, when I have rested from my fatigues. He could not come to any harm if he were to go without food entirely for the time that I leave him, but even that he will not do, for there is bread and water in the dungeon." "Bread and water? That's too good for him. But, however, Charles, when you go to let him out, I'll go with you, just to tell him what I think of him, the vagabond." He must suffer amazingly, for no doubt knowing well, as he does, his own infamous intentions, he will consider that if I were to leave him to starve to death, I should be but retailing upon him the injuries he would have inflicted upon me. "The worst of it is," said the Admiral, "I can't think what to do with him." "Do nothing, uncle, but just let him go. It will be a sufficient punishment for such a man to feel that, instead of succeeding in his designs, he has only brought upon himself the bitterest contempt of those whom he would fain have injured. I can have no desire for revenge on such a man as Marchdale." "You are right, Charles," said Flora. "Let him go, and let him go with a feeling that he has acquired the contempt of those whose best opinions might have been his for a far less amount of trouble than he has taken to acquire their worst." Excitement had kept up Charles to this point, but now, when he arose and expressed his intention of going to the ruins for the purpose of releasing Marchdale, he exhibited such unequivocal symptoms of exhaustion and fatigue that neither his uncle nor Flora would permit him to go; so, in deference to them, he gave up the point, and commissioned the Admiral and Jack, with Henry, to proceed to the place, and give the villain his freedom, little suspecting what had occurred since he had himself left the neighbourhood of those ruins. Of course Charles Holland couldn't be at all accountable for the work of the elements, and it was not for him to imagine that when he left Marchdale in the dungeon that so awful a catastrophe as that we have recorded to the reader was to ensue. The distance to the ruins was not so great from this cottage even as it was from Bannerworth Hall, provided those who went knew the most direct and best road to take, so that the Admiral was not gone above a couple of hours, and when he returned he sat down and looked at Charles with such a peculiar expression that the latter could not for the life of him tell what to make of it. "Something has happened, uncle," he said. "I am certain. Tell me at once what it is." "Oh, nothing, nothing," said the Admiral, "of any importance." "Is that what you call your feelings?" said Jack Pringle. "Can't you tell 'em as there came on a squall last night, and the ruins have come in with a dab upon old Marchdale, crushing his guts, so that we smelt him as soon as we got nigh at hand?" "Good God!" said Charles. "Has such a catastrophe occurred?" "Yes, Charles, that's just about the catastrophe that has occurred. He's dead, and rum enough it is that it should happen on the very night that you escaped." "Rum!" said Jack suddenly. "My eye, who mentions rum? What a singular sort of liquor rum must be! I heard of a chap as used to be fond of it once on board a ship. I wonder if there's any in the house." "No," said the Admiral, "but there's a fine pump of spring water outside if you feel a little thirsty, Jack, and I'll engage it shall do you more good than all the rum in the world." "Uncle," said Charles, "I'm glad to hear you make that observation." "What for?" "Why, to deal candidly with you, uncle, Jack informed me that you had lately taken quite a predilection for drinking." "Me?" cried the Admiral. "Why, the infernal rascal, I've had to threaten him with his discharge a dozen times at least on that very ground, and no other." "There's somebody calling me," said Jack. "I'm a-coming, I'm a-coming," and so he bolted out of the room, just in time to escape an inkstand, which the Admiral caught up and flung after him. "I'll strike that rascal off the ship's books this very day," muttered Admiral Bell. "The drunken vagabond, to pretend that I take anything, when all the while it's himself." "Well, well, I ought certainly to have suspected the quarter from whence the intelligence came, but he told it to me so circumstantially, and with such an apparent feeling of regret for the weakness into which he said you had fallen, that I really thought there might be some truth in it." "The rascal! I've done with him from this moment. I have put up with too much from him for years past." "I think now that you have given him a great deal of liberty, and that, with a great deal more he has taken, makes up an amount which you find it difficult to endure." "And I won't endure it." "Let me talk to him, and I dare say I shall be able to convince him that he goes too far, and when he finds that such is the case he will mend." "Speak to him if you like, but I have done with such a mutinous rascal, I have. You can take him into your service if you like, till you get tired of him, and that won't be very long." "Well, well, we shall see. Jack will apologize to you, I have no doubt, and then I shall intercede for him, and advise you to give him another trial." "If you get him into the apology, then there's no doubt about me giving him another trial. But I know him too well for that. He's as obstinate as a mule, he is, and you won't get a civil word out of him. But never mind that now. I tell you what, Master Charlie, it will take a good lot of roast beef to get up your good looks again." "It will indeed, uncle, and I require now rest, for I am thoroughly exhausted. The great privations I have undergone, and the amount of mental excitement which I have experienced, in consequence of the sudden and unexpected release from a fearful confinement, have greatly weakened all my energies. A few hours' sleep will make quite a different being of me." "Well, my boy, you know best," returned the Admiral, "and I'll take care, if you sleep till tomorrow, that you shan't be disturbed. So now be off to bed at once." The young man shook his uncle's hand in a cordial manner, and then repaired to the apartment which had been provided for him. Charles Holland did indeed stand in need of repose, and for the first time now for many days he laid down with serenity at his heart, and slept for many hours. And was there not now a great and happy change in Flora Bannerworth? As if by magic, in a few short hours, much of the bloom of her before fading beauty returned to her. Her step again recovered its springy lightness, again she smiled upon her mother, and suffered herself to talk of a happy future, for the dread even of the vampire's visitations had faded into comparative insignificance against the heart's deep dejection which had come over her at the thought that Charles Holland must surely be murdered, or he would have contrived to come to her. And what a glorious recompense she had now for the trusting confidence with which she had clung to a conviction of his truth! Was it not great now, to feel that when he was condemned by others, and when strong and unimpeachable evidence seemed to be against him, she had clung to him, and declared her faith in his honour, and wept for him instead of condemning? Yes, Flora, you are of that order of noble minds that, where once confidence is given, give it fully and completely, and will not harbour a suspicion of the faith of the loved one, a happy disposition when verified, as in this instance, by an answering truthfulness. But when such a heart trusts not with judgment, when that pure, exalted, and noble confidence is given to an object unworthy of it, then comes indeed the most fearful of all mental struggles, and if the fond heart, that is hugged to its inmost core so worthless a treasure, do not break in the effort to discard it, we may well be surprised at the amount of fortitude that has endured so much. Although the Admiral had said but little concerning the fearful end Marchdale had come to, it really did make some impression upon him, and, much as he held in abhorrence the villainy of Marchdale's conduct, he would gladly in his heart have averted the fate from him that he had brought upon himself. On the road to the ruins he calculated upon taking a different kind of vengeance. When they had got some distance from the cottage, Admiral Bell made a proposal to Henry to be his second while he fought Marchdale, but Henry would not hear of it for a moment. "My dear sir," he said, "could I, do you think, stand by and see a valuable, a revered, and a respected life like yours exposed to any hazard merely upon the chance of punishing a villain? No, no, Marchdale is too base now to be met in honourable encounter. If he is dealt with in any way, let it be by the laws." This was reasonable enough, and after some argument the Admiral coincided in it, and then they began to wonder how, without Charles, they should be able to get an entrance to the dungeons, for it had been his intention originally, had he not felt so fatigued, to go with them. As soon, however, as they got tolerably near to the ruins, they saw what had happened. Neither spoke, but they quickened their pace, and soon stood close to the massive stonework which now had assumed so different a shape to what it had a few short hours before. It needed little examination to let them feel certain that whoever might have been in any of the underground dungeons must have been crushed to death. "Heaven have mercy upon his soul," said Henry. "Amen," said the Admiral. They both turned away, and for some time they neither of them spoke, for their thoughts were full of reflection upon the horrible death which Marchdale must have endured. At length the Admiral said, "Shall we tell this or not?" "Tell it at once," said Henry. "Let us have no secrets." "Good. Then I will not make one, you may depend. I only wish that while he was about it Charlie could have popped that rascal Varney as well in the dungeon, and then there would have been an end and a good riddance of them both." End of chapter 75. Recording by Nick Number.
Chapter 76 of Varney, the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney, the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 76. The Second Night Watch of Mr. Chillingworth at the Hall. The military party in the morning left Bannerworth Hall, and the old place resumed its wonted quiet. But Dr. Chillingworth found it difficult to get rid of his old friend the hangman, who seemed quite disposed to share his watch with him. The doctor, without being at all accused of being a prejudiced man, might well object to the continued companionship of one who, according to his own account, was decidedly no better than he should be, if he were half so good. Moreover, it materially interfered with the proceedings of our medical friend, whose object was to watch the vampire with all imaginable quietness and secrecy, in the event of his again visiting Bannerworth Hall. "Sir," he said to the hangman, "now that you have so obligingly related to me your melancholy history, I will not detain you." "Oh, you are not detaining me." "Yes, but I shall probably remain here for a considerable time." "I have nothing to do, and one place is about the same as another to me." "Well, then, if I must speak plainly, allow me to say that, as I came here upon a very important and special errand, I desire most particularly to be left alone. Do you understand me now?" "Oh! Ah, I understand. You want me to go?" "Just so." "Well, then, Dr. Chillingworth, allow me to tell you, I have come here on a very special errand likewise." "You have?" "I have. I have been putting one circumstance to another, and drawing a variety of conclusions from a variety of facts, so that I have come to what I consider an important resolve, namely, to have a good look at Bannerworth Hall, and if I continue to like it as well as I do now, I should like to make the Bannerworth family an offer for the purchase of it." "The devil you would! Why, all the world seems mad upon the project of buying this old building, which really is getting into such a state of dilapidation that it cannot last many years longer." "It is my fancy." "No, no, there is something more in this than meets the eye. The same reason, be it what may, that has induced Varney the vampire to become so desirous of possessing the Hall actuates you." "Possibly." "And what is that reason? You may as well be candid with me." "Yes, I will, and am. I like the picturesque aspect of the place." "No, you know that that is a disingenuous answer. That you know well. It is not the aspect of the old Hall that has charms for you. But I feel, only from your conduct, more than ever convinced that some plot is going on, having the accomplishment of some great object as its climax, a something of which you have guessed." "How much you are mistaken!" "No, I am certain I am right, and I shall immediately advise the Bannerworth family to return and to take up their abode again here, in order to put an end to the hopes which you, or Varney, or anyone else may have of getting possession of the place." "If you were a man," said the hangman, "who cared a little more for yourself and a little less for others, I would make a confidant of you." "What do you mean?" "Why, I mean, candidly, that you are not selfish enough to be entitled to my confidence." "That is a strange reason for withholding confidence from any man." "It is a strange reason, but in this case a most abundantly true one. I cannot tell you what I would tell you, because I cannot make the agreement with you that I would fain make." "You talk in riddles." "To explain which, then, would be to tell my secret." Dr. Chillingworth was evidently much annoyed, and yet he was in an extremely helpless condition, for as to forcing the hangman to leave the Hall, if he did not feel disposed to do so, that was completely out of the question, and could not be done. In the first place, he was a much more powerful man than the Doctor, and in the second, it was quite contrary to all Mr. Chillingworth's habits to engage in anything like personal warfare. He could only, therefore, look his vexation, and say, "If you are determined upon remaining, I cannot help it. But when someone, as there assuredly will, comes from the Bannerworths, here, to me, or I shall be under the necessity of stating candidly that you are intruding." "Very good. As the morning air is keen, and as we now are not likely to be as good company to each other as we were, I shall go inside the house." This was a proposition which the Doctor did not like, but he was compelled to submit to it; and he saw, with feelings of uneasiness, the hangman make his way into the hall by one of the windows. Then Dr. Chillingworth sat down to think. Much he wondered what could be the secret of the great desire which Varney, Marchdale, and even this man had, all of them to be possessors of the old hall. That there was some powerful incentive he felt convinced, for he longed for some conversation with the Bannerworths, or with Admiral Bell, in order that he might state what had now taken place. That someone would soon come to him in order to bring fresh provisions for the day, he was certain, and all he could do, in the interim, was to listen to what the hangman was about in the hall. Not a sound, for a considerable time, disturbed the intense stillness of the place. But now, suddenly, Mr. Chillingworth thought he heard a hammering, as if someone was at work in one of the rooms in the hall. "What can be the meaning of that?" he said, and he was about to proceed at once to the interior of the building through the same window which had enabled the hangman to gain admittance, when he heard his own name pronounced by some one at the back of the garden fence, and upon casting his eyes in that direction, he, to his great grief, saw the Admiral and Henry Bannerworth. "Come round to the gate," said the doctor. "I am more glad to see you than I can tell you just now. Do not make more noise than you can help, but come round to the gate at once." They obeyed the injunction with alacrity, and when the doctor had admitted them, the Admiral said eagerly, "You don't mean to tell us that he is here?" "No, no, not Varney, but he is not the only one who has taken a great affection for Bannerworth Hall. You may have another tenant for it, and I believe at any price you like to name." "Indeed!" "Hush! Creep along close to the house, and then you will not be seen. There! Do you hear that noise in the hall?" "Why, it sounds," said the Admiral, "like the ship's carpenter at work." "It does indeed sound like a carpenter. It's only the new tenant making, I dare say, some repairs." "Damn his impudence!" "Why, it certainly does look like a very cool proceeding, I must admit." "Who and what is he?" "Who he is now I cannot tell you, but he was once the hangman of London, at a time when I was practising in the metropolis, and so I became acquainted with him. He knows Sir Francis Varney, and, if I mistake not, has found out the cause of that mysterious personage's great attachment to Bannerworth Hall, and has found the reasons so cogent that he has got up an affection for it himself." "To me," said Henry, "all this is as incomprehensible as anything can possibly be. What on earth does it all mean?" "My dear Henry," said the doctor, "will you be ruled by me?" "I will be ruled by any one whom I know I can trust, for I am like a man groping his way in the dark." "Then allow this gentleman who is carpentering away so pleasantly within the house to do so to his heart's content, but don't let him leave it. Show yourselves now in the garden. He has sufficient prudence to know that 3 constitute rather fearful odds against 1, and so he will be careful and remain where he is. If he should come out, we need not let him go until we thoroughly ascertain what he has been about." "You shall command the squadron, Doctor," said the Admiral, "and have it all your own way, you know. So here goes. Come along, Henry, and let's show ourselves. We are both armed, too." They walked out into the centre of the garden, and they were soon convinced that the hangman saw them, for a face appeared at the window, and was as quickly withdrawn again. "There," said the doctor, "now he knows he is a prisoner, and we may as well place ourselves in some position which commands a good view of the house, as well as of the garden gate, and so see if we cannot starve him out, although we may be starved out ourselves." "Not at all," said Admiral Bell, producing from his ample pockets various parcels. "We came to bring you ample supplies." "Indeed!"
Yes, we have been as far as the ruins."
"Oh, to release Marchdale. Charles told me how the villain had fallen into the trap he had laid for him."
"He has indeed fallen into the trap, and it's one he won't easily get out of again. He's dead."
"Dead! Dead?"
"Yes. In the storm of last night the ruins have fallen, and he is by this time as flat as a pancake."
"Good God! And yet it is but a just retribution upon him. He would have assassinated poor Charles Holland in the cruelest and most cold-blooded manner, and, however we may shudder at the manner of his death, we cannot regret it."
"Except that he has escaped your friend the hangman," said the Admiral.
"Don't call him my friend, if you please," said Dr. Chillingworth. "But hark how he is working away, as if he really intended to carry the house away piece by piece, as opportunity may serve, if you will not let it to him altogether, just as it stands."
"Confound him! He is evidently working on his own account," said the Admiral, "or he would not be half so industrious."
There was, indeed, a tremendous amount of hammering and noise, of one sort and another, from the house, and it was quite clear that the hangman was too heart and soul in his work, whatever may have been the object of it, to care who was listening to him, or to what conjecture he gave rise. He thought probably that he could but be stopped in what he was about, and until he was so, that he might as well go on. And on he went, with a vengeance, vexing the Admiral terribly, who proposed so repeatedly to go into the house and insist upon knowing what he was about that his wishes were upon the point of being conceded to by Henry, although they were combated by the Doctor, when, from the window at which he had entered, out stepped the hangman.
"Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning,"
he said, and he moved towards the garden gate.
"I will not trouble you any longer. Good morning."
"Not so fast," said the Admiral, "or we may bring you up with a round turn, and I never miss my mark when I can see it, and I shall not let it get out of sight, you may depend." He drew a pistol from his pocket as he spoke and pointed it at the hangman, who thereupon paused and said,
"What? Am I not to be permitted to go in peace?"
"Why, it was but a short time since the Doctor was quarrelling with me because I did not go, and now it seems that I am to be shot if I do."
"Yes," said the Admiral, "that's it."
"Well, but—"
"You dare," said he, "stir another inch towards the gate, and you are a dead man."
The hangman hesitated a moment, and looked at Admiral Bell. Apparently the result of the scrutiny was that he would keep his word, for he suddenly turned and dived in at the window again without saying another word. "Well, you have certainly stopped him from leaving," said Henry, "but what's to be done now?" "Let him be, said the Doctor. "He must come out again, for there are no provisions in the place, and he will be starved out." "Hush! What is that?" said Henry. There was a very gentle ring at the bell which hung over the garden gate. "That's an experiment now, I'll be bound," said the Doctor, "to ascertain if anyone is here. Let us hide ourselves, and take no notice." The ring in a few moments was repeated, and the three confederates hid themselves effectually behind some thick laurel bushes, and awaited with expectation what might next ensue. Not long had they occupied their place of concealment before they heard a heavy fall upon the gravelled pathway, immediately within the gate, as if someone had clambered to the top from the outside and then jumped down. That this was the case, the sound of footsteps soon convinced them, and to their surprise as well as satisfaction, they saw through the interstices of the laurel bush behind which they were concealed no less a personage than Sir Francis Varney himself. "It is Varney," said Henry. Yes, yes, whispered the doctor. Let him be. Do not move for any consideration. For the first time, let him do just what he likes. Damn the fellow, said the Admiral. There are some points about him that I like, after all, and he's quite an angel compared to that rascal Marchdale. He is. He saved Charles. He did, and not if I know it shall any harm come to him, unless he were terribly to provoke it by becoming himself the assailant. How sad he looks. Hush, he comes nearer. It is not safe to talk. Look at him. End of chapter 76. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 77 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Bodster. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prest. Chapter 77. Varney in the Garden, the communication of Dr. Chillingworth to the Admiral and Henry. Kind reader, it was indeed Varney who had clambered over the garden wall, and thus made his way into the garden of Bannerworth Hall. And what filled those who looked at him with the most surprise was, that he did not seem in any particular way to make a secret of his presence, but walked on with an air of boldness, which either arose from a feeling of absolute impunity, from his thinking there was no one there, or from an audacity which none but he could have compassed. As for the little party that was there assembled, and who looked upon him, they seemed thunderstricken by his presence, and Henry, probably as well as the Admiral, would have burst out into some sudden exclamation, had they not been restrained by Dr. Chillingworth, who, suspecting that they might in some way give an alarm, hastened to speak first, saying in a whisper, "For heaven's sake, be still. Fortune, you see, favours us most strangely. Leave Varney alone. You have no other mode whatever of discovering what he really wants at Bannerworth Hall." "I am glad you have spoken," said Henry, as he drew a long breath. "If you had not, I feel convinced that in another moment I should have rushed forward and confronted this man, who has been the very bane of my life." "So should I," said the Admiral, "although I protest against any harm being done to him on account of some sort of good feeling that he has displayed, after all, in releasing Charles from that dungeon in which Marchdale has perished." "At the moment," said Henry, "I had forgotten that, but I will own that his conduct has been tinctured by a strange and wild kind of generosity at times, which would seem to bespeak, at the bottom of his heart, some good feelings, the impulses of which were only quenched by circumstances." "That is my firm impression of him, I can assure you," said Dr. Chillingworth. They watched Varney now from the leafy covert in which they were situated, and indeed, had they been less effectually concealed, it did not seem likely that the much-dreaded vampire would have perceived them. For not only did he make no effort at concealment himself, but he took no pains to see if anyone was watching him in his progress to the house. His footsteps were more rapid than they usually were, and there was altogether an air and manner about him, as if he were moved to some purpose which of itself was sufficiently important to submerge in its consequences all ordinary risks and all ordinary cautions. He tried several windows of the house along that terrace, of which we have more than once had occasion to speak, before he found one that opened. But at length he did succeed, and stepped at once into the hall, leaving those who now for some moments in silence had regarded his movements to lose themselves in a fearful sea of conjecture as to what could possibly be his object. "At all events," said the Admiral, "I'm glad we are here. If the vampire should have a fight with that other fellow that we heard doing such a lot of carpentering work in the house, we ought, I think, to see fair play." "I, for one," said the doctor, "would not like to stand by and see the vampire murdered, but I am inclined to think he is a good match for any mortal opponent." "You may depend he is," said Henry. "But how long, Doctor, do you purpose that we should wait here in such a state of suspense as to what is going on within the house?" "I hope not long, but that something will occur to make us have food for action. Hark! What is that?" There was a loud crash within the building, as of broken glass. It sounded as if some window had been completely dashed in, but although they looked carefully over the front of the building, they could see no evidences of such a thing having happened, and were compelled, consequently, to come to the opinion that Varney and the other man must have met in one of the back rooms, and that the crash of glass had arisen from some personal conflict in which they had engaged. "I cannot stand this," said Henry. "Nay, nay," said the doctor, "be still, and I will tell you something, that which there can be no more fitting time than this to reveal." "Refers it to the vampire?" "It does, it does." "Be brief, then. I am in an agony of impatience." "It is a circumstance concerning which I can be brief, for, horrible as it is, I have no wish to dress it in any adventitious colours. Sir Francis Varney, although under another name, is an old acquaintance of mine." "Acquaintance?" said Henry. "Why, you don't mean to say you are a vampire?" said the Admiral. Or that he has visited you, ever?" "No, but I knew him. From the first moment that I looked upon him in this neighbourhood, I thought I knew him. But the circumstances which induced me to think so was of so terrific a character that I made some efforts to chase it from my mind. It has, however, grown upon me day by day, and lately I have had proof sufficient to convince me of his identity, with one whom I first saw under most singular circumstances of romance." "Say on. You are agitated." "I am indeed. This revelation has several times within the last few days trembled on my lips, but now you shall have it, because you ought to know all that it is possible for me to tell you of him who has caused you so serious an amount of disturbance." "You awaken, Doctor," said Henry, "all my interest." "And mine too," remarked the Admiral. "What can it be all about, and where, Doctor, did you first see this Varney the vampire?" "In his coffin." Both the Admiral and Henry gave starts of surprise, as with one accord they exclaimed, "Did you say coffin?" "Yes. I tell you on my word of honour that the first time in my life I ever saw Sir Francis Varney was in his coffin." "Then he is a vampire, and there can be no mistake," said the Admiral. "Go on, I pray you, Doctor, go on," said Henry anxiously. "I will. The reason why he became the inhabitant of a coffin was simply this. He had been hanged, executed at the Old Bailey in London, before ever I set eyes upon that strange countenance of his. You know that I was practising surgery at the London schools some years ago, and that consequently, as I commenced the profession rather late in life, I was extremely anxious to do the most I could in a very short space of time. Yes. Arrived then with plenty of resources, which I did not, as the young men who affected to be studying in the same classes as myself, spend in the pursuit of what they considered life in London, I was indefatigable in my professional labours, and there was nothing connected with them which I did not try to accomplish. At that period the difficulty of getting a subject for anatomization was very great, and all sorts of schemes had to be put into requisition to accomplish so desirable and indeed absolutely necessary a purpose. I became acquainted with the man who, I have told you, is in the hall at present, and who then filled the unenviable post of public executioner. It so happened, too, that I had read a learned treatise by a Frenchman who had made a vast number of experiments with galvanic and other apparatus, upon which persons who had come to death in different ways, and in one case he asserted that he had actually recovered a man who had been hanged, and he had lived 5 weeks afterwards. Young as I then was, in comparison to what I am now, in my profession this inflamed my imagination, and nothing seemed to me so desirable as getting hold of someone who had only recently been put to death, for the purpose of trying what I could do in the way of attempting a resuscitation of the subject. It was precisely for this reason that I sought out the public executioner and made his acquaintance, whom everyone else shunned, because I thought he might assist me by handing over to me the body of some condemned and executed man upon whom I could try my skill. I broached the subject to him, and found him not averse. He said that if I would come forward and claim as next of kin the body of the criminal who was to be executed the first time from that period, that he could give me a hint that I could have no real next of kin opponents. He would throw every facility in my way and allow the body to be removed to his house. This was just what I wanted, and I believe I waited with impatience for some poor wretch to be hurried to his last account by the hands of my friend the public executioner. At length a circumstance occurred which favoured my designs most effectually. A man was apprehended for a highway robbery of a most aggravated character. He was tried, and the evidence against him was so conclusive that the defence which was attempted by his counsel became a mere matter of form. He was convicted and sentenced. The judge told him not to flatter himself with the least notion that mercy would be extended to him. The crime of which he had been found guilty was on the increase. It was highly necessary to make some great public example, to show evildoers that they could not, with impunity, thus trample upon the liberty of the subject, and had suddenly, just as it were, in the very nick of time, committed the very crime, attended with all the aggravated circumstances which made it easy and desirable to hang him out of hand. He heard his sentence, they tell me, unmoved. I did not see him, but he was represented to me as a man of a strong and well-knit frame, with rather a strange, but what some would have considered a handsome expression of countenance, inasmuch as there was an expression of much haughty resolution depicted on it. I flew to my friend the executioner. "Can you," I said, "get me that man's body who is to be hanged for the highway robbery on Monday?" "Yes," he said. "I see nothing to prevent it. Not one soul has offered to claim even common companionship with him, far less kindred. I think if you and your claim as a cousin, who will bear the expense of his decent burial, you will have every chance of getting possession of the body." I did not hesitate, but on the morning before the execution I called upon one of the sheriffs. I told him that the condemned man, I regretted to say, was related to me, but as I knew nothing could be done to save him on the trial, I had abstained from coming forward. But that, as I did not like the idea of being rudely interred by the authorities, I had come forward to ask for the body after the execution should have taken place, in order that I might, at all events, bestow upon it, in some sequestered spot, a decent burial, with all the rites of the church. The sheriff was not a man overburdened with penetration. He applauded my pious feelings, and actually gave me, without inquiry, a written order to receive the body from the hands of the hangman, after it had hung the hour prescribed by the law. I did not, as you may well suppose, wish to appear more in the business than was absolutely necessary. But I gave the executioner the sheriff's order for the body, and he promised that he would get a shell ready to place it in, and 4 stout men to carry it at once to his house, when he should cut it down. "Good," I said. "And now, as I am not a little anxious for the success of my experiment, do you not think that you can manage so that the fall of the criminal shall not be so sudden as to break his neck?" "I have thought of that," he said, "and I believe that I can manage to let him down gently, so that he shall die of suffocation, instead of having his neck put out of joint. I will do my best." "If you can but succeed in that," said I, for I was quite in a state of mania upon the subject, "I shall be much indebted to you, and I will double the amount of money which I have already promised." This was, as I believe it would be, a powerful stimulus to him, to do all in his power to meet my wishes, and he took, no doubt, active measures to accomplish all that I desired. You can imagine with what intense impatience I waited the result. He resided in an old ruinous-looking house, a short distance on the Surrey side of the river, and there I had arranged all my apparatus for making experiments upon the dead man. in an apartment the windows of which commanded a view of the entrance. I was completely ready by 8:30, although a moment's consideration of course told me that at least another hour must elapse before there could be the least chance of my seeing him arrive, for whom I so anxiously longed. I can safely say, so infatuated was I upon the subject, that no fond lover ever looked with more nervous anxiety for the arrival of the chosen object of his heart than I did for that dead body, upon which I proposed to exert all the influences of professional skill to recall back the soul to its earthly dwelling place. At length I heard the sound of wheels. I found that my friend the hangman had procured a cart in which he brought the coffin, that being a much quicker mode of conveyance than by bearers, so that at about 9:15 the vehicle, with its ghastly contents, stopped at the door of his house. In my impatience I ran downstairs to meet that which 99 men out of 100 would have gone some distance to avoid the sight of, namely, a corpse, livid and fresh from the gallows. I, however, heralded it as a great gift, and already in imagination I saw myself imitating the learned Frenchman who had published such an elaborate treatise on the mode of restoring life under all sorts of circumstances to those who were already pronounced by unscientific persons to be dead. To be sure, a sort of feeling had come over me at times, knowing as I did that the French are a nation that do not scruple at all to sacrifice truth on the altar of vanity, that it might be after all a mere rhodomontade. But, however, I could only ascertain so much by actually trying, so the suspicion that such might, by a possibility, be the end of the adventure did not deter me. I officiously assisted in having the coffin brought into the room where I had prepared everything that was necessary in the conduction of my grand experiment, and then, when no one was there with me but my friend the executioner, I, with his help, the one of us taking the head and the other the feet, took the body from the coffin and lay it upon the table. Hastily I placed my hand upon the region of the heart, and to my great delight I found it still warm. I drew off the cap that covered the face, and then, for the first time, my eyes rested upon the countenance of him who now calls himself, heaven only knows why, Sir Francis Varney. "Good God!" said Henry. "Are you certain?" "Quite." "It may have been some other rascal like him," said the Admiral. "No, I am quite sure now. I have, as I have before mentioned to you, tried to get out of my own conviction upon the subject, but I have been actually assured that he is the man by the very hangman himself." Go on. Your tale certainly is a strange one, and I do not say it either to compliment you or to cast a doubt upon you, but except from the lips of an old and valued friend such as yourself, I should not believe it. "I am not surprised to hear you say that," replied the doctor, "nor should I be offended even now if you were to entertain a belief that I might, after all, be mistaken. No, you would not be so positive upon the subject, I well know, if there was the slightest possibility of an error." "Indeed I should not." "Let us have the sequel, then." "It is this. I was most anxious to effect an immediate resuscitation, if it were possible, of the hanged man. A little manipulation soon convinced me the neck was not broken, which left me at once everything to hope for. The hangman was more prudent than I was, and before I commenced my experiments he said, 'Doctor, have you duly considered what you mean to do with this fellow, in case you should be successful in restoring him to life?' 'Not I,' said I. 'Well,' he said, 'you can do as you like, but I consider that it is really worth thinking of.' I was headstrong on the matter, and could think of nothing but the success or the non-success, in a physiological point of view, of my plan for restoring the dead to life. So I set about my experiments without any delay, and with a completeness and a vigour that promised the most completely successful results, if success could at all be an ingredient in what sober judgment would doubtless have denominated a mad-headed and wild scheme. For more than half an hour I tried in vain, by the assistance of the hangman, who acted under my directions. Not the least symptom of vitality presented itself, and he had a smile upon his countenance, as he said in a bantering tone, "I am afraid, sir, it is much easier to kill than to restore their patients with doctors." Before I could make him any reply, for I felt that his observation had a good amount of truth in it, joined to its sarcasm, the hanged man uttered a loud scream and opened his eyes. I must own I was myself rather startled, but I for some moments longer continued the same means which had produced such an effect, when suddenly he sprang up and laid hold of me, at the same time exclaiming, "Death! Death! Where is the treasure?" I had fully succeeded, too fully, and while the executioner looked on with horror depicted in his countenance, I fled from the room and the house, taking my way home as fast as I possibly could. A dread came over me that the restored man would follow me if he should find out to whom it was he was indebted for the rather questionable boon of a new life. I had packed up what articles I set the greatest store by, bade adieu to London, and never have I since set foot within that city. "And you never met the man you had so resuscitated?" "Not till I saw Varney the vampire, and, as I tell you, I am now certain that he is the man." "That is the strangest yarn I have ever heard," said the Admiral. "A most singular circumstance," said Henry. "You may have noticed about his countenance," said Dr. Chillingworth. "A strange distorted look? Yes, yes. Well, that has arisen from a spasmodic contraction of the muscles, in consequence of his having been hanged. He will never lose it, and it has not a little contributed to give him the horrible look he has, and to invest him with some of the seeming outward attributes of the vampire." "And that man who is now in the hall with him, Doctor," said Henry, "is the very hangman who executed him?" "The same. He tells me that after I left he paid attention to the restored man, and completed what I had nearly done. He kept him in his house for a time, and then made a bargain with him for a large sum of money per annum, all of which he has regularly been paid, although he tells me he has no more idea where Varney gets it than the man in the moon. It is very strange. But hark! Do you not hear the sound of voices in angry altercation? Yes, yes, they have met. Let us approach the windows now. We may chance to hear something of what they say to each other. End of chapter 77. Recording by the Bodster. That was chapter 77 of volume 2 of Varney the Vampire by Thomas Prescott Prest.
Chapter 78 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 78. The altercation between Varney and the executioner in the hall. The mutual agreement. There was certainly a loud wrangling in the hall, just as the doctor finished his most remarkable revelation concerning Sir Francis Varney, a revelation which by no means attacked the fact of his being a vampire or not, but rather, on the contrary, had a tendency to confirm any opinion that might arise from the circumstance of his being restored to life after his execution, favourable to that belief. They all three now carefully approached the windows of the hall, to listen to what was going on, and after a few moments they distinctly heard the voice of the hangman, saying in loud and rather angry accents, "I do not deny but that you have kept your word with me. Our bargain has been, as you say, a profitable one. But still I cannot see why that circumstance should give you any sort of control over my actions." "But what do you hear?" said Varney impatiently. "What do you?" cried the other. "Nay, to ask another question is not to answer mine. I tell you that I have special and most important business in this house. You can have no motive but curiosity." "Can I not, indeed? What, too, if I have serious and important business here?" "Impossible." "Well, I may as easily use such a term as regards what you call important business, but here I shall remain." "Here you shall not remain." "And will you make the somewhat hazardous attempt to force me to leave?" "Yes, much as I dislike lifting my hand against you, I must do so. I tell you that I must be alone in this house. I have most special reasons which concern my continued existence." "Your continued existence you talk of. Tell me now, how is it that you have acquired so frightful a reputation in this neighborhood? Go where I will, the theme of conversation is Varney the Vampire, and it is implicitly believed that you are one of those dreadful characters that feed upon the life-blood of others, only now and then revisiting the tomb to which you ought long since to have gone in peace." "Indeed!" "Yes. What in the name of all that's inexplicable has induced you to enact such a character?" "Enact it, you say? Can you, then, from all you have heard of me, and from all you know of me, not conceive it possible that I am not enacting any such character? Why may it not be real? Look at me. Do I look like one of the inhabitants of the earth?" "In sooth, you do not." "And yet I am, as you see, upon it. Do not, with an affected philosophy, doubt all that may happen to be in any degree repugnant to your usual experiences." "I am not one disposed to do so, nor am I prepared to deny that such dreadful beings may exist as vampires. However, whether or not you belong to so frightful a class of creatures, I do not intend to leave here, but I will make an agreement with you." Varney was silent, and after a few moments' pause the other exclaimed: "There are people, even now, watching the place, and no doubt you have been seen coming into it." "No, no, I was satisfied no one was here but you." "Then you are wrong. A Dr. Chillingworth, of whom you know something, is here, and him, you have said, you would do no harm to, even to save your life." "I do know him. You told me that it was to him that I was mainly indebted for my mere existence, and although I do not consider human life to be a great boon, I cannot bring myself to raise my hand against the man who, whatever might have been the motives for the deed, at all events did snatch me from the grave." "Upon my word," whispered the Admiral, "there is something about that fellow that I like after all." "Hush!" said Henry. "Listen to them. This would all have been unintelligible to us, if you had not related to us what you have." "I have just told you in time," said Chillingworth. "It seems—" "Will you, then," said the hangman, "listen to proposals?" "Yes," said Varney. "Come along, then, and I will show you what I have been about; and I rather think you have already a shrewd guess as to my motive. This way, this way." They moved off to some other part of the mansion, and the sound of their voices gradually died away, so that, after all, the friends had not got the least idea of what the motive was, which still induced the vampire and the hangman rather than leave the other on the premises to make an agreement to stay with each other. "What's to be done now?" said Henry. "Wait," said Dr. Chillingworth. "Wait and watch still. I see nothing else that can be done with any degree of safety." "But what are we to wait for?" said the Admiral. "By waiting we shall perhaps find out," was the Doctor's reply. "But you may depend that we never shall by interfering." "Well, well, be it so.
It seems we have no other resource. And when either or both of those fellows make their appearance, and seem about to leave, what is to be done with them? They must be seized then, and in order that they may be done without any bloodshed, we ought to have plenty of force here. Henry, could you get your brother, and Charles, if he be sufficiently recovered, to come? Certainly. And Jack Pringle. No, said the Admiral. No Jack Pringle for me. I have done with him completely, and I have made up my mind to strike him off the ship's books, and have nothing more to do with him. Well, well, added the doctor, we will not have him then. And it is just as well, for in all likelihood he would come drunk, and we shall be, let me see, 5 strong without him, which ought to be enough to take prisoners 2 men. Yes, said Henry, although one of them may be a vampire. That makes no difference, said the Admiral. I'd as soon take a ship manned with vampires as with Frenchmen. Henry started off upon his errand, certainly leaving the Admiral and the doctor in rather a critical situation while he was gone, for had Varney the vampire and the hangman chosen, they could certainly easily have overcome so inefficient a force. The Admiral would, of course, have fought, and so might the doctor, as far as his hands would permit him, but if the others had really been intent upon mischief, they could, from their downright superior physical power, have taken the lives of the 2 that were opposed to them. But somehow the doctor appeared to have a great confidence in the affair. Whether that confidence arose from what the vampire had said with regard to him, or from any hidden conviction of his own that they would not yet emerge from the hall, we cannot say. But certain it is, he waited the course of events with great coolness. No noise for some time came from the house, but then the sounds, as if workmen were busy within it, were suddenly resumed, and with more vigor than before. It was nearly 2 hours before Henry made the private signal which had been agreed upon as that which should proclaim his return, and then he and his brother, with Charles, who, when he heard of the matter, would, notwithstanding the persuasions of Flora to the contrary, come, got quietly over the fence at a part of the garden which was quite hidden from the house by abundant vegetation, and the whole 3 of them took up a position that tolerably well commanded a view of the house, while they were themselves extremely well hidden behind a dense mass of evergreens. "Did you see that rascal Jack Pringle?" said the Admiral. "Yes," said Henry. "He is drunk." "Ah, to be sure." And we had no difficulty in shaking him off. He suspected where we were going, but I think by being peremptory we got fairly rid of him. "The vagabond! If he comes here I'll brain him. I will, the swab. Why, lately he's done nothing but drink. That's the way with him. He'll go on sometimes for a year and more, and not take more than enough to do him good, and then all at once, for about 6 or 8 weeks, he does nothing but drink." "Well, well, we can do without him," said Henry. "Without him? I should think so. Do you hear those fellows in the hall at work? Damn me if I haven't all of a sudden thought what the reason of it all is." "What? What?" said the doctor anxiously. "Why, that rascal Varney, you know, had his house burnt down." "Yes, well?" "Yes, well. I dare say he didn't think it well. But, however, he no doubt wants another. So, you see, my idea is that he's stealing the material from Bannerworth Hall." "Oh, is that your notion?" "Yes, and a very natural one, I think, too, Master Doctor, whatever you may think of it. Come, now, have you a better?" "Oh dear, no, certainly not. But I have a notion that something to eat would comfort the inward man much." "And so would something to drink, blow me if it wouldn't," said Jack Pringle, suddenly making his appearance. The Admiral made a rush upon him, but he was restrained by the others, and Jack, with a look of triumph, said, Why, what's amiss with you now? I ain't drunk now. Come, come, you have something dangerous in the wind, I know, so I've made up my mind to be in it, so don't put yourself out of the way. If you think I don't know all about it, you are mistaken, for I do. The vampire is in the house yonder, and I'm the fellow to tackle him. I believe you, my boys." "Good God!" said the doctor. "What shall we do?" "Nothing," said Jack, as he took a bottle from his pocket and applied the neck of it to his lips. "Nothing. Nothing at all." "There's something to begin with," said the Admiral, as with his stick he gave the bottle a sudden blow that broke it and split all its contents, leaving Jack petrified, with the bit of the neck of it still in his mouth. My, Admiral," he said, "was that done like a British seaman? My eye, was that the trick of a lubber, or of a thorough-going first-rater? My eye!" "Hold your noise, will you? You are not drunk yet, and I was determined that you should not get so, which you soon would with that rum bottle, if I had not come with a broadside across it. Now you may stay, but mark me, you are on active service now, and must do nothing without orders." "Aye, aye, your Honor," said Jack, as he dropped the neck of the bottle and looked ruefully upon the ground, from whence arose the aroma of rum. "Aye, aye, but it's a hard case, take it how you will, to have your grog stopped. But damn it, I never had it stopped yet when it was in my mouth." Henry and Charles could not forbear a smile at Jack's discomfiture, which, however, they were very glad of, for they knew full well his failing, and that in the course of another half-hour he would have been drunk and incapable of being controlled, except as on some former occasions, by the exercise of brute force. But Jack was evidently displeased, and considered himself to be grievously insulted, which, after all, was the better, inasmuch as, while he was brooding over his wrongs, he was quiet, when otherwise it might have been a very difficult matter to make him so. They partook of some refreshments, and, as the day advanced, the brothers Bannerworth, as well as Charles Holland, began to get very anxious upon the subject of the proceedings of Sir Francis Varney in the hall. They conversed in low tones, exhausting every, as they considered, possible conjecture to endeavour to account for his mysterious predilection for that abode, but nothing occurred to them of a sufficiently probable motive to induce them to adopt it as a conclusion. They more than suspected Dr. Chillingworth, because he was so silent, and hazarded no conjecture at all of knowing something, or of having formed to himself some highly probable hypothesis upon the subject, but they could not get him to agree that such was the case. When they challenged him upon the subject, all he would say was, "My good friends, you perceive that there is a great mystery somewhere, and I do hope that tonight it will be cleared up satisfactorily." With this they were compelled to be satisfied, and now the soft and sombre shades of evening began to creep over the scene, enveloping all objects in the dimness and repose of early night. The noise from the house had ceased, and all was profoundly still. But more than once Henry fancied he heard footsteps outside the garden. He mentioned his suspicions to Charles Holland, who immediately said, "The same thing has come to my ears." "Indeed! Then it must be so. We cannot both of us have merely imagined such a thing. You may depend that this place is beleaguered in some way, and that tonight will be productive of events which will throw a great light upon the affairs connected with this vampire that have hitherto baffled conjecture." "Hush!" said Charles. "There, again! I am quite confident I heard a sound, as of a broken twig outside the garden wall. The Doctor and the Admiral are in deep discussion about something. Shall we tell them?" "No, let us listen, as yet." They bent all their attention to listening, inclining their ears towards the ground,
and after a few moments they felt confident that more than one footstep was creeping along, as cautiously as possible, under the garden wall. After a few moments' consultation, Henry made up his mind, he being the best acquainted with the localities of the place, to go and reconnoitre, so he, without saying anything to the doctor or the Admiral, glided from where he was in the direction of a part of the fence which he knew he could easily scale. End of chapter 78. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 79 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Carl, St. Louis, Missouri, November 2008. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 79. The Vampire's Danger, The Last Refuge, The Ruse of Henry Bannerworth. Yet knowing to what deeds of violence the passions of a lawless mob would sometimes lead them, and having the experience of what had been attempted by the alarmed and infuriated populace on a former occasion against the Hall, Henry Bannerworth was, reasonably enough, not without his fears that something might occur of a nature yet highly dangerous to the stability of his ancient house. He did not actually surmount the fence, but he crept so close to it that he could get over in a moment if he wished, and if any one should move or speak on the other side, he should be quite certain to hear them. For a few moments all was still, and suddenly he heard some one say in a low voice, "Hist, hist, did you hear nothing?" "I thought I did," said another, "but I now am doubtful. Listen again." What, thought Henry, can be the motives of these men lying secreted here? It is most extraordinary what they can possibly want, unless they are brewing danger for the Hall. Most cautiously now he raised himself, so that his eyes could just look over the fence, and then indeed he was astonished. He had expected to see 2 or 3 persons, at the utmost. What was his surprise to find a compact mass of men crouching down under the garden wall, as far as his eye could reach. For a few moments he was so surprised that he continued to gaze on, heedless of the danger there might be from a discovery that he was playing the part of a spy upon them. When, however, his first sensations of surprise were over, he cautiously moved to his former position, and just as he did so, he heard those who had before spoken, again in low tones, breaking the stillness of the night. "I am resolved upon it," said one. "I am quite determined. I will, please God, rid the country of that dreadful man." "Do not call him a man," said the other. Well, it is a wrong name to apply to a vampire." "It is Varney after all, then," said Henry Bannerworth to himself. "It is his life that they seek. What can be done to save him? For saved he shall be, if I can encompass such an object. I feel that there is yet a something in his character which is entitled to consideration, and he shall not be savagely murdered while I have an arm to raise in his defence. But if anything is now to be done, it must be done by stratagem, for the enemy are, by far, in too great force to be personally combated with." Henry resolved to take the advice of his friends, and with that view he went silently and quietly back to where they were, and communicated to them the news that he had so unexpectedly discovered. They were all much surprised, and then the doctor said, "You may depend that since the disappointment of the mob and the destruction of this place, they have their eye upon Varney. He has been dogged here by someone, and then by degrees that assemblage has sought the spot." "He is a doomed man, then," remarked the Admiral. "For what can save him from a determined number of persons, who by main force will overcome us? Let us make what stand we may in his defence." "Is there no hiding place in the house," said Charles, "where you might, after warning him of his danger, conceal him?" there are plenty, but of what avail would that be if they burn down the Hall, which in all probability they will? None, certainly. There is but one chance, said Henry, and that is to throw them off the scent, and induce them to think that he whom they seek is not here. I think that may possibly be done by boldness. But how? I will go among them and make the effort. He at once left his friends, for he felt that there might be no time to lose, and hastening to the same part of the wall over which he had looked so short a time before, he clambered over it, and cried in a loud voice, "Stop the vampire! Stop the vampire!" "Where? Where?" shouted a number of persons at once, turning their eyes eagerly toward the spot where Henry stood. "There, across the fields!" cried Henry. "I have lain in wait for him so long, but he has eluded me, and is making his way again towards the old ruins, where I am sure he has some hiding place that he thinks will elude all search. There, I see his dusky form speeding onwards." "Come on!" cried several. "To the ruins! To the ruins! We'll smoke him out. If he will not come by fair means, we must have him, dead or alive." "Yes, to the ruins!" shouted the throng of persons, who up to this time had preserved so cautious a silence, and in a few moments more Henry Bannerworth had the satisfaction of finding that his ruse had been perfectly successful, for Bannerworth Hall and its vicinity were completely deserted, and the mob, in a straggling mass, went over hedge and ditch towards those ruins in which there was nothing to reward the exertions they might choose to make in the way of exploration of them, but the dead body of the villain Marchdale, who had come there to so dreadful but so deserved a death. End of chapter 79.
Chapter 80 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 80. The discovery of the body of Marchdale in the ruins by the mob, the burning of the corpse, the murder of the hangman. The mob reached the ruins of Bannerworth Hall, and crowded round it on all sides, with the view of ascertaining if a human creature, dead or alive, were there. Various surmises were afloat, and some were for considering that everybody but themselves, or their friends, must be nothing less than vampires. Indeed, a strange man, suddenly appearing among them, would have caused a sensation, and a ring would no doubt have been formed round him, and then a hasty council held, or, what was more probable, some shout or word uttered by some one behind, who could not understand what was going on in front, would have determined them to commit some desperate outrage, and the sacrifice of life would have been the inevitable result of such an unfortunate concurrence of circumstances. There was a pause before any one ventured among the ruins. The walls were carefully looked to, and in more than one instance, but they were found dangerous, what were remaining. Some parts had been so completely destroyed that there was nothing but heaps of rubbish. However, curiosity was exerted to such an extraordinary pitch that it overcame the fear of danger, in search of the horrible, for they believed that if there were any one in the ruins, he must be a vampire, of course, and they were somewhat cautious in going near such a creature, lest in so doing they should meet with some accident and become vampires too. This was a dreadful reflection, and one that every now and then impressed itself upon the individuals composing the mob, but at the same time any new impulse, or a shout, and they immediately became insensible to all fear, and mere impulse is the dominant one, and then all is forgotten. The scene was an impressive one. The beautiful house and grounds looked desolate and drear. Many of the trees were stripped and broken down, and many scorched and burned, while the gardens and flower-beds, the delight of the Bannerworth family, were rudely trodden under foot by the rabble, and all those little beauties so much admired and tended by the inhabitants were now utterly destroyed, and in such a state that their sight could not even be detected by their former owners. It was a sad sight to see such a sacrilege committed, such violence done to private feelings, as to have all these places thrown open to the scrutiny of the brutal and vulgar, who are incapable of appreciating or understanding the pleasures of a refined taste. The ruins presented a remarkable contrast to what the place had been but a very short time before, and now the scene of desolation was complete. There was no one spot in which the most wretched could find shelter. To be sure, under the lee of some broken and crumbling wall that tottered rather than stood, a huddled wretch might have found shelter from the wind, but it would have been at the risk of his life, and not there complete. The mob became quiet for some moments, but was not so long. Indeed, a mob of people, which is, in fact, always composed of the most disorderly characters to be found in a place, is not exactly the assembly that is most calculated for quietness. Somebody gave a shout, and then somebody else shouted, and the one wide throat of the whole concourse was opened, and sent forth a mighty yell. After this exhibition of power, they began to run about like mad, traverse the ground from one end to the other, and then the ruins were in progress of being explored. This was a tender affair, and had to be done with some care and caution by those who were so engaged, and they walked over crumbling and decayed masses. In one or two places they saw what appeared to be large holes, into which the building materials had been sunk by their own weight through the flooring, that seemed as roofs to some cellars or dungeons. Seeing this, they knew not how soon some other part might sink in, and carry their precious bodies down with the mass of rubbish. This gave an interest to the scene. A little danger is a sort of salt to an adventure, and enables those who have taken part in it to talk of their exploits, and of their dangers, which is pleasant to do, and to hear in the ale-house, and by the ingle-nook in the winter. However, when a few had gone some distance, others followed, when they saw them enter the place in safety, and at length the whole ruins were covered with living men, and not a few women, who seemed necessary to make up the elements of mischief in this case. There were some shouting and hallooing from one to the other as they hurried about the ruins. At length they had explored the ruins nearly all over, when one man, who had stood a few minutes upon a spot, gazing intently upon something, suddenly exclaimed, "Halloa! Hurrah! Here we are, all together! Come on! I've found him! I've found— Recollect it's me, and nobody else has found! Hurrah!" Then, with a wild kind of frenzy, he threw his hat up into the air, as if to attract attention, and call others round him, to see what it was he had found. "What's the matter, Bill?" exclaimed one who came up to him, who had been close at hand. "The matter? Why, I've found him! That's the matter, old man," replied the first. "What, a whale?" "No, a wampire! The blessed wampire! There he is! Don't you see him under them 'ere bricks?" "Oh, that's not him! He's got away!" "I don't care," replied the other, "who got away or who didn't. I know this much, that he's a wampire. He wouldn't be there if he weren't." This was an unanswerable argument, and nobody could deny it. Consequently there was a cessation of talk, and the people then came up, as the two first were looking at the body. "Whose is it?" inquired a dozen voices. "Not Sir Francis Varney's," said the second speaker. "The clothes are not his." "No, no, not Sir Francis's." "But I tell you what, mates," said the first speaker, "that if it isn't Sir Francis Varney's, it is somebody else's as bad. I dare say, now, he's a wictim." "A what?" "A wictim to the wampire. And if he sees the blessed moonlight, he will be a wampire hisself, and so shall we be too, if he puts his teeth into us." "So we shall, so we shall," said the mob, and their flesh began to run cold, and there was a feeling of horror creeping over the whole body of persons within hearing. "I tell you what it is. Our only plan will be to get him out of the ruins, then," remarked another. "What?" said one. "Who's going to handle such cattle? If you've a sore about you, and his blood touches you, who's to say you won't become a vampire too?" "No, no, you won't," said an old woman. "I won't try," was the happy rejoinder. "I ain't a-going to carry a wampire on my 2 legs home to my wife and small family of 7 children, and another a-comin'." There was a pause for a few moments, and then one man, more adventurous than the rest, exclaimed, "Well, vampire or no vampire, his dead body can harm no one, so here goes to get it out. Help me who will. Once have it out, and then we can prevent any evil by burning it and thus destroying the whole body." "Hurrah!" shouted 3 or 4 more, as they jumped down into the hole formed by the falling in of the materials which had crushed Marchdale to death, for it was his body they had discovered. They immediately set to work to displace such of the materials as lay on the body, and then, having cleared it of all superincumbent rubbish, they proceeded to lift it up, but found that it had got entangled, as they called it, with some chains. With some trouble they got them off, and the body was lifted out to a higher spot. "Now what's to be done?" inquired one. "Burn it," said another. "Hurrah!" shouted a female voice. "We've got the wampire. Run a stake through his body, and then place him upon some dry wood. There's plenty to be had about here, I am sure. And then burn him to a cinder. That's right, old woman, that's right, said a man. Nothing better. The devil must be in him if he come to life after that, I should say. There might be something in that, and the mob shouted its approbation, as it was sure to do at anything stupid or senseless, and the proposal might be said to have been carried by acclamation, and it required only the execution. This was soon done. There were plenty of lathes and rafters, and the adjoining wood furnished an abundant supply of dry sticks, so there was no want of fuel. There was a loud shout as each accession of sticks took place, and as each individual threw his bundle into the heap. Each man felt all the self-devotion to the task as the Scottish chieftain who sacrificed himself and 7 sons in the battle for his superior, and when one son was cut down, the man filled up his place with the exclamation, "Another for Hector," until he himself fell as the last of his race. Soon now the heap became prodigious, and it required an effort to get the mangled corpse upon his funeral bier. But it was then a shout from the mob that rent the air announced both the fact and their satisfaction. The next thing to be done was to light the pile. This was no easy task, but like all others it was accomplished, and the dead body of the vampire's victim was thrown on to prevent that from becoming a vampire too, in its turn. "There, boys," said one, "he'll not see the moonlight, that's certain, and the sooner we put a light to this the better, for it may be the soldiers will be down upon us before we know anything of it. So now, who's got a light?" This was a question that required a deal of searching, but at length one was found, by one of the mob coming forward, and after drawing his pipe vigorously for some moments, he collected some scraps of paper, upon which he emptied the contents of the pipe, with the hope that they would take fire. In this, however, he was doomed to disappointment, for it produced nothing but a deal of smoke, and the paper burned without producing any flame. This act of disinterestedness, however, was not without its due consequences, for there were several who had pipes, and first with the hope of emulating the first projector of the scheme for raising the flame, they joined together, and putting the contents of their pipes together on some paper, straw, and chips, they produced after some little trouble a flame. Then there was a shout, and the burning mass was then placed in a favourable position near the pile of materials collected for burning, and then, in a few moments, it began to take light. One piece communicated the fire to another, until the whole was in a blaze. When the first flame fairly reached the top, a loud and tremendous shout arose from the mob, and the very welkin re-echoed with its fullness. Then the forked flames rushed through the wood, and hissed and crackled as they flew, throwing up huge masses of black smoke, and casting a peculiar reflection around. Not a sound was heard save the hissing and roaring of the flames, which seemed like the approaching of a furious whirlwind. At length there was nothing to be seen but the blackened mass. It was enveloped in one huge flame, that threw out a great heat, so much so that those nearest to it felt induced to retire from before it. "I reckon," said one, "that he's pretty well done by this time. He's had a warm berth of it up there." "Yes," said another, "Farmer Watkins' sheep he roasted whole at last harvest. Home hadn't such a fire as this, I'll warrant. There's no such fire in the county. Why, it would prevent a frost, I do believe it would." "So it would, neighbour," answered another. "Yes," replied a third, "but you'd want such a one corner of each field, though." There was much talk and joking going on among the men who stood around, in the midst of which, however, they were disturbed by a loud shout, and upon looking in the quarter whence it came, they saw stealing from among the ruins the form of a man. He was a strange, odd-looking man, and at the time it was very doubtful among the mob as to who it was. Nobody could tell, and more than one looked at the burning pile, and then at the man who seemed to be so mysteriously present, as if they almost imagined that the body had got away. "Who is it?" exclaimed one. "Danged if I knows," said another, looking very hard, and very white at the same time. "I hope it ain't the chap what we've burned here just now." "No," said the female, "that you may be sure of, for he's had a stake through his body, and as you said, he can never get over that, for as the stake is consumed, so are his vitals, and that's a sure sign he's done for." "Yes, yes, she's right. A vampire may live upon blood, but cannot do without his inside." This was so obvious to them all, that it was at once conceded, and a general impression pervaded the mob that it might be Sir Francis Varney. A shout ensued. "Hurrah! After him! There's a vampire! There he goes! After him! Catch him! Burn him!" And a variety of other exclamations were uttered, at the same time. The victim of popular wrath seemed to be aware that he was now discovered, and made off with all possible expedition, towards some wood. Away went the mob in pursuit, hooting and hallooing like demons, and denouncing the unfortunate being with all the terrors that could be imagined, and which naturally added greater speed to the unfortunate man. However, some among the mob, seeing that there was every probability of the stranger's escaping at a mere match of speed, brought a little cunning to bear upon the matter, and took a circuit round, and thus intercepted him. This was not accomplished without a desperate effort, and by the best runners, who thus reached the spot he made for, before he could get there. When the stranger saw himself thus intercepted, he endeavoured to fly in a different direction, but was soon secured by the mob, who made somewhat free with his person, and commenced knocking him about. "Have mercy on me," said the stranger. "What do you want? I am not rich, but take all I have." "What do you do here?" inquired 20 voices. "Come, tell us that. What do you do here, and who are you?" "A stranger, quite a stranger to these parts." "Oh, yes, he's a stranger, but that's all the worse for him. He's a vampire, there's no doubt about that." "Good God!" said the man. "I am a living and breathing man like yourselves. I have done no wrong, and injured no man. Be merciful unto me. I intend no harm." "Of course not. Send him to the fire. Take him back to the ruins. To the fire." "Aye, and run a stake through his body, and then he's safe for life. I am sure he has something to do with the vampire, and who knows, if he ain't a vampire, how soon he may become one." "Ah, that's very true. Bring him back to the fire, and we'll try the effects of the fire upon his constitution. I tell you what, neighbour, it's my opinion, that as one fool makes many, so one vampire makes many." "So it does. There's much truth and reason in that, neighbour. I am decidedly of that opinion too." "Come along, then," cried the mob, cuffing and pulling the unfortunate stranger with them. "Mercy, mercy!" But it was useless to call for mercy to men whose superstitious feelings urged them on, for when the demon of superstition is active, no matter what form it may take, it always results in cruelty and wickedness to all. Various were the shouts and menaces of the mob, and the stranger, who was certainly a somewhat odd and remarkable-looking man, and who appeared in their eyes the very impersonation of their notions of a vampire, was thrust from one to the other, kicked by one, and then cuffed by the other, as if he was doomed to run the gauntlet. "Down with the vampire!" said the mob. "I am no vampire," said the stranger. "I am new to these parts, and I pray you have mercy upon me. I have done you no wrong. Hear me, I know nothing of these people of whom you speak." "That won't do. You've come here to see what you can do, I dare say, and though you may have been hurt by the vampire, and may be only your misfortune and not your fault, yet the mischief is as great as ever it was, or can be. You became, in spite of yourself, a vampire, and do the same injury to others that has been done to you. There's no help for you." "No help! We can't help it!" shouted the mob. "He must die. Throw him on the pile." "Put a stake through him first, though," exclaimed the humane female. "Put a stake through him, and then he's safe." This horrible advice had an electric effect on the stranger, who jumped up and eluded the grasp of several hands that were stretched forth to seize him. "Throw him upon the burning wood," shouted one. "And a stake through his body," suggested the humane female again, who seemed to have this one idea in her heart, and no other, and upon every available opportunity she seemed to be anxious to give utterance to the comfortable notion. "Seize him!" exclaimed one. "Never let him go," said another. "We've gone too far to hang back now, and if he escape he will visit us in our sleep, were it only out of spite." The stranger made a dash among the ruins, and for a moment outstripped his pursuers, but a few, more adventurous than the rest, succeeded in driving him into an angle formed by two walls, and the consequence was, he was compelled to come to a stand. "Seize him! Seize him!" exclaimed all those at a distance. The stranger, seeing he was now nearly surrounded, and had no chance of escape, save by some great effort, seized a long piece of wood, and struck 2 of his assailants down at once, and then dashed through the opening. He immediately made for another part of the ruins, and succeeded in making his escape for some short distance, but was unable to keep up the speed that was required, for his great exertion before had nearly exhausted him, and the fear of a cruel death before his eyes was not enough to give him strength, or lend speed to his flight. He had suffered too much from violence, and though he ran with great speed, yet those who followed were uninjured, and fresher. He had no chance. They came very close upon him at the corner of a field, which he endeavoured to cross, and had succeeded in doing, and he made a desperate attempt to scramble up the bank that divided the field from the next, but he slipped back, almost exhausted, into the ditch, and the whole mob came up. However, he got on the bank and leaped into the next field, and then he was immediately surrounded by those who pursued him, and he was struck down. "Down with the vampire! Kill him! He's one of 'em! Run a stake through him!" were a few of the cries of the infuriated mob of people, who were only infuriated because he attempted to escape their murderous intentions. It was strange to see how they collected in a ring as the unfortunate man lay on the ground, panting for breath, and hardly able to speak, their infuriated countenances plainly showing the mischief they were intent upon. "Have mercy upon me," he exclaimed, as he lay on the earth. "I have no power to help myself." The mob returned no answer, but stood collecting their numbers as they came up. "Have mercy on me. It cannot be any pleasure to you to spill my blood. I am unable to resist. I am only one man among many. You surely cannot wish to beat me to death." "We want to hurt no one, except in our own defence, and we won't be made vampires because you don't like to die." "No, no, we won't be vampires," exclaimed the mob, and there arose a great shout from the mob. "Are you men? Fathers? Have you families? If so, I have the same ties as you have. Spare me for their sakes. Do not murder me. You will leave one an orphan if you do. Besides, what have I done? I have injured no one." "I tell you what, friends, if we listen to him, we shall all be vampires, and all our children will all be vampires and orphans. So we shall, down with him!" The man attempted to get up, but in doing so he received a heavy blow from a hedge stake, wielded by the Herculean arm of a peasant. The sound of the blow was heard by those immediately around, and the man fell dead. There was a pause, and those nearest, apparently fearful of the consequences, and hardly expecting the catastrophe, began to disperse, and the remainder did so very soon afterwards. End of chapter 80. Recorded by Megan Manley, February 2009, at Village Farm and in Punta Gorda, Belize. Chapter 81 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 81. The Vampire's Flight, His Danger, and the Last Place of Refuge. Leaving the disorderly and vicious mob, who were thus sacrificing human life to their excited passions, we return to the brothers Bannerworth and the doctor, who together with Admiral Bell still held watch over the hall. No indication of the coming forth of Varney presented itself for some time longer, and then, at least they thought, they heard a window open, and turning their eyes in the direction whence the sound proceeded, they could see the form of a man slowly and cautiously emerging from it. As far as they could judge, from the distance at which they were, that form partook much of the appearance and the general aspect of Sir Francis Varney, and the more they looked and noticed its movements, the more they felt convinced that such was the fact. "There comes your patient, doctor," said the Admiral. "Don't call him my patient," said the doctor, "if you please." "Why, you know he is, and you are, in a manner of speaking, bound to look after him. Well, what is to be done?" "He must not, on any account," said Dr. Chillingworth, "be allowed to leave the place. Believe me, I have the very strongest reasons for saying so." "He shall not leave it, then," said Henry. Even as he spoke, Henry Bannerworth darted forward, and Sir Francis Varney dropped from the window, out of which he had clambered, close to his feet. "Hold!" cried Henry. "You are my prisoner." With the most imperturbable coolness in the world, Sir Francis Varney turned upon him, and replied, "And pray, Henry Bannerworth, what have I done to provoke your wrath?" "What have you done? Have you not, like a thief, broken into my house? Can you ask what you have done?" "Ay," said the vampire, "like a thief, perchance, and yet no thief. May I ask you what there is to steal in the house?" By the time this short dialogue had been uttered, the rest of the party had come up, and Varney was, so far as regarded numbers, a prisoner. "Well, gentlemen," he said, with that strange contortion of countenance which, now they all understood, arose from the fact of his having been hanged, and restored to life again. "Well, gentlemen, Now that you have beleaguered me in such a way, may I ask you what it is about?" "If you will step aside with me, Sir Francis Varney, for a moment," said Dr. Chillingworth, "I will make you a communication which will enable you to know what it is all about." "Oh, with pleasure," said the vampire. "I am not ill at present, but still, sir, I have no objection to hear what you have to say." He stepped a few paces on one side with the doctor, while the others waited, not without some amount of impatience for the result of the communication. All that they could hear was, that Varney said suddenly, "You are quite mistaken." And then the doctor appeared to be insisting upon something, which the vampire listened to patiently, and at the end burst out with, "Why, doctor, you must be dreaming." At this Dr. Chillingworth at once left him, and advancing to his friends, he said, "Sir Francis Varney denies in toto all that I have related to you concerning him. Therefore I can say no more than that I earnestly recommend you, before you let him go, see that he takes nothing of value with him." "Why, what can you mean?" said Varney. "Search him," said the doctor. "I will tell you why very shortly." "Indeed, indeed!" said Sir Francis Varney. "Now, gentlemen, I will give you a chance of behaving justly and quietly, so saving yourself the danger of acting otherwise. I have made repeated offers to take this house, either as a tenant or as a purchaser, all of which offers have been declined, upon, I dare say, a common enough principle, namely, one which induces people to enhance the value of anything they have for disposal, if it be unique, by making it difficult to come at. Seeing that you had deserted the place, I could make no doubt but that it was to be had, so I came here to make a thorough examination of its interior, to see if it would suit me. I find that it will not, therefore I have only to apologize for the intrusion, and to wish you a remarkably good evening." "That won't do," said the doctor. "What won't do, sir?" "This excuse will not do, Sir Francis Varney. You are, although you deny it, the man who was hanged in London some years ago for a highway robbery." Varney laughed and held up his hands, exclaiming, "Alas, alas! Our good friend the doctor has studied too hard. His wits, probably at the best of times none the clearest, have become hopelessly entangled." "Do you deny," said Henry, "then that you are that man?" "Most unequivocally." "I assert it," said the doctor, "and now I will tell you all, for I perceive you hesitate about searching Sir Francis Varney. I tell you all why it is that he has such an affection for Bannerworth Hall." "Before you do," said Varney, "there is a pill for you, which you may find more nauseous and harder of digestion than any your shop can furnish." As Varney uttered these words, he suddenly drew from his pocket a pistol, and levelling it at the unfortunate doctor, he fired it full at him. The act was so sudden, so utterly unexpected, and so stunning, that it was done before any one could move hand or foot to prevent it. Henry Bannerworth and his brother were the furthest off from the vampire, and unhappily, in the rush which they, as soon as possible, made towards him, they knocked down the Admiral, who impeded them much, and before they could spring over or past him, Sir Francis Varney was gone. So sudden, too, had been his departure, that they had not the least idea in which direction he had gone, so that to follow him would have been a work of the greatest possible difficulty. Notwithstanding, however, both the difficulty and the danger, for no doubt the vampire was well enough armed, Henry and his brother rushed after the murderer, as they now believed him to be, in the route they thought it was most probable he would take, namely, that which led towards the garden gate. They reached that spot in a few moments, but all was profoundly still. Not the least trace of anyone could be seen, high or low, and they were compelled, after a cursory examination, to admit that Sir Francis Varney had again made his escape, despite the great odds that were against him in point of numbers. "He is gone," said Henry. "Let us go back and see into the state of poor Dr. Chillingworth, who I fear is a dead man." They hurried back to the spot, and there they found the Admiral looking as composed as possible, and solacing himself with a pinch of snuff, as he gazed upon the apparently lifeless form at his feet. "Is he dead?" said Henry. "I should say he was," replied the Admiral. "Such a shot as that was don't want to be repeated. Well, I liked the doctor with all his faults. He only had one foolish way with him, and that was, that he shirked his grog." "This is an awful catastrophe," said Henry, as he knelt down by the side of the body. "Assist me, some of you. Where is Charles?" "I'll be hanged," said the Admiral, "if I know. He disappeared somewhere. This is a night of mystery as well as terror. Alas, poor Dr. Chillingworth! I little thought that you would have fallen a victim to the man whom you preserved from death. How strange it is that you should have snatched from the tomb the very individual who was, eventually, to take your own life." The brothers gently raised the body of the doctor, and carried it onto the grass plot, which was close at hand. "Farewell, kind and honest-hearted Chillingworth," said Henry. "I shall, many and many a time, feel your loss, and now I will not rest until I have delivered up to justice your murderer. All consideration, or feeling, for what seemed to be latent virtues in that strange and inexplicable man Varney, shall vanish, and he shall reap the consequences of the crime he has now committed." "It was a cold-blooded, cowardly murder," said his brother. "It was. But you may depend the doctor was about to reveal something to us, which Varney so much dreaded, that he took his life as the only effectual way at the moment of stopping him." "It must be so," said Henry. "And now," said the Admiral, "it's too late, and we shall not know it at all. That's the way. A fellow saves up what he has got to tell till it is too late to tell it, and down he goes to Davy Jones's locker with all his secrets aboard." "Not always," said Dr. Chillingworth, suddenly sitting bolt upright. "Not always." Henry and his brother started back in amazement, and the Admiral was so taken by surprise that had not the resuscitated doctor suddenly stretched out his hand and laid hold of him by the ankle, he would have made a precipitate retreat. "Hullo, a murder!" he cried. "Let me go. How do I know but you may be a vampire by now, as you were shot by one?" Henry soonest recovered from the surprise of the moment, and with the most unfeigned satisfaction he cried, "Thank God you are unhurt, Dr. Chillingworth. Why, he must have missed you by a miracle." "Not at all," said the doctor. "Help me up. Thank you. All right. I'm only a little singed about the whiskers. He hit me safe enough." "Then how have you escaped?" "Why, from the want of a bullet in the pistol, to be sure. I can understand it all well enough. He wanted to create sufficient confusion to cover a desperate attempt to escape, and he thought that would be best done by seeming to shoot me. The suddenness of the shock, and the full belief at the moment that he had sent a bullet into my brains, made me fall, and produced a temporary confusion of ideas amounting to insensibility. From which you are happily recovered. Thank heaven for that. After all, he is not such a villain as this act would have made him." "Ah," said the Admiral, "it takes people who have lived little in these affairs to know the difference in sound between a firearm with a bullet in it and one without. I knew it was all right." "Then why did you not say so, Admiral?" "What was the use? I thought the doctor might be amused to know what you should say of him, so you see I didn't interfere. And, as I am not a good hand at galloping after anybody, I didn't try that part of the business, but just remained where I was." "Alas, alas!" cried the doctor. "I fear that, by his going, I have lost all that I expected to be able to do for you, Henry. It's of not the least use now telling you or troubling you about it. You may now sell or let Bannerworth Hall to whomever you please, for I am afraid it is really worthless." "What on earth do you mean?" said Henry. "Why, doctor, will you keep up this mystery among us? If you have anything to say, why not say it at once?" "Because I tell you it's of no use now. The game is up. Sir Francis Varney has escaped. But still I don't know that I need exactly hesitate." "There can be no reason for your hesitating about making a communication to us," said Henry. "It is unfriendly not to do so." "My dear boy, you will excuse me for saying that you don't know what you are talking about." "Can you give any reason?" "Yes. Respect for the living. I should have to relate something about the dead which would be hurtful to their feelings." Henry was silent a few moments, and then he said, "What dead? And who are the living?" "Another time," whispered the doctor to him. "Another time, Henry. Do not press me now. But you shall know all another time." "I must be content. But now let us remember that another man yet lingers in Bannerworth Hall. I will endure suspense on his account no longer. He is an intruder there, so I go at once to dislodge him." No one made any opposition to this move, not even the doctor, so Henry preceded them all to the house. They passed through the open window into the long hall, and from thence into every apartment of the mansion, without finding the object of their search. But from one of the windows up to which there grew great masses of ivy there hung a rope, by which any one might easily have let himself down, and no doubt therefore existed in all their minds that the hangman had sufficiently profited by the confusion incidental to the supposed shooting of the doctor to make good his escape from the place. "And so, after all," said Henry, "we are completely foiled?" "We may be," said Dr. Chillingworth, "but it is, perhaps, going too far to say that we actually are. One thing, however, is quite clear, and that is, no good can be done here." "Then let us go home," said the Admiral. "I did not think from the first that any good would be done here." They all left the garden together now, so that almost for the first time Bannerworth Hall was left to itself, unguarded and unwatched by any one whatever. It was with an evident and marked melancholy that the doctor proceeded with the party to the cottage house of the Bannerworths. But, as after what he has said, Henry forbore to question him further upon those subjects which he admitted he was keeping secret, and as none of the party were much in a queue for general conversation, the whole of them walked on with more silence than usually characterized them. End of chapter 81. Recorded by Megan Manley on February 15th, 2009, in Punta Gorda, Belize.
Chapter 82, Part 1 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 82, Part 1. Charles Holland's Pursuit of the Vampire, the Dangerous Interview. It will be recollected that the Admiral had made a remark about Charles Holland having suddenly disappeared, and it is for us now to account for that disappearance, and to follow him to the pathway he had chosen. The fact was, that he, when Varney fired the shot at the doctor, or what was the supposed shot, was the farthest from the vampire; and he, on that very account, had the clearest and best opportunity of marking which route he took when he had discharged the pistol. He was not confused by the smoke as the others were, nor was he stunned by the noise of the discharge, but he distinctly saw Varney dart across one of the garden beds, and make for the summer house, instead of for the garden gate, as Henry had supposed was the most probable path he had chosen. Now, Charles Holland either had an inclination, or some reasons of his own, to follow the vampire alone, or, on the spur of the moment, he had not time to give an alarm to the others; but certain it is that he did, unaided, rush after him. He saw him enter the summer house, and pass out of it again at the back portion of it, as he had once before done when surprised in his interview with Flora. But the vampire did not now, as he had done on the former occasion, hide immediately behind the summer house. He seemed to be well aware that that expedient would not answer twice, so he at once sped onwards, clearing the garden fence, and taking to the meadows. It formed evidently no part of the intentions of Charles Holland to come up with him. He was resolved upon dogging his footsteps, to know where he would go, so that he might have a knowledge of his hiding place if he had one. "I must and will," said Charles to himself, "penetrate the mystery that hangs about this most strange and inexplicable being. I will have an interview with him, not in hostility, for I forgive him the evil he has done me, but with a kindly spirit; and I will ask him to confide in me." Charles, therefore, did not keep so close upon the heels of the vampire as to excite any suspicions of his intention to follow him; but he waited by the garden paling long enough, not only for Varney to get some distance off, but long enough likewise to know that the pistol which had been fired at the doctor had produced no real bad effects, except singeing some curious tufts of hair upon the sides of his face, which the doctor was pleased to call whiskers. "I thought as much," was Charles' exclamation when he heard the doctor's voice. It would have been strikingly at variance with all Varney's other conduct if he had committed such a deliberate and heartless murder. Then, as the form of the vampire could be but dimly seen, Charles ran on for some distance in the direction he had taken, and then paused again, so that if Varney heard the sound of footsteps, and paused to listen, they had ceased again probably, and nothing was discernible. In this manner he followed the mysterious individual, if we may really call him such, for above a mile; and then Varney made a rapid detour, and took his way towards the town. He went onwards with wonderful precision now in a right line, not stopping at any obstruction in the way of fences, hedges, or ditches, so that it took Charles some exertion, to which, just then, he was scarcely equal, to keep up with him. At length the outskirts of the town were gained, and then Varney paused and looked around him, scarcely allowing Charles, who was now closer to him than he had been, time to hide himself from observation, which, however, he did accomplish, by casting himself suddenly upon the ground, so that he could not be detected against the sky, which then formed a background to the spot where he was. Apparently satisfied that he had completely now eluded pursuit, if any had been attempted, of those whom he had left in such a state of confusion, the vampire walked hastily towards a house which was to let, and which was only to be reached by going up an avenue of trees, and then unlocking a gate in the wall which bounded the premises next to the avenue. But the vampire appeared to be possessed of every faculty for effecting an entrance to the place, and, producing from his pocket a key, he at once opened the gate, and disappeared within the precincts of those premises. He, no doubt, felt that he was hunted by the mob of the town, and hence his frequent change of residence, since his own had been burnt down, and, indeed, situated as he was, there can be no manner of doubt that he would have been sacrificed to the superstitious fury of the populace, if they could but have got hold of him. He had, from his knowledge, which was no doubt accurate and complete, of what had been done, a good idea of what his own fate would be, were he to fall into the hands of that ferocious multitude; each individual composing which felt a conviction that there would be no peace, nor hope of prosperity or happiness, in the place until he, the arch-vampire of all the supposed vampires, was destroyed. Charles did pause for a few moments, after having thus become housed, to consider whether he should then attempt to have the interview he had resolved upon having, by some means or another, or defer it, now that he knew where Varney was to be found, until another time. But when he came to consider how extremely likely it was that, even in the course of a few hours, Varney might shift his abode for some good and substantial reasons, he at once determined upon attempting to see him. But how to accomplish such a purpose was not the easiest question in the world to answer. If he rung the bell that presented itself above the garden gate, was it at all likely that Varney, who had come there for concealment, would pay any attention to the summons? After some consideration, he did, however, think of a plan by which, at all events, he could ensure effecting an entrance into the premises, and then he would take his chance of finding the mysterious being whom he sought, and who probably might have no particular objection to meeting with him, Charles Holland, because their last interview in the ruins could not be said to be otherwise than of a peaceable and calm enough character. He saw by the board, which was nailed in front of the house, that all applications to see it were to be made to a Mr. Nash, residing close at hand; and as Charles had the appearance of a respectable person, he thought he might possibly have the key entrusted to him, ostensibly to look at the house, preparatory possibly to taking it, and so he should, at all events, obtain admission. He, accordingly, went at once to this Mr. Nash, and asked about the house. Of course he had to affect an interest in its rental and accommodations, which he did not feel, in order to lull any suspicion, and finally he said, "I should like to look over it if you would lend me the key, which I will shortly bring back to you." There was an evident hesitation about the agent when this proposal was communicated by Charles Holland, and he said, "I dare say, sir, you wonder that I don't say yes at once; but the fact is, there came a gentleman here one day when I was out, and got a key, for we have two to open the house, from my wife, and he never came back again." That this was the means by which Varney the vampire had obtained the key, by the aid of which Charles had seen him effect so immediate an entrance into the house, there could be no doubt. "How long ago were you served that trick?" he said. "About 2 days ago, sir." "Well, it only shows how, when one person acts wrongly, another is at once suspected of a capability to do likewise. There is my name and address. I should like rather to go alone to see the house, because I always fancy I can judge better by myself of the accommodation, and I can stay as long as I like, and ascertain the sizes of all the rooms, without the disagreeable feeling upon my mind, which no amount of complaisance on your part could ever get me over, that I was most unaccountably detaining somebody from more important business of their own." "Oh, I assure you, sir," said Mr. Nash, "that I should not be at all impatient. but if you would rather go alone, indeed I would. Oh then, sir, here is the key. A gentleman who leaves his name and address, of course, we can have no objection to. I only told you of what happened, sir, in the mere way of conversation, and I hope you won't imagine for a moment that I meant to insinuate that you were going to keep the key." "Oh, certainly not, said Charles, who was only too glad to get the key upon any terms. "You are quite right, and I beg you will say no more about it. I quite understand." He then walked off to the empty house again, and, proceeding to the avenue, he fitted the key to the lock, and had the satisfaction of finding the gate instantly yield to him. When he passed through it, and closed the door after him, which he did carefully, he found himself in a handsomely laid out garden, and saw the house a short distance in front of him, standing upon a well got up lawn. He cared not if Varney should see him before he reached the house, because the fact was sufficiently evident to himself that after all he could not actually force an interview with the vampire. He only hoped that as he had found him out it would be conceded to him. He therefore walked up the lawn without making the least attempt at concealment, and when he reached the house he allowed his footsteps to make what noise they would upon the stone steps which led up to it. But no one appeared, nor was there, either by sight or by sound, any indication of the presence of any living being in the place besides himself. Insensibly, as he contemplated the deserted place around him, the solemn sort of stillness began to have its effect upon his imagination, and, without being aware that he did so, he had, with softness and caution, glided onwards, as if he were bent on some errand requiring the utmost amount of caution and discrimination in the conduction of it. And so he entered the hall of the house, where he stood some time, and listened with the greatest attention, without, however, being able to hear the least sound throughout the whole of the house. "And yet he must be here," thought Charles to himself. "I was not gone many minutes, and it is extremely unlikely that in so short a space of time he has left, after taking so much trouble, by making such a detour around the meadows to get here, without being observed. I will examine every room in the place, but I will find him." Charles immediately commenced going from room to room of that house in his search for the vampire. There were but 4 apartments upon the ground floor, and these, of course, he quickly ran through. Nothing whatever at all indicative of anyone having been there met his gaze, and with a feeling of disappointment creeping over him, he commenced the ascent of the staircase. The day had now fairly commenced, so that there was an abundance of light, although, even for the country, it was an early hour, and probably Mr. Nash had not been a little surprised to have a call from one whose appearance bespoke no necessity for rising with the lark at such an hour. All these considerations, however, sank into insignificance in Charles's mind, compared with the object he had in view, namely, the unravelling the many mysteries that hung around that man. He ascended to the landing of the first story, and then, as he could have no choice, he opened the first door that his eyes fell upon, and entered a tolerably large apartment. It was quite destitute of furniture, and at the moment Charles was about to pronounce it empty, but then his eyes fell upon a large black-looking bundle of something, that seemed to be lying jammed up under the window on the floor, that being the place of all others in the room which was enveloped in the most shadow. He started back involuntarily at the moment, for the appearance was one so shapeless, that there was no such thing as defining, even from that distance, what it really was. Then he slowly and cautiously approached it, as we always approach that of the character of which we are ignorant, and concerning the powers of which to do injury we can consequently have no defined idea. That it was a human form there, was the first tangible opinion he had about it, and from its profound stillness, and the manner in which it seemed to be laid close under the window, he thought that he was surely upon the point of finding out that some deed of blood had been committed, the unfortunate victim of which was now lying before him. Upon a nearer examination, he found that the whole body, including the greater part of the head and face, was wrapped in a large cloak, and there, as he gazed, he soon found cause to correct his first opinion as to the form belonging to the dead, for he could distinctly hear the regular breathing, as of someone in a sound and dreamless sleep. Closer he went, and closer still. Then, as he clasped his hands, he said, in a voice scarcely above a whisper, it is the vampire." Yes, there could be no doubt of the fact. It was Sir Francis Varney who lay there, enveloped in the huge horseman's cloak, in which, on 2 or 3 occasions during the progress of this narrative, he has figured. There he lay, at the mercy completely of any arm that might be raised against him, apparently so overcome by fatigue that no ordinary noise would have awakened him. Well might Charles Holland gaze at him with mingled feelings. There lay the being who had done almost enough to drive the beautiful Flora Bannerworth distracted, the being who had compelled the Bannerworth family to leave their ancient house, to which they had been bound by every description of association, the same mysterious existence, too, who, the better to carry on his plots and plans, had, by dint of violence, immured him, Charles, in a dungeon, and loaded him with chains. There he lay sleeping, and at his mercy. "Shall I awaken him," said Charles, "or let him sleep off the fatigue, which, no doubt, is weighing down his limbs, and setting heavily on his eyelids? No, my business with him is too urgent." He then raised his voice, and cried, "Varney, Varney, awake!" The sound disturbed, without altogether breaking up, the deep slumber of the vampire, and he uttered a low moan, and moved one hand restlessly. Then, as if that disturbance of the calm and deep repose which had sat upon him had given at once the rein to fancy, he began to mutter strange words in his sleep, some of which could be heard by Charles distinctly, while others were too incoherently uttered to be clearly understood. "Where is it?" he said. "Where hidden? Pull the house down! Murder! No, 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 no murder! I will not, I dare not! Blood enough is upon my hands! The money! The money! Down, villains! Down, down!" What these incoherent words alluded to specifically, Charles of course could not have the least idea, but he listened attentively, with a hope that something might fall from his lips that would afford a key to some of the mysterious circumstances with which he was so intimately connected. Now, however, there was a longer silence than before, only broken occasionally by low moans. But suddenly, as Charles was thinking of again speaking, he uttered some more disjointed sentences. "No harm," he said. "No harm! Marchdale is a villain. Not a hair of his head injured. No, no, set him free. Yes, I will set him free. Beware, beware, Marchdale! And you, Mortimer. The scaffold, ay, the scaffold! But where is the bright gold? The memory of the deed of blood will not cling to it. Where is it hidden? The gold, the gold, the gold! It is not in the grave. It cannot be there. No, no, no! Not there, not there! Load the pistols! There, there! Down, villain, down, down, down!" Despairing now of obtaining anything like tangible information from these ravings, which, even if they did, by accident, so connect themselves together as to seem to mean something, Charles again cried aloud, "Varney, awake, awake!" But, as before, the sleeping man was sufficiently deaf to the cry to remain, with his eyes closed, still in a disturbed slumber, but yet a slumber which might last for a considerable time. "I have heard," said Charles, "that there are many persons whom no noise will waken, which the slightest touch arouses them in an instant. I will try that upon this slumbering being." As he spoke, he advanced close to Sir Francis Varney, and touched him lightly with the toe of his boot. The effect was as startling as it was instantaneous. The vampire sprang to his feet, as he had been suddenly impelled up by some powerful machinery, and, casting his cloak away from his arms, so as to have them at liberty, he sprang upon Charles Holland, and hurled him to the ground, where he held him in a giant's gripe, as he cried, "Rash fool, be you whom you may! Why have you troubled me to rid the world of your intrusive existence?" The attack was so sudden and so terrific, that resistance to it, even if Charles had had the power, was out of the question. All he could say was, "Varney, Varney, do you not know me? I am Charles Holland. Will you now, in your mad rage, take the life you might more easily have taken when I lay in the dungeon from which you released me?" The sound of his voice at once convinced Sir Francis Varney of his identity, and it was with a voice that had some tones of regret in it that he replied, "And wherefore have you thought proper, when you were once free and unscathed, to cast yourself into such a position of danger as to follow me to my haunt?" "I contemplated no danger," said Charles, "because I contemplated no evil. I do not know why you should kill me." "You came here, and yet you say you do not know why I should kill you. Young man, have you a dozen lives that you can afford to tamper with them thus? I have, at much chance of imminence to myself, already once saved you, when another, with a sterner feeling, would have gladly taken your life. But now, as if you were determined to goad me to an act which I have shunned committing, you will not let me close my eyes in peace. Take you hand off my throat, Varney, and I will then tell you what brought me here." Sir Francis Varney did so. "Rise," he said, "rise. I have seen blood enough to be sickened at the prospect of more, but you should not have come here and tempted me." "Nay, believe me, I came here for good and not for evil. Sir Francis Varney, hear me out, and then judge for yourself whether you can blame the perseverance which enabled me to find out this secret place of refuge. But let me first say, that now it is as good a place of concealment to you as before it was, for I shall not betray you." Go on, what is you desire?" "During the long and weary hours of my captivity, I thought deeply, and painfully too, as may be well imagined, of all the circumstances connected with your appearance at Bannerworth Hall, and your subsequent conduct; when I felt convinced that there was something far more than met the eye in the whole affair, and, from what I have been informed of since, I am the more convinced that some secret, some mystery, which it is in your power only, perhaps, to explain, lurks at the bottom of all your conduct." "Well, proceed," said Varney. "Have I not said enough now to enable you to divine the object of my visit? It is that you should shake off the trammels of mystery in which you have shrouded yourself, and declare what it is you want, what it is you desire, that has induced you to set yourself up such a determined foe to the Bannerworth family." "And that, you say, is the modest request that brings you here?" "You speak as though you thought it was idle curiosity that prompts me, but you know it is not. Your language and manner are those of a man of too much sagacity not to see that I have higher notions." "Name them." "You have yourself, in more than one instance, behaved with a strange sort of romantic generosity, as if, but for some great object which you felt impelled to seek by any means, and at any sacrifice, you would be something in character and conduct very different from what you are. One of my objects, then, is to awaken that better nature which is slumbering within you, only now and then arousing itself to do some deed which should be the character of all your actions. For your own sake I have come." "But not wholly?" "Not wholly, as you say. There is another than whom the whole world is not so dear to me. That other one was serene as she was beautiful. Happiness danced in her eyes, and she ought, for not more lovely is the mind that she possesses than the glorious form that enshrines it, to be happy. Her life would have passed like one long summer's day of beauty, sunshine, and pure heavenly enjoyment. You have poisoned the cup of joy that the great God of nature had permitted her to place to her lips and taste of mistrustingly. Why have you done this?" "Have you said all that you came to say?" "I have spoken the substance of my message. Much could I elaborate upon such a theme, but it is not one, Varney, which is congenial to my heart. For your sake, however, and for the sakes of those whom I hold most dear, let me implore you to act in this matter with a kindly consideration. Proclaim your motives; you cannot say that they are not such as we may aid you in." Chapter 82, Part 1. Chapter 82, Part 2 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 82, Part 2. Varney was silent for several moments. He seemed perceptibly moved by the manner of the young man, as well as by the matter of his discourse. In fact, one would suppose that Charles Holland had succeeded in investing what he said with some sort of charm that won much upon the fancy of Sir Francis Varney, for when he ceased to speak, the latter said in a low voice, go on, you have surely much more to say." "No, Varney, I have said enough, and not thus much would I have said had I not been aware, most certainly and truly aware, without the shadow of a doubt, by your manner, that you were most accessible to human feeling." "I accessible to human feeling! Know you to whom you speak? Am I not he before whom all men shudder, whose name has been a terror and desolation? And yet you can talk of my human feelings. Nay, if I had had any, be sure they would have been extinguished by the persecutions I have endured from those who, you know, with savage ferocity have sought my life. No, Varney, I give you credit for being a subtler reasoner than thus to argue. You know well that you were the aggressor to those parties who sought your life. You know well that with the greatest imaginable pains you held yourself up to them as a thing of great terror. I did. You cannot, then, turn around upon ignorant persons and blame them because your exertions to make yourself seem what you wish were but too successful. You use the word seem, said Varney, with a bitterness of aspect, as if you could imply a doubt that I am that which thousands by their fears would testify me to be. Thousands might, said Charles Holland, but not among them am I, Varney. I will not be made the victim of superstition. Were you to enact before my very eyes some of the feats which, to the senses of others, would stamp you as the preternatural being you assume to be, I would doubt the evidence of my own senses ere I permitted such a bugbear to oppress my brain. Go, said Sir Francis Varney, go, I have no more words for you, I have nothing to relate to you. Nay, you have already listened sufficiently to me to give me hope that I had awakened some of the humanity that was in your nature. Do not, Sir Francis Varney, crush that hope, even as it was budding forth. Not for my own sake do I ask you for revelations. That may, perhaps, must be painful for you, but for the sake of Flora Bannerworth, to whom you own abundance of reparation. No, no! In the name of all that is great and good and just, I call upon you for justice. What have I to do with such an invocation? Utter such a sentiment to men who, like yourself, are invested with the reality as well as the outward show of human nature. Nay, Sir Francis Varney, now you belie yourself. You have passed through a long, and perchance a stormy life. Can you look back upon your career, and find no reminiscences of the past that shall convince you that you are of the great family of man, and have had abundance of human feelings and human affections? Peace, peace! Nay, Sir Francis Varney, I will take your word, and if you will lay your hand upon your heart, and tell me truly that you have never felt what it was to love, to have all feeling, all taste, and all hope of future joy, concentrated on one individual, I will despair and leave you. If you will tell me that never, in your whole life, you have felt for any fair and glorious creature as I now feel for Flora Bannerworth, a being for whom you could have sacrificed not only existence, but all the hopes of a glorious future that bloom around it, if you will tell me, with the calm, dispassionate aspect of truth, that you have held yourself aloof from such human feelings, I will no longer press you to a disclosure which I shall bring no argument to urge. The agitation of Sir Francis Varney's countenance was perceptible, and Charles Holland was about to speak again, when, striking him upon the breast with his clinched hand, the vampire checked him, saying, Do you wish to drive me mad, that you thus, from memory's hidden cells, conjure up images of the past? Then there are such things to conjure up. There are such shadows only sleeping, but which require only, as you did even now, but a touch to awaken them to life and energy. Oh, Sir Francis Varney, do not tell me you are not human. The vampire made a furious gesture, as if he would have attacked Charles Holland, but then he sank nearly to the floor, as if soul-stricken by some recollection that unnerved his arm. He shook with unwonted emotion, and, from the frightful livid aspect of his countenance, Charles dreaded some serious accession of indisposition, which might, if nothing else did, prevent him from making the revelation he so much sought to hear from his lips. "Varney," he cried, "Varney, be calm. You will be listened to by one who will draw no harsh, no hasty conclusions; by one who, with that charity, I grieve to say, is rare, will place upon the words you utter the most favorable construction. Tell me all, I pray you, tell me all." "This is strange," said the vampire. "I never thought that aught human could have moved me. Young man, you have touched the chords of memory; they vibrate throughout my heart, producing cadences and sounds of years long past. Bear with me awhile." "And you will speak to me?" "I will." "Having your promise, then, I am content, Varney." "But you must be secret; not even in the wildest waste of nature, where you can well presume that naught but heaven can listen to your whispering, must you utter one word of that which I shall tell to you." "Alas," said Charles, I dare not take such a confidence. I have said that it is not for myself. I seek such knowledge of what you are, and what you have been, but it is for another so dear to me, that all charms of life that make up other men's delights equal not the witchery of one glance from her, speaking as it does of the glorious light from that heaven which is eternal, from whence she sprung." "And you reject my communication," said Varney, "because I will not give you leave to expose it to Flora Bannerworth." "It must be so." "And you are most anxious to hear what I have to relate?" "Most anxious indeed, indeed most anxious." "Then have I found in that scruple which besets your mind a better argument for trusting you than had ye been loud in protestation. Had your promises of secrecy been but those which come from the lip, and not from the heart, my confidence would not have been rejected on such grounds. I think that I dare trust you." "With leave to tell Flora that which you shall communicate." "You may whisper it to her, but to no one else, without my special leave and license." "I agree to those terms, and will religiously preserve them." "I do not doubt you for one moment. And now I will tell to you what never yet has passed my lips to mortal man. Now will I connect together some matters which you may have heard piecemeal from others." "What others are they?" "Dr. Chillingworth, and he who once officiated as a London hangman." "I have heard something from those quarters." "Then listen to me, and you shall better understand that which you have heard. Some years ago, it matters not the number, on a stormy night, towards the autumn of the year, two men sat alone in poverty, and that species of distress which beset the haughty, profligate, daring man, who has been accustomed all his life to its most enticing enjoyments, but never to that industry which alone ought to produce them, and render them great and magnificent." "Two men, and who are they?" "I was one. Look upon me, I was one of those men, and strong and evil passions were battling in my heart." "And the other?" "Was Marmaduke Bannerworth." "Gracious heaven! The father of her whom I adore! The suicide!" "Yes, the same. That man stained with 1,000 vices, blasted by 1,000 crimes, the father of her who partakes nothing of his nature, who borrows nothing from his memory but his name, was the man who sat with me, plotting and contriving how, by fraud or violence, we were to lead our usual life of revelry and wild audacious debauch." "Go on, go on. Believe me, I am deeply interested." "I can see as much. We were not nice in the various schemes which our prolific fancies engendered. If trickery, and the false dice at the gaming table, sufficed not to fill our purses, we were bold enough for violence. If simple robbery would not succeed, we would take a life. Murder? Ay, call it by its proper name, a murder. We sat till the midnight hour had passed, without arriving at a definite conclusion. We saw no plan of practicable operation, and so we wandered onwards to one of those deep dens of iniquity, a gaming house, wherein we had won and lost thousands. We had no money, but we staked largely, in the shape of a wager, upon the success of one of the players. We knew not, or cared not, for the consequences, if we had lost. But, as it happened, we were largely successful, and beggars as we had walked into that place, we might have left it independent men. But when does the gambler know when to pause in his career? If defeat awakens all the raging passions of humanity within his bosom, success but feeds the great vice that has been there engendered. To the dawn of morn we played, the bright sun shone in, and yet we played. The midday came and went, the stimulant of wine supported us, and still we played. Then came the shadows of evening, stealing on in all their beauty. But what were they to us, amid those mutations of fortune, which at one moment made us princes, and placed palaces at our control, and at another debased us below the veriest beggar that craves the stinted alms of charity from door to door? And there was one man who, from the first to the last, stayed by us like a very fiend. More than man, I thought he was not human. We won of all, but of him. People came and brought their bright red gold, and laid it down before us, but for us to take it up, and then by a cruel stroke of fortune, he took it from us. The night came on. We won, and he won of us. The clock struck 12, we were beggars. God knows what was he. We saw him place his winnings about his person. We saw the smile that curved the corners of his lips. He was calm, and we were maddened. The blood flowed temperately through his veins, but but in ours it was burning lava, scorching as it went through every petty artery, and drying up all human thought, all human feeling. The winner left, and we tracked his footsteps. When he reached the open air, although he had taken much less than we of the intoxicating beverages that are supplied gratis to those who frequent those haunts of infamy, it was evident that some sort of inebriation attacked him. His steps were disordered and unsteady, and, as we followed him, we could perceive, by the devious track that he took, that he was somewhat uncertain of his route. We had no fixed motive in so pursuing this man. It was but an impulsive proceeding at the best, but as he still went on and cleared the streets, getting into the wild and open country and among the hedgerows, we began to whisper together, and to think that what we did not owe to fortune, we might to our own energy and courage at such a moment. I need not hesitate to say so, since, to hide the most important feature of my revelation from you, would be but to mock you. We resolved upon robbing him. And was that all? It was all that our resolution went to. We were not anxious to spill blood, but still we were resolved that we would accomplish our purpose, even if it required murder for its consummation. Have you heard enough? I have not heard enough, although I guess the rest. You may well guess it from its preface. He turned down a lonely pathway, which, had we chosen it ourselves, could not have been more suitable for the attack we meditated. There were tall trees on either side, and a hedgerow stretching high up between them. We knew that that lane led to a suburban village, which, without a doubt, was the object of his destination. Then Marmaduke Bannerworth spoke, saying, "What have we to do must be done now or never. There needs not two in this adventure. Shall you or I require him to refund what he has won from us?" "I care not," I said, "but if we are to accomplish our purpose without arousing even a shadow of resistance, it is better to show him its futility by both appearing, and take a share in the adventure." This was agreed upon, and we hastened forward. He heard footsteps pursuing him, and quickened his pace. I was the fleetest runner, and overtook him. I passed him a pace or two, and then turning I faced him, and impeded his progress. The lane was narrow, and a glance behind him showed him Marmaduke Bannerworth, so that he was hemmed in between two enemies, and could move neither to the right nor to the left, on account of the thick brushwood that intervened between the trees. Then, with an amazing courage that sat but ill upon him, he demanded of us what we wanted, and proclaimed his right to pass, despite the obstruction we placed in his way. The dialogue was brief. I, being foremost, spoke to him. "Your money," I said, "your winnings at the gaming table. We cannot, and we will not lose it." So suddenly that he had nearly taken my life, he drew a pistol from his pocket, and leveling it at my head, he fired upon me. Perhaps, had I moved, it might have been my death; but, as it was, the bullet furrowed my cheek, leaving a scar, the path of which is yet visible in a white cicatrix. I felt a stunning sensation, and thought myself a dead man. I cried aloud to Marmaduke Bannerworth, and he rushed forward. I knew not that he was armed, and that he had the power about him to do the deed which he then accomplished. But there was a groan, a slight struggle, and the successful gamester fell upon the green sward, bathed in his blood. And this is the father of her whom I adore? It is. Are you shocked to think of such a near relationship between so much beauty and intelligence and a midnight murderer? Is your philosophy so poor, that the daughter's beauty suffers from the commission of a father's crime? No, no, it is not so. Do not fancy that, for one moment, I can entertain such unworthy opinions. The thought that crossed me was that I should have to tell one of such a gentle nature that her father had done such a deed. On that head you can use your own discretion. The deed was done. There was sufficient light for us to look upon the features of the dying man. Ghastly and terrific, they glared upon us, while the glazed eyes, as they were upturned to the bright sky, seemed appealing to heaven for vengeance against us, for having done the deed. Many a day and many an hour since, at all those times and all seasons, I have seen them, following me, and gloating over the misery they had the power to make. I think I see them now. Indeed. Yes, look, look! See how they glare upon me, with what a fixed and frightful stare the bloodshot pupils keep their place. There! There! Oh, save me from such a visitation again! It is too horrible. I dare not, I cannot endure it. And yet why do you gaze at me with such an aspect, dead visitant? You know that it was not my hand that did the deed who laid you low. You know that not to me are you able to lay the heavy charge of your death." "Varney, you look upon vacancy," said Charles Holland. "No, no, vacancy it may be to you, but to me 'tis full of horrible shapes. Compose yourself, you have taken me far into your confidence already, I pray you now to tell me all. I have in my brain no room for horrible conjectures, such as those which might else torment me." Varney was silent for a few minutes, and then he wiped from his brow the heavy drops of perspiration that had there gathered, and heaved a deep sigh. "Speak to me," added Charles. "Nothing will so much relieve you from the terrors of this remembrance as making a confidence which reflection will approve of, and which you will know that you have no reason to repent." "Charles Holland," said Varney, "I have already gone too far to retract, much too far, I know, and can well understand all the danger of half confidence. You already know so much, that it is fit you should know more. Go on then, Varney, I will listen to you." "I know not if, at this juncture, I can commend myself to say more. I feel that what next has to be told will be most horrible for me to tell, most sad for you to hear told. I can well believe, Varney, from your manner of speech, and from the words you use, that you have some secret to relate beyond the simple fact of the murder of this gamester by Marmaduke Bannerworth." "You are right, such is the fact. The death of that man could not have moved me as you now see me moved. There is a secret connected with his fate, which I may well hesitate to utter, a secret too horrible even to whisper to the winds of heaven, although I did not do the deed, no, no, I did not strike the blow, not I, not I." "Varney, it is astonishing to me the pains you take to assure yourself of your innocence of this deed. No one accuses you, but still, were it not that I am impressed with a strong conviction that your speaking to me nothing but the truth, the very fact of your extreme anxiety to acquit yourself would engender suspicion." "I can understand that feeling, Charles Holland, I can fully understand it. I do not blame you for it; it is a most natural one. But when you know all, you will feel with me how necessary it must have been to my peace to seize upon every trivial circumstance that can help me to a belief in my own innocence." "It may be so; as yet, you well know, I speak in ignorance. But what could there have been in the character of that gambler that has made you so sympathetic concerning his decease?" "Nothing, nothing whatever in his character. He was a bad man, not one of these free, open spirits which are seduced into crime by thoughtlessness; not one of those whom we pity, perchance, more than we condemn; but a man without a redeeming trait in his disposition, a man so heaped up with vices and iniquities, that society gained much by his decease, and not an individual could say that he had lost a friend." "And yet the mere thought of the circumstances connected with his death seems almost to drive you to the verge of despair." "You are right, the mere thought has that effect." "You have aroused all my curiosity to know the causes of such a feeling." Varney paced the apartment in silence for many minutes. He seemed to be enduring a great mental struggle, and at length, when he turned to Charles Holland and spoke, there were upon his countenance traces of deep emotion. "I have said, young man, that I will take you into my confidence. I have said that I will clear up many seeming mysteries, and that I will enable you to understand what was obscure in the narrative of Dr. Chillingworth, and of that man who filled the office of public executioner, and who has haunted me so long." "It is true, then, as the doctor states, that you were executed in London?" "I was." "And resuscitated by the galvanic process put into operation by Dr. Chillingworth?" "As he supposed, but there are truths connected with natural philosophy which he dreamed not of. I bear a charmed life, and it was but accident which produced a similar effect upon the latent springs of my existence in the house to which the executioner conducted me, to what would have been produced had I been suffered, in the free and open air, to wait until the cool moonbeams fell upon me." "Varney, Varney," said Charles Holland, "you will not succeed in convincing me of your supernatural powers. I hold such feelings and sensations at arm's length. I will not, I cannot assume you to be what you affect." "I ask for no man's belief. I know that which I know, and, gathering experience from the coincidence of different phenomena, I am compelled to arrive at certain conclusions. Believe what you please, doubt what you please, but I say again that I am not as other men." I am in no condition to dispute your proposition. I wish not to dispute it, but you are wandering, Varney, from the point. I wait anxiously for a continuation of your narrative." "I know that I am wandering from it. I know well that I am wandering from it, and that the reason I do so is that I dread that continuation." "That dread will not be the less for its postponement." "You are right. But tell me, Charles Holland, although you are young, you have been about in the great world sufficiently to form correct opinions, and to understand which is related to you, drawing deeper deductions from certain facts, and arriving possibly at more correct conclusions than some of maturer years with less wisdom." "I will freely answer, Varney, any question you may put to me." "I know it. Tell me, then, what measure of guilt you attach to me in the transaction I have noticed to you." "It seems, then, to me that, not contemplating the man's murder, you cannot be accused of the act, although a set of fortuitous circumstances made you appear an accomplice to its commission." "You think I may be acquitted?" "You can acquit yourself, knowing that you did not contemplate the murder." "I did not contemplate it. I know not what desperate deed I should have stopped short at then, in the height of my distress, but I neither contemplated taking that man's life, nor did I strike the blow which sent him from existence." "There is even some excuse as regards the higher crime for Marmaduke Bannerworth." "Think you so?" "Yes. He thought that you were killed, and impulsively he might have struck the blow that made him a murderer." "Be it so. I am willing, extremely willing, that anything should occur that should remove the odium of guilt from any man. Be it so, I say, with all my heart. But now, Charles Holland, I feel that we must meet again ere I can tell you all; but in the meantime let Flora Bannerworth rest in peace. She need dread nothing from me. Avarice and revenge, the two passions which found a home in my heart, are now stifled forever." "Revenge! Did you say revenge?" "I did. Whence the marvel, am I not sufficiently human for that?" "But you coupled it with the name of Flora Bannerworth." "I did, and that is part of my mystery." "A mystery indeed, to imagine such a being as Flora could awaken any such feeling in your heart; a most abundant mystery." "It is so. I do not affect to deny it, but yet it is true, although so greatly mysterious. But tell her that although at one time I looked upon her as one whom I cared not if I injured, her beauty and distress changed the current of my thoughts, and won me greatly. From the moment I found I had the power to become the bane of her existence, I ceased to wish to be so, and never again shall she experience a pang of alarm from Varney, the vampire. Your message shall be faithfully delivered, and doubt not that it will be received with grateful feelings. Nevertheless, I should have much wished to have been in a position to inform her of more particulars. Come to me here at midnight tomorrow, and you shall know all. I will have no reservation with you, no concealments. You shall know whom I have had to battle against, and how it is that a world of evil passions took possession of my heart and made me what I am." "Are you firm in this determination, Varney? Will you indeed tell me no more tonight?" "No more, I have said it. Leave me now, I have need of more repose, for of late sleep has seldom closed my eyelids." Charles Holland was convinced, from the positive manner in which he spoke, that nothing more in the shape of information, at that time, was to be expected from Varney; and being fearful that if he urged this strange being too far, at a time when he did not wish it, he might refuse all further communication, he thought it prudent to leave him, so he said to him, "Be assured, Varney, I shall keep the appointment you have made, with an expectation when we do meet of being rewarded by a recital of some full particulars." "You shall not be disappointed. Farewell, farewell." Charles Holland bade him adieu and left the place. Although he had now acquired all the information he hoped to take away with him when Varney first began to be communicative, yet, when he came to consider how strange and unaccountable a being he had been in communication with, Charles could not but congratulate himself that he had heard so much; for, from the manner of Varney, he could well suppose that that was, indeed, the first time he had been so communicative upon subjects which evidently held so conspicuous a place in his heart. And he had abundance of hope, likewise, from what had been said by Varney, that he would keep his word, and communicate to him fully all else that he required to know, and when he recollected those words which Varney had used, signifying that he knew the danger of half confidences, that hope grew into a certainty, and Charles began to have no doubt but that on the next evening all that was mysterious in the various affairs connected with the vampire would become clear and open to the light of day. He strolled down the lane in which the lone house was situated, revolving these matters in his mind; and when he arrived at its entrance he was rather surprised to see a throng of persons hastily moving onward, with some appearance of dismay about them, and anxiety depicted upon their countenances. He stopped a lad, and inquired of him the cause of the seeming tumult. "Why, sir, the fact is," said the boy, "a crowd from the town's been burning down Bannerworth Hall, and they've killed a man." "Bannerworth Hall! You must be mistaken." "Well, sir, I ought not to call it Bannerworth Hall, because I mean the old ruins in the neighbourhood that are supposed to have been originally Bannerworth Hall before the house now called such was built; and moreover, as the Bannerworths have always had a garden there, and 2 or 3 old sheds, the people in the town called it Bannerworth Hall in common with the other building." "I understand. And do you say that all have been destroyed?" "Yes, sir, all that was capable of being burnt has been burnt, and, what is more, a man has been killed among the ruins. We don't know who he is, but the folks said he was a vampire, and they left him for dead." "When will these terrible outrages cease? Oh, Varney, Varney, you have much to answer for, even if, in your own conscience, you succeed in acquitting yourself of the murder, some of the particulars concerning which you have informed me of." Chapter 82.
Chapter 83 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 83. The Mysterious Arrival at the Inn. The Hungarian Nobleman. The Letter to Varney. While these affairs are proceeding, and when there seems every appearance of Sir Francis Varney himself quickly putting an end to some of the vexatious circumstances connected with himself and the Bannerworth family, it is necessary that we should notice an occurrence which took place at the same inn which the Admiral had made such a scene of confusion upon the occasion of his first arrival in the town. Not since the Admiral had arrived with Jack Pringle, and so disturbed the whole economy of the household, was there so much curiosity excited as on the morning following the interview which Charles Holland had had with Varney the Vampire. The inn was scarcely opened when a stranger arrived, mounted on a coal-black horse, and, alighting, he surrendered the bridle into the hands of a boy who happened to be at the inn door, and stalked slowly and solemnly into the building. He was tall and of a cadaverous aspect. In attire he was plainly apparelled, but there was no appearance of poverty about him. On the contrary, what he really had on was of a rich and costly character, although destitute of ornament. He sat down in the first room that presented itself, and awaited the appearance of the landlord, who, upon being informed that a guest of apparently ample means and of some consequence had entered the place, hastily went to him to receive his commands. With a profusion of bows, our old friend, who had been so obsequious to Admiral Bell, entered the room, and begged to know what orders the gentleman had for him. "I presume," said the stranger in a deep, solemn voice, "I presume that you have no objection, for a few days that I shall remain in this town, to board and lodge me for a certain price which you can name to me at once?" "Certainly, sir," said the landlord. "Any way you please. Without wine, sir, I presume?" "As you please. Make your own arrangements." "Well, sir, as we can't tell, of course, what wine a gentleman may drink, but when we come to consider breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper, and a bed, and all that sort of thing, and a private sitting room, I suppose, sir?" "Certainly." You would not, then, think, sir, a matter of 4 guineas a week would be too much, perhaps?" "I told you to name your own charge. Let it be 4 guineas. If you had said 8, I should have paid it." "Good God!" said the publican. "Here's a damned fool that I am. I beg your pardon, sir, I didn't mean you. Now I could punch my own head. Will you have some breakfast at once, sir, and then we shall begin regularly, you know, sir." "Have what?" "Breakfast. Breakfast, you know, sir. Tea, coffee, cocoa, or chocolate, ham, eggs, or a bit of grilled fowl, cold sirloin of roast beef, or a red herring, anything you like, sir." "I never take breakfast, so you may spare yourself the trouble of providing anything for me." "Not take breakfast, sir? Not take breakfast? Would you like to take anything to drink then, sir? People say it's an odd time, at 8 o'clock in the morning, to drink, but for my part I always have thought that you couldn't begin a good thing too soon." "I live upon drink," said the stranger, "but you have none in the cellar that will suit me." "Indeed, sir?" "No, no, I am certain." "Why, we've got some claret now, sir," said the landlord. "Which may look like blood, and yet not be it." "Like what, sir? Damn my rags!" "Begone, begone!" The stranger uttered these words so peremptorily that the landlord hastily left the room, and going into his own bar, he gave himself so small a tap on the side of the head that it would not have hurt a fly, as he said, "I could punish myself into bits, I could tear my hair out by the roots," and then he pulled a little bit of his hair, so gently and tenderly that it showed what a man of discretion he was, even in the worst of all his agony of passion. "The idea," he added, "of a fellow coming here, paying 4 guineas a week for board and lodging, telling me he would not have minded 8, and then not wanting any breakfast. It's enough to aggravate half a dozen saints. But what an odd fish he looks!" At this moment the ostler came in, and standing at the bar he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, as he said, "I suppose you'll stand a quart for that, master?" "A quart for what, you vagabond? A quart because I've done myself up in heaps? A quart because I'm fit to pull myself into fiddle-strings?" "No," said the ostler, "because I've just put up the gentleman's horse." "What gentleman's horse?" "Why, the big-looking fellow with the white face, now in the parlour." "What, did he come on a horse, Sam? What sort of a looking creature is it? You may judge of a man from the sort of horse company he keeps." "Well, then, sir, I hardly know. It's coal black, and looks as knowing as possible. It's tried twice to get a kick at me, but I was down upon him, and put the bucket in his way. Howsomedever, I don't think it's a bad animal, as a animal, mind you, sir, though a little bit wicious or so." "Well," said the publican, as he drew the ostler half a pint instead of a quart, "you're always drinking. Take that." "Blow me," said the ostler, "half a pint, master." "Plague take you, I can't stand parleying with you. There's the parlour bell. Perhaps after all he will have some breakfast." While the landlord was away, the ostler helped himself to a quart of the strongest ale, which, by a singular faculty that he had acquired, he poured down his throat without any effort at swallowing, holding his head back, and the jug at a little distance from his mouth. Having accomplished this feat, he reversed the jug, giving it a knowing tap with his knuckles, as though he would have signified to all the world that it was empty, and that he had accomplished what he desired. In the meantime, the landlord had made his way to his strange guest, who said to him, when he came into the room, "Is there not one Sir Francis Varney residing in this town?" "The devil!" thought the landlord. "This is another of them, I'll bet a guinea." Sir Francis Varney, sir, did you say? Why, sir, there was a Sir Francis Varney, but folks seem to think as how he's no better than he should be, a sort of vampire, sir, if you know what that is." "I have, certainly, heard of such things. But can you not tell me Varney's address? I wish to see him."
"Well, then, sir, I cannot tell it to you, for there's really been such a commotion and such a riot about him that he's taken himself off, I think, altogether, and we can hear nothing of him. Lord bless you, sir, they burnt down his house, and hunted him about so that I don't think that he'll ever show his face here again."
"And cannot you tell me where he was seen last?"
"That I cannot, sir. But if anybody knows anything about him, it's Mr. Henry Bannerworth, or perhaps Dr. Chillingworth, for they have had more to do with him than anybody else."
"Indeed. And can you tell me the address of the former individual?"
"That I cannot, sir, for the Bannerworths have left the hall. As for the doctor, sir, you'll see his house on High Street, with a large brass plate on the door, so that you cannot mistake it. It's number 9, on the other side of the way."
"I thank you for so much information," said the stranger, and, rising, he walked to the door.
Before, however, he left, he turned and added, "You can say, if you should by chance meet Mr. Bannerworth, that a Hungarian nobleman wishes to speak to him concerning Sir Francis Varney, the vampire." "A what, sir?"
"A nobleman from Hungary," was the reply.
"The deuce!" said the landlord, as he looked after him. "He don't seem at all hungry here, not thirsty neither. What does he mean by a nobleman from Hungary? The idea of a man talking about Hungary, and not taking any breakfast! He's queering me. I'll be hanged if I'll stand it. Here I clearly lose 4 guineas a week, and then get made a game of besides. A nobleman, indeed! I think I see him. Why, he isn't quite so big as old Slaney the butcher. It's a do. I'll have at him when he comes back."
Meanwhile, the unconscious object of this soliloquy passed down High Street until he came to Dr. Chillingworth's, at whose door he knocked. Now, Mrs. Chillingworth had been waiting the whole night for the return of the doctor, who had not yet made his appearance, and, consequently, that lady's temper had become acidulated to an uncommon extent, and when she heard a knock at the door, something possessed her that it could be no other than her spouse, and she prepared to give him that warm reception which she considered he had a right, as a married man, to expect after such conduct. She hurriedly filled a tolerably sized hand basin with not the cleanest water in the world, and then, opening the door hurriedly with one hand, she sluiced the contents into the face of the intruder, exclaiming, "Now you've caught it!" "Damn!" said the Hungarian nobleman, and then Mrs. Chillingworth uttered a scream, for she feared she had made a mistake.
"Oh, sir, I'm very sorry, but I thought it was my husband."
"But if you did," said the stranger, "there was no occasion to drown him with a basin of soapsuds."
"It is your husband I want, madam, if he be Dr. Chillingworth." "Then, indeed, you must go on wanting him, sir, for he's not been to his home for a day and a night. He takes up all his time in hunting after that beastly vampire."
"Ah, Sir Francis Varney, you mean?"
"I do. And I'd Varney him if I caught hold of him."
"Can you give me the least idea of where he can be found?"
"Of course I can."
"Indeed! Where?" said the stranger, eagerly.
"In some churchyard, to be sure, gobbling up the dead bodies."
With this Mrs. Chillingworth shut the door with a bang that nearly flattened the Hungarian's nose with his face, and he was fain to walk away, quite convinced that there was no information to be had in that quarter. He returned to the inn, and having told the landlord that he would give a handsome reward to anyone who would discover to him the retreat of Sir Francis Varney, he shut himself up in an apartment alone, and was busy for a time in writing letters. Although the sum which the stranger offered was an indefinite one, the landlord mentioned the matter across the bar to several persons, but all of them shook their heads, believing it to be a very perilous adventure indeed to have anything to do with so troublesome a subject as Sir Francis Varney. As the day advanced, however, a young lad presented himself, and asked to see the gentleman who had been inquiring for Varney. The landlord severely questioned and cross-questioned him, with the hope of discovering if he had any information, but the boy was quite obdurate, and would speak to no one but the person who had offered the reward, so that mine host was compelled to take him to the Hungarian nobleman, who, as yet, had neither eaten nor drunk in the house. The boy wore upon his countenance the very expression of juvenile cunning, and when the stranger asked him if he really was in possession of any information concerning the retreat of Sir Francis Varney, he said, "I can tell you where it is, but what are you going to give?" "What sum do you require?" said the stranger. "A whole half-crown." "It is yours. And if your information prove correct, come tomorrow, and I'll add another to it, always provided, likewise, you keep the secret from anyone else." "Trust me for that," said the boy. "I live with my grandmother. She's precious old, and has got a cottage. We sell milk and cakes, sticky stuff, and pennywinkles." "A goodly collection. Go on." "Well, sir, this morning there comes a man in with a bottle, and he buys a bottle full of milk and a loaf. I saw him, and I knew it was Varney the Vampire." "You followed him?" "Of course I did, sir, and he's staying at the house that's to let down the lane, round the corner, by Mr. Biggs, and past Lee's garden, leaving old Slaney's stacks on your right hand, and so cutting on till you come to Grant's meadow, when you'll see old Madhunter's brickfield staring of you in the face, and after that—" "Peace, peace. You shall yourself conduct me. Come to this place at sunset. Be secret, and probably 10 times the reward you have already received may be yours," said the stranger.
"What? 10 half-crowns?"
"Yes. I will keep my word with you."
"What a go! I know what I'll do. I'll set up as a showman, and what a glorious treat it will be, to peep through one of the holes all day myself, and get somebody to pull the strings up and down, and when I'm tired of that, I can blaze away upon the trumpet like 1 o'clock. I think I see me. Here you sees the Duke of Marlborough a whopping of everybody, and here you see the Frenchman flying about like parched peas in a sifter."
End of chapter 83. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 84 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 84. The Excited Populace, the Place of Refuge. There seemed now a complete lull in the proceedings as connected with Varney the Vampire. We have reason to believe that the executioner, who had been as solicitous as Varney to obtain undisputed possession of Bannerworth Hall, has fallen victim to the indiscriminate rage of the mob. Varney himself is a fugitive, and bound by the most solemn ties to Charles Holland, not only to communicate to him such particulars of the past as will bring satisfaction to his mind, but to abstain from any act which, for the future, shall exercise a disastrous influence upon the happiness of Flora. The doctor and the Admiral, with Henry, had betaken themselves from the hall as we had recorded, and in due time reached the cottage where Flora and her mother had found a temporary refuge. Mrs. Bannerworth was up, but Flora was sleeping, and although the tidings they had to tell were of a curious and mixed nature, they would not have her disturbed to listen to them. And likewise they were rather pleased than otherwise, since they knew not exactly what had become of Charles Holland, to think that they would probably be spared the necessity of saying they could not account for his absence. That he had gone upon some expedition, probably dangerous, and so one which he did not wish to communicate the particulars of to his friends, lest they should make a strong attempt to dissuade him from it, they were induced to believe. But yet they had that confidence in his courage and active intellectual resources to believe that he would come through it unscathed, and probably shortly show himself at the cottage. In this hope they were not disappointed, for in about 2 hours Charles made his appearance, but until he began to be questioned concerning his absence by the Admiral, he scarcely considered the kind of dilemma he had put himself into by the promise of secrecy he had given to Varney, and was a little puzzled to think how much he might tell and how much he was bound in honor to conceal.
"Avast there!" cried the Admiral. "What becomes of your tongue, Charles? You've been on some cruise, I'll be bound. Haul over the ship's books and tell us what's happened."
"I have been upon an adventure," said Charles, "which I hope will be productive of beneficial results to us all. But the fact is, I have made a promise, perhaps incautiously, that I will not communicate what I know."
"Whew!" said the Admiral. "That's awkward. But, however, if a man sails under sealed instructions, there's an end of it. I remember when I was off Candia once—" "Huh!" interposed Jack. "That was the time you tumbled over the blessed binnacle, all in consequence of taking too much Madeira. I remember it, too. It's an out-and-out good story, that ere. You took a rope's end, you know, and laid into the bowsprit. And says you, 'Get up, you lubber,' says you, all the while a-thinking, I suppose, as it was Long Jack Ingram, the carpenter's mate, layin' asleep. What a lark!"
"This scoundrel will be the death of me," said the Admiral. "There isn't one word of truth in what he says. I never got drunk in all my life, as everybody knows. Jack, affairs are getting serious between you and I. We must part, and for good. It's a good many times that I've told you you've forgot the difference between the quarter-deck and the caboose. Now, I'm serious. You're off the ship's books, and there's an end of you."
"Very good," said Jack. "I'm willin'. I'll leave you. Do you think I want to keep you any longer? Good-bye, old bloke. I'll leave you to repent, and when old grim Death comes yard-arm with you, and you can't shake off his boarding tackle, you'll say, 'Where's Jack Pringle?' says you, and then what's his name? Echo, you call it. Echo'll say, 'It's damned if it knows.'"
Jack turned upon his heel, and before the Admiral could make any reply, he left the place.
"What's the rascal up to now?" said the Admiral. "I really didn't think he'd have taken me at my word."
"Oh, then after all, you didn't mean it, uncle?" said Charles.
"What's that to you, you lubber, whether I mean it or not, you shore-going squab? Of course I expect everybody to desert an old hulk, rats and all. And now Jack Pringle's gone. The vagabond! Couldn't he stay and get drunk as long as he liked? Didn't he say what he pleased and do what he pleased, the mutinous thief? Didn't he say I run away from a Frenchman off Cape Ushant, and didn't I put up with that?"
"But, my dear uncle, you sent him away yourself."
"I didn't, and you know I didn't. But I see how it is. You've disgusted Jack among you. A better seaman never trod the deck of a man-o'-war."
"But his drunkenness, uncle?"
It's a lie. I don't believe he ever got drunk. I believe you all invented it, and Jack's so good-natured he tumbled about just to keep you in countenance." "But his insolence, uncle, his gross insolence towards you, his inventions, his exaggerations of the truth." "Avast there! Avast there! None of that, Master Charlie. Jack couldn't do anything of the sort. And I means to say this, that if Jack was here now I'd stick up for him, and say he was a good seaman." "Tip us your fin, then," said Jack, darting into the room. "Do you think I'd leave you, you damn old fool? What would become of you, I wonder, if I wasn't to take you in to dry nurse? Why, you blessed old babby, what do you mean by it?" "Jack, you villain!" "Ah, go on and call me a villain as much as you like. Don't you remember when the bullets was scuttling our knobs?" I do, Jack. Tip us your fin, old fellow. You've saved my life more than once." "It's a lie." "It ain't. You did, I say." "You be damned." And thus was the most serious misunderstanding that these two worthies ever had together made up. The real fact is that the Admiral could as little do without Jack as he could have done without food, and as for Pringle, he no more thought of leaving the old Commodore than of, what shall we say, forswearing rum. Jack himself could not have taken a stronger oath. But the old Admiral had suffered so much from the idea that Jack had actually left him, that although he abused him as usual often enough, he never again talked of taking him off the ship's books. And to the credit of Jack be it spoken, he took no advantage of the circumstance, and only got drunk just as usual, and called his master an old fool whenever it suited him. End of chapter 84. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 85 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 85. The Hungarian nobleman gets into danger, he is fired at, and shows some of his quality. Considerably delighted was the Hungarian, not only at the news he had received from the boy, but as well for the cheapness of it. Probably he did not conceive it possible that the secret of the retreat of such a man as Varney could have been attained so easily. He waited with great impatience for the evening, and stirred not from the inn for several hours. Neither did he take any refreshment, notwithstanding he had made so liberal an arrangement with the landlord to be supplied. All this was a matter of great excitement and speculation in the inn, so much so, indeed, that the landlord sent for some of the oldest customers of his house, regular topers, who sat there every evening, indulging in strong drinks and pipes and tobacco, to ask their serious advice as to what he should do, as if it were necessary he should do anything at all. But, somehow or another, these wiseacres who assembled at the landlord's bidding, and sat down, with something strong before them, in the bar parlour, never once seemed to think that a man might, if he choosed, come to an inn and agree to pay 4 guineas a week for board and lodging, and yet take nothing at all. No, they could not understand it, and therefore they would not have it. It was quite monstrous that anybody should attempt to do anything so completely out of the ordinary course of proceeding. It was not to be borne, and as in this country it happens, free and enlightened as we are, that no man can commit a greater social offence than doing something his neighbours never thought of doing themselves, the Hungarian nobleman was voted a most dangerous character, and, in fact, not to be put up with. "I shouldn't have thought so much of it," said the landlord, "but only look at the aggravation of the thing. After I have asked him 4 guineas a week, and expected to be beaten down to 2, to be then told that he would not have cared if it had been 8. It is enough to aggravate a saint." "Well, I agree with you there," said another. "That's just what it is, and I only wonder that a man of your sagacity has not quite understood it before." "Understood what?" "Why, that he is a vampire. He has heard of Sir Francis Varney, that's a fact, and he's come to see him. Birds of a feather, you know, flock together, and now we shall have 2 vampires in the town instead of 1. The party looked rather blank at this suggestion, which, indeed, seemed rather uncomfortable probably. The landlord had just opened his mouth to make some remark, when he was stopped by the violent ringing of what he now called the vampire's bell, since it proceeded from the room where the Hungarian nobleman was. "Have you an almanac in the house?" was the question of the mysterious guest. "An almanac, sir? Well, I really don't know. Let me see, an almanac. But perhaps you can tell me. I was to know the moon's age." "The devil!" thought the landlord. "He's a vampire, and no mistake. Why, sir, as to the moon's age, it was a full moon last night, very bright and beautiful, only you could not see it for the clouds." "A full moon last night," said the mysterious guest thoughtfully. "It may shine, then, brightly tonight; and if so, all will be well. I thank you. Leave the room. Do you mean to say, sir, you don't want anything to eat now? What I want I will order." "But you have ordered nothing." "Then presume that I want nothing." The discomfited landlord was obliged to leave the room, for there was no such thing as making any answer to this, and so, still further confirmed in his opinion that the stranger was a vampire that came to see Sir Francis Varney from a sympathetic feeling towards him, he again reached the bar parlour. "You may depend," he said, "as sure as eggs is eggs, that he is a vampire. Hilloa! He's gone off! After him! After him! He thinks we suspect him. There he goes, down the High Street." The landlord ran out, and so did those who were with him, one of whom carried his brandy and water in his hand, which, being too hot for him to swallow all at once, he still could not think of leaving behind. It was now getting rapidly dark, and the mysterious stranger was actually proceeding towards the lane to keep his appointment with the boy who had promised to conduct him to the hiding place of Sir Francis Varney. He had not proceeded far, however, before he began to suspect that he was followed, as it was evident on the instant that he altered his course; for, instead of walking down the lane, where the boy was waiting for him, he went right on, and seemed desirous of making his way into the open country between the town and Bannerworth Hall. His pursuers, for they assumed that character, when they saw this became anxious to intercept him; and thinking that the greater force they had the better, they called out aloud as they passed a smithy where a man was shoeing a horse, "Jack Burton, here is another vampire." "The deuce there is," said the person who was addressed. "I'll soon settle him. Here's my wife who gets no sleep of a night as it is, all owing to that Varney, who has been plaguing us so long. I won't put up with another." So saying, he snatched from a hook on which it hung an old fowling piece, and joined the pursuit, which now required to be conducted with some celerity, for the stranger had struck into the open country, and was getting on at a good speed. The last remnants of the twilight were fading away, and although the moon had actually risen, its rays were obscured by a number of light, fleecy clouds, which, although they did not promise to be of a long continuance, as yet certainly impeded the light. "Where is he going?" said the blacksmith. "He seems to be making his way towards the mill stream." "No," said another. "Don't you see he is striking higher up towards the old ford, where the stepping stones are?" "He is!" cried the blacksmith. "Run on! Run on! Don't you see he is crossing it now? Tell me, all of you, are you quite sure he is a vampire, and no mistake? He ain't the excise-man, landlord, now is he?" "The excise-man, the devil! Do you think I want to shoot the excise-man?" "Very good, then here goes!" exclaimed the smith. He stopped, and just as the brisk night air blew aside the clouds from before the face of the moon, and as the stranger was crossing the slippery stones, he fired at him. How silently and sweetly the moon's rays fall upon the water, upon the meadows, and upon the woods. The scenery appeared the work of enchantment, some fairyland, waiting the appearance of its inhabitants. No sound met the ear, the very wind was hushed, nothing was there to distract the sense of sight, save the power of reflection. This, indeed, would aid the effect of such a scene. A cloudless sky, with stars all radiant with beauty, while the moon, rising higher and higher in the heavens, increasing in the strength and refulgence of her light, and dimming the very stars, which seemed to grow gradually invisible as the majesty of the Queen of Night became more and more manifest. The dark woods and the open meadows contrasted more and more strongly. Like light and shade, the earth and sky were not more distinct and apart, and the rippling stream, that rushed along with all the impetuosity of uneven ground. The banks were clothed with verdure; the tall sedges, here and there, lined the sides; beds of bulrushes raised their heads high above all else, and threw out their round clumps of blossoms like tufts, and looked strange in the light of the moon. Here and there, too, the willows bent gracefully over the stream, and their long leaves were wafted and borne up and down by the gentler force of the stream. Below, the stream widened, and ran foaming over a hard stony bottom, and near the middle is a heap of stones, of large stones, that form the bed of the river, from which the water has washed away all earthy particles, and left them by themselves. These stones in winter could not be seen, they were all under water, and the stream rushed over in a turbulent and tumultuous manner; but now, when the water was clear and low, they were many of them positively out of the water, the stream running around and through their interstices, the water weeds here and there lying at the top of the stream, and blossoming beautifully. The daisy-like blossoms danced and waved gently on the moving flood; at the same time they shone in the moonlight, like fairy faces rising from the depths of the river, to receive the principle of life from the moon's rays. 'Tis sweet to wander in the moonlight at such an hour, and it is sweet to look upon such a scene with an unruffled mind, and to give way to the feelings that are engendered by a walk by the river side. See, the moon is rising higher and higher, the shadows grow shorter and shorter; the river, which in places was altogether hidden by the tall willow trees, now gradually becomes less and less hidden, and the water becomes more and more lit up. The moonbeams play gracefully on the rippling surface, here and there appearing like liquid silver, that each instant changed its position and surface exposed to the light. Such a moment, such a scene, were by far too well calculated to cause the most solemn and serious emotions of the mind, and he must have been but at best insensible who could wander over meadow and through grove, and yet remain untouched by the scene of poetry and romance in which he breathed and moved. At such a time, and in such a place, the world is alive with all the finer essences of mysterious life. 'Tis at such an hour that the spirits quit their secret abodes, and visit the earth, and whirl round the enchanted trees. 'Tis now the spirits of earth and air dance their giddy flight from flower to flower. 'Tis now they collect and exchange their greetings; the wood is filled with them, the meadows teem with them, the hedges at the river side have them hidden among the deep green leaves and blades. But what is that yonder, on the stones, partially out of the water, what can it be? The more it is looked at, the more it resembles the human form, and yet it is still and motionless on the hard stones, and yet it is a human form. The legs are lying in the water, the arms appear to be partially in and partially out, they seem moved by the stream now and then, but very gently; so slightly, indeed, that it might well be questioned if it moved at all. The moon's rays had not reached it; the bank on the opposite side of the stream was high, and some tall trees rose up and obscured the moon. But she was rising higher and higher each moment, and finally, when it has reached the tops of those trees, then the rays will reach the middle of the river, and then, by degrees, it will reach the stones in the river, and, finally, the body that lies there so still and so mysteriously. How it came there it would be difficult to say. It appeared as though, when the waters were high, the body had floated down, and, at the subsidence of the waters, it had been left upon the stones, and now it was exposed to view. It was strange and mysterious, and those who might look upon such a sight would feel their blood chill, and their body creep, to contemplate the remains of humanity in such a place, and in such a condition as that must be in. A human life had been taken! How? Who could tell? Perhaps accident alone was the cause of it; perhaps some one had taken a life by violent means, and thrown the body in the waters to conceal the fact and the crime. The waters had brought it down, and deposited it there in the middle of the river, without any human creature being acquainted with the fact. But the moon rises, the beams come trembling through the tree tops and straggling branches, and fall upon the opposite bank, and there lies the body, mid-stream, and in comparative darkness. By the time the river is lit up by the moon's rays, then the object on the stones will be visible, then it can be ascertained what appears now only probable, namely, is the dark object a human form or not? In the absence of light it appears to be so, but when the flood of silver light falls upon it, it would be placed then beyond a doubt. The time is approaching. The moon each moment approaches her meridian, and each moment do the rays increase in number and in strength, while the shadows shorten. The opposite bank each moment becomes more and more distinct, and the side of the stream, the green rushes and sedges, all by degrees come full into view. Now and then a fish leaps out of the stream, and just exhibits itself, as much as to say, "There are things living in the stream, and I am one of them." The moment is one of awe; the presence of that mysterious and dreadful looking object, even while its identity remains doubt, chills the heart. It contracts the expanding thoughts to that one object; all interest in the scene lies centered in that one point. What could it be? What else but a human body? What else could assume such a form? But see, nearly half the stream is lit by the moonbeams struggling through the tree tops, and now rising above them. The light increases, and the shadows shorten. The edge of the bed of stones now becomes lit up by the moonlight, the rippling stream, the bubbles, and the tiny spray that was caused by the rush of water against the stones, seemed like sparkling flashes of silver fire. Then came the moonbeams upon the body, for it was raised above the level of the water, and showed conspicuously. Of the moonbeams reached the body before they fell on the surrounding water. For that reason, then, it was the body presented a strange and ghastly object against a deep, dark background, by which it was surrounded. But this did not last long. The water in another minute was lit up by the moon's pale beams, and then indeed could be plainly enough seen the body of a man lying on the heap of stones, motionless and ghastly. The colorless hue of the moonlight gave the object a most horrific and terrible appearance. The face of the dead man was turned towards the moon's rays, and the body seemed to receive all the light that could fall upon it. It was a terrible object to look upon, and one that added a new and singular interest to the scene. The world seemed then to be composed almost exclusively of still life, and the body was no impediment to the stillness of the scene. It was, all else considered, a calm, beautiful scene; lovely the night, gorgeous the silvery rays that lit up the face of nature; the hill and dale, meadow and wood, and river, all afforded contrasts strong, striking, and strange. But strange, and more strange than any contrast in nature, was that afforded to the calm beauty of the night, and placed by the deep stillness and quietude imposed upon the mind by that motionless human body. The moon's rays now fell upon its full length; the feet were lying in the water, the head lay back, with its features turned towards the quarter of the heavens where the moon shone from; the hair floated on the shallow water, while the face and body were exposed to all influences, from its raised and prominent position. The moonbeams had scarcely settled upon it, scarce a few minutes, when the body moved. Was it the water that moved it? It could not be, surely, that the moonbeams had the power of recalling life to that inanimate mass, that lay there for some time still and motionless as the very stones on which it lay. It was endued with life. The dead man gradually rose up, and leaned himself on his elbow. He paused a moment, like one newly recalled to life. He seemed to become assured he did live. He passed one hand through his hair, which was wet, and then rose higher into a sitting posture, and then he leaned on one hand, inclining himself towards the moon. His breast heaved with life, and a kind of deep inspiration, or groan, came from him as he first awoke to life, and then he seemed to pause for a few moments. He turned gradually over, till his head inclined down the stream. Just below, the water deepened, and ran swiftly and silently on amid meads and groves of trees. The vampire was revived. He awoke again to a ghastly life. He turned from the heap of stones, he gradually allowed himself to sink into deep water, and then, with a loud plunge, he swam to the center of the river. Slowly and surely did he swim into the center of the river, and down the stream he went. He took long but easy strokes, for he was going down the stream, and that aided him. For some distance might he be heard and seen through the openings in the trees, but he became gradually more and more indistinct, till sound and sight both ceased, and the vampire had disappeared. During the continuance of this singular scene, not one word had passed between the landlord and his companions. When the blacksmith fired the fowling piece, and saw the stranger fall, apparently lifeless, upon the stepping stones that crossed the river, he became terrified at what he had done, and gazed upon the seeming lifeless form with a face on which the utmost horror was depicted. They all seemed transfixed to the spot, and although each would have given worlds to move away, a kind of nightmare seemed to possess them, which stunned all their faculties, and brought over them a torpidity from which they found it impossible to arouse themselves. But when the apparently dead man moved again, and when finally the body, which appeared so destitute of life, rolled into the stream, and floated away with the tide, their fright might be considered to have reached its climax. The absence of the body, however, had seemingly, at all events, the effect of releasing them from the mental and physical thraldom in which they were, and they were enabled to move from the spot, which they did immediately, making their way towards the town with great speed. As they got near, they held a sort of council of war as to what they should do under the circumstances, the result of which was, that they came to a conclusion to keep all that they had done and seen to themselves; for, if they did not, they might be called upon for some very troublesome explanations concerning the fate of the Hungarian nobleman, whom they had taken upon themselves to believe was a vampire, and to shoot accordingly, without taking the trouble to inquire into the legality of such an act. How such a secret is likely to be kept when it is shared amongst 7 people, it is hard to say; but, if it were so kept, it could only be under the pressure of a strong feeling of self-preservation. They were forced individually, of course, to account for their absence during the night at their respective homes, and how they managed to do that is best known to themselves. As to the landlord, he felt compelled to state that, having his suspicions of his guest aroused, he followed him on a walk that he pretended to take, and he had gone so far that at length he had given up the chase, and lost his own way in returning. Thus was it, then, that this affair still preserved all its mystery, with a large superadded amount of fear attendant upon it. For, if the mysterious guest were really anything supernatural, might he not come again in a much more fearful shape, and avenge the treatment he had received? The only person who felt any disappointment in the affair, or whose expectations were not realized, was the boy who had made the appointment with the supposed vampire at the end of the lane, and who was to have received what he considered so large a reward for pointing out the retreat of Sir Francis Varney. He waited in vain for the arrival of the Hungarian nobleman, and, at last, indignation got the better of him, and he walked away. Feeling that he had been jilted, he resolved to proceed to the public-house and demand the half-crowns which had been so liberally promised him; but when he reached there, he found that the party whom he sought was not within, nor the landlord either, for that was the precise time when that worthy individual was pursuing his guest over meadow and hill, through brake and briar, towards the stepping-stones on the river. What the boy further did on the following day, when he found that he was to reap no more benefit for the adventure, we shall soon perceive. As for the landlord, he did endeavour to catch a few hours' brief repose; but as he dreamed that the Hungarian nobleman came in the likeness of a great toad, and sat upon his chest, feeling like the weight of a mountain, while he, the landlord, tried to scream and cry for help, but found that he could neither do one thing nor the other, we may guess that his repose did not at all invigorate him. As he himself expressed it, he got up all of a shake, with a strong impression that he was a very ill-used individual indeed, to have had the nightmare in the daytime. And now we will return to the cottage where the Bannerworth family were, at all events, making themselves quite as happy as they did at their ancient mansion, in order to see what is there passing, and how Dr. Chillingworth made an effort to get up some evidence of something that the Bannerworth family knew nothing of, therefore could not very well be expected to render him much assistance. That he did, however, make what he considered an important discovery, we shall perceive in the course of the ensuing chapter, in which it will be seen that the best hidden things will, by the merest accident, sometimes come to light, and that too when least expected by any one at all connected with the result. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 86. The Discovery of the Pocket-Book of Marmaduke Bannerworth, its Mysterious Contents. the little episode had just taken place which we have recorded between the old Admiral and Jack Pringle, when Henry Bannerworth and Charles Holland stepped aside to converse. "Charles," said Henry, "it has become absolutely necessary that I should put an end to the state of dependence in which we all live upon your uncle. It is too bad to think, that because, through fighting the battles of his country, he has amassed some money, we are to eat it up." "My dear friend," said Charles, "does it not strike you that it would be a great deal worse than too bad, if my uncle could not do what he liked with his own?" "Yes, but, Charles, that is not the question." "I think it is, though I know not what other question you can make of it." "We have talked it over, my mother, my brother, and Flora, and my brother and I have determined, if this state of things should last much longer, to find out some means of honorable exertion by which we may, at all events, maintain ourselves without being burdensome to any." "Well, well, we will talk of that another time." "Nay, but hear me. We were thinking that if we went into some branch of the public service, your uncle would have the pleasure, such as we are quite sure it would be to him, of assisting us greatly by his name and influence." "Well, well, Henry, that's all very well, but for a little time do not throw up the old man and make him unhappy. I believe I am his only relative in the world, and, as he has often said, he intended leaving me heir to all he possesses. You see there is no harm done by your receiving a small portion of it beforehand." "And," said Henry, "by that line of argument, we are to find an excuse for robbing your uncle, in the fact that we are robbing you likewise." "No, no, indeed, you do not view the matter rightly." "Well, all I can say is, Charles, that while I feel, and while we all feel, the deepest debt of gratitude towards your uncle, it is our duty to do something. In a box which we have brought with us from the hall, and which has not been opened since our father's death, I have stumbled over some articles of ancient jewellery and plate, which, at all events, will produce something." "But which you must not part with." "Nay, but, Charles, these are things I knew not we possessed, and most ill suited did they happen to be to our fallen fortunes. It is money we want, not the gewgaws of a former state, to which we can have now no sort of pretension." "Nay, I know you have all the argument; but still is there something sad and uncomfortable to one's feelings in parting with such things as those which have been in families for many years." "But we knew not that we had them; remember that, Charles. Come and look at them; those relics of a bygone age may amuse you, and, as regards myself, there are no circumstances whatever associated with them that give them any extrinsic value; so laugh at them or admire them as you please, I shall most likely be able to join with you in either feeling." "Well, be it so, I will come and look at them; but you must think better of what you say concerning my uncle, for I happen to know, which you ought likewise by this time, how seriously the old man would feel any rejection on your part of the good he fancies he is doing you. I tell you, Henry, it is completely his hobby, and let him have earned his money with 10 times the danger he has, he could not spend it with anything like the satisfaction that he does, unless he were allowed to dispose of it in this way." "Well, well, be it so for a time." "The fact is, his attachment to Flora is so great, which is a most fortunate circumstance for me, that I should not be at all surprised that she cuts me out of 1/2 of my estate when the old man dies. But come, we will look at your ancient bijouterie." Henry led Charles into an apartment of the cottage, where some of the few things had been placed that were brought from Bannerworth Hall, which were not likely to be in constant and daily use. Among these things happened to be the box which Henry had mentioned, and from which he had taken a miscellaneous assortment of things of an antique and singular character. There were old dresses of a season and of a taste long gone by, ancient articles of defence, some curiously wrought daggers, and a few ornaments, pretty but valueless, along with others of more sterling pretensions, which Henry pointed out to Charles. "I am almost inclined to think," said the latter, "that some of these things are really of considerable value; but I do not profess to be an accurate judge, and perhaps I am more taken with the beauty of an article than the intrinsic worth. What is that which you have just taken from the box?" "It seems a half mask," said Henry, "made of silk; and here are initial letters within it, M.B." "To what do they apply?" "Marmaduke Bannerworth, my father." "I regret I asked you." "Nay, Charles, you need not. Years have now elapsed since that misguided man put a period to his own existence in the gardens of Bannerworth Hall. Of course, the shock was a great one to us all, although I must confess that we none of us knew much of a father's affections. But time reconciles one to these dispensations, and to a friend like yourself I can talk upon the subjects without a pang." He laid down the mask and proceeded further in his search of the old box. Towards the bottom of it there were some books, and, crushed in by the side of them, there was an ancient looking pocket book, which Charles pointed out, saying, "There, Henry, who knows but you may find a fortune when you least expect it?" "Those who expect nothing," said Henry, "will not be disappointed. At all events, as regards this pocket book, you see it is empty." "Not quite; a card has fallen from it." Charles took up the card, and read upon it the name of Count Barare. "That name," he said, "seems familiar to me. Ah, now I recollect. I have read of such a man. He flourished some 20 or 25 years ago, and was considered a roué of the first water, a finished gamester; and, in a sort of brief memoir I read once of him, it said that he disappeared suddenly one day, and was never again heard of." "Indeed! I'm not puzzled to think how his card came into my father's pocket book. They met at some gaming house; and if some old pocket book of Count Barare's were shaken, there might fall from it a card, with the name of Mr. Marmaduke Bannerworth upon it." "Is there nothing further in the pocket book? No memoranda?" "I will look. Stay! Here is something upon one of the leaves. Let me see. Mem. £25,000. He who robs the robber steals little. It is not meant to kill him. But it will be unsafe to use the money for a time. My brain seems on fire. The remotest hiding place in the house is behind the picture." "What do you think of that?" said Charles. "I know not what to think. There is one thing, though, that I do know." "And what is that?" "It is my father's handwriting. I have many scraps of his, and his peculiar hand is familiar to me." "It is very strange, then, what it can refer to." "Charles, Charles, there is a mystery connected with our fortunes that I never could unravel; and once or twice it seemed as if we were on the point of discovering all; but something has ever interfered to prevent us, and we have been thrown back into the realms of conjecture. My father's last words were, 'The money is hidden,' and then he tried to add something; but death stopped his utterance. Now, does it not almost seem that this memorandum alluded to the circumstance?" "It does indeed." "And then, scarcely had my father breathed his last, when a man comes and asks for him at the garden gate; and, upon hearing that he is dead, utters some imprecations, and walks away." "Well, Henry, you must trust to time and circumstances to unravel these mysteries. For myself, I own that I cannot do so. I see no earthly way out of the difficulty whatever. But still it does appear to me as if Dr. Chillingworth knew something, or had heard something, with which he really ought to make you acquainted." "Do not blame the worthy doctor; he may have made an error in judgment, but never one of feeling; and you may depend, if he is keeping anything from me, that he is doing so from some excellent motive; more probably because he thinks it will give me pain, and so will not let me endure any unhappiness from it, unless he is quite certain as regards the facts. When he is so, you may depend he will be communicative, and I shall know all that he has to relate. But, Charles, it is evident to me that you, too, are keeping something." "I?" "Yes. You acknowledge to having had an interview, and a friendly one, with Varney; and you likewise acknowledge that he had told you things which he has compelled you to keep secret." "I have promised to keep them secret, and I deeply regret the promise that I have made. There cannot be anything to my mind more essentially disagreeable than to have one's tongue tied in one's interview with friends. I hate to hear anything that I may not repeat to those whom I take into my own confidence." "I can understand the feeling. But here comes the worthy doctor." "Show him the memorandum." "I will." As Dr. Chillingworth entered the apartments, Henry handed him the memorandum that had been found in the old pocket book, saying as he did so, "Look at that, doctor, and give us your candid opinion upon it." Dr. Chillingworth fitted on his spectacles, and read the paper carefully. At its conclusion, he screwed up his mouth into an extremely small compass, and doubling up the paper, he put it into his capacious waistcoat pocket, saying as he did so, "Oh, oh, oh! Hum!" "Well, doctor," said Henry, "we are waiting for your opinion." "My opinion! Well then, my dear boy, I must say, my opinion, to the best of my belief is, that I really don't know anything about it." "Then, perhaps, you'll surrender us the memorandum," said Charles. because if you don't know anything, we may as well make a little inquiry." "Ha!" said the worthy doctor, "we can't put old heads upon young shoulders, that's quite clear. Now, my good young men, be patient and quiet. Recollect that what you know you're acquainted with, and that which is hidden from you, you cannot very well come to any correct conclusion upon. There's a right side and a wrong one, you may depend, to every question; and he who walks heedlessly in the dark is very apt to run his head against a post. Good evening, my boys, good evening." Away bustled the doctor. "Well," said Charles, "what do you think of that, Mr. Henry?" "I think he knows what he's about." "That may be, but I'll be hanged if anybody else does. The doctor is by no means favourable to the march of popular information; and I really think he might have given us some food for reflection, instead of leaving us so utterly and entirely at fault as he has; and you know he's taken away your memorandum even." "Let him have it, Charles, let him have it, it is safe with him. The old man may be, and I believe is, a little whimsical and crotchety, but he means abundantly well, and he's just one of those sort of persons, and always was, who will do good his own way, or not at all; so we must take the good with the bad in these cases, and let Dr. Chillingworth do as he pleases." "I cannot say it is nothing to me, although those words were rising to my lips, because you know, Henry, that everything which concerns you or yours is something to me; and therefore it is that I feel extremely anxious for the solution of all this mystery. Before I hear the sequel of that which Varney the Vampire has so strongly made me a confidant of, I will, at all events, make an effort to procure his permission to communicate it to all those who are in any way beneficially interested in the circumstances. Should he refuse me that permission, I am almost inclined myself to beg him to withhold his confidence." "Nay, do not do so, Charles; do not do that, I implore you. Recollect, although you cannot make us joint recipients with you in your knowledge, you can make use of it, probably, to our advantage, in saving us perchance from the different consequences, so that you can make what you know in some way beneficial to us, although not in every way." "There is reason in that, and I give in at once. Be it so, Henry. I will wait on him, and if I cannot induce him to change his determination, and allow me to tell some other as well as Flora, I must give in and take the thing as a secret, although I shall not abandon a hope, even after he has told me all he has to tell, that I may induce him to permit me to make a general confidence, instead of a partial one he has empowered me to do." "It may be so, and, at all events, we must not reject a proffered good because it is not quite so complete as might be." "You are right. I will keep my appointment with him, entertaining the most sanguine hope that our troubles and disasters—I say our, because I consider myself quite associated in thought, interest, and feelings with your family—may soon be over." "Heaven grant it may be so, for yours and Flora's sake; but I feel that Bannerworth Hall will never again be the place it was to us. I should prefer that we sought for new associations, which I have no doubt we may find, and that among us we get up some other home that would be happier, because not associated with so many sad scenes in our history." "Be it so, and I am sure that the Admiral would gladly give way to such an arrangement. He has often intimated that he thought Bannerworth Hall was a dull place; consequently, although he pretends to have purchased it of you, I think he will be very glad to leave it." "Be it so, then. If it should really happen that we are upon the eve of any circumstances that will really tend to relieve us from our mystery and embarrassments, we will seek for some pleasanter abode than the Hall, which you may well imagine, since it became the scene of that dreadful tragedy that left us fatherless, has borne but a distasteful appearance to all our eyes." "I don't wonder at that. I am only surprised that, after such a thing had happened, any of you liked to inhabit the place." "We did not like, but our poverty forced us. You have no notion of the difficulties through which we have struggled, and the fact that we had a home rent free was one of so much importance to us, that had it been surrounded by 1,000 more disagreeables than it was, we must have put up with it. But now that we owe so much to the generosity of your uncle, I suppose we can afford to talk of what we like and of what we don't like." "You can, Henry, and it shall not be my fault if you do not always afford to do so. And now, as the time is drawing on, I think I will proceed at once to Varney, for it is better to be soon than late, to get from him the remainder of the story." There were active influences at work, to prevent Sir Francis Varney from so quickly as he had arranged to do, carrying out his intention of making Charles Holland acquainted with the history of the eventful period of his life, which had been associated with Marmaduke Bannerworth. One would have scarcely thought it possible that anything now would have prevented Varney from concluding his strange narrative, but that he was prevented will appear. The boy who had been promised such liberal payment by the Hungarian nobleman for betraying the place of Varney's concealment, we have already stated, felt bitterly the disappointment of not being met, according to promise, at the corner of the lane by that individual. It not only deprived him of the half-crowns, which already in imagination he had laid out, but it was a great blow to his own importance, for after his discovery of the residence of the vampire, he looked upon himself as quite a public character, and expected great applause for his cleverness. But when the Hungarian nobleman came not, all these dreams began to vanish into thin air, and, like the unsubstantial fabric of a vision, to leave no trace behind them. He got dreadfully aggravated, and his first thought was to go to Varney, and see what he could get from him, by betraying the fact that someone was actively in search of him. That seemed, however, a doubtful good, and perhaps there was some personal dread of the vampire mixed up with the rejection of this proposition. But reject it he did, and then he walked moodily into the town without any fixed resolution of what he should do. All that he thought of was a general idea that he should like to create some mischief, if possible; what it was he cared not, so long as it made a disturbance. Now, he knew well that the most troublesome and fidgety man in the town was Tobias Philpotts, a saddler, who was always full of everybody's business but his own, and ever ready to hear any scandal of his neighbors. "I have a good mind," says the boy, "to go to old Philpotts and tell him all about it, that I have." The good mind soon strengthened itself into a fixed resolution, and full of disdain and indignation at the supposed want of faith of the Hungarian nobleman, he paused opposite the saddler's door. Could he but for a moment have suspected the real reason why the appointment had not been kept with him, all his curiosity would have been doubly aroused, and he would have followed the landlord of the inn and his associate upon the track of the second vampire that had visited the town. But of this he knew nothing, for that proceeding had been conducted with amazing quietness, and the fact of the Hungarian nobleman, when he found that he was followed, taking a contrary course to that in which Varney was concealed, prevented the boy from knowing anything of his movements. Hence the thing looked to him like a piece of sheer neglect and contemptuous indifference, which he felt bound to resent. He did not pause long at the door of the saddler's, but, after a few moments, he walked boldly in, and said, "Master Philpotts, I have got something extraordinary to tell you, and you may give me what you like for telling you." "Go on, then," said the saddler. "That's just the price I always likes to pay for everything." "Will you keep it secret?" said the boy. "Of course I will. When did you ever hear of me telling anything to a single individual?" "Never to a single individual, but I have heard you tell things to the whole town." "Confound your impudence! Get out of my shop directly." "Oh, very good, I can go and tell old Mitchell, the pork butcher." "No, I say, stop, don't tell him. If anybody is to know, let it be me, and I'll promise you I'll keep it secret, so that if it gets known, you know it cannot be any fault of mine." The fact was, the boy was anxious it should be known, only that in case some consequences might arise, he thought he would quiet his own conscience by getting a promise of secrecy from Tobias Philpotts, which he well knew that individual would not think of keeping. He then related to him the interview he had had with the Hungarian nobleman at the inn, how he promised a number of half-crowns, but a very small installment of which he had received. All this Master Philpotts cared very little for, but the information that the much dreaded Varney the vampire was concealed so close to the town was a matter of great and abounding interest, and at that part of the story he suddenly pricked up his ears amazingly. "Why, you don't mean to say that!" he exclaimed. "Are you sure it was he?" "Yes, I am quite certain. I have seen him more than once. It was Sir Francis Varney without any mistake." "Why, then, you may depend he's only waiting until it's very dark, and then he will walk into somebody and suck his blood. Here's a horrid discovery! I thought we had had enough of Master Varney, and that he would hardly show himself here again, and now you tell me he is not 10 minutes' walk off." "It's a fact," said the boy. "I saw him go in, and he looks thinner and more horrid than ever. I am sure he wants a dollop of blood from somebody." "I shouldn't wonder." "Now there is Mrs. Philpotts, you know, sir. She's rather big, and seems most ready to burst always. I shouldn't wonder if the vampire came to her tonight." "Wouldn't you?" said Mrs. Philpotts, who had walked into the shop and overheard the whole conversation. "Wouldn't you really? I'll vampire you, and teach you to make these remarks about respectable married women. You young wretch, take that, will you?" She gave the boy such a box on the ears that the place seemed to spin round with him. As soon as he recovered sufficiently to be enabled to walk, he made his way from the shop with abundance of precipitation, much regretting that he had troubled himself to make a confidant of Master Philpotts. But, however, he could not but tell himself that if the object was to make a general disturbance through the whole place, he had certainly succeeded in doing so. He slunk home, perhaps with a feeling that he might be called upon to take part in something that might ensue, and at all events be compelled to become a guide to the place of Sir Francis Varney's retreat, in which case, for all he knew, the vampire might, by some more than mortal means, discover what a hand he had had in the matter, and punish him accordingly. The moment he had left the saddler's, Mrs. Philpotts, after using some bitter reproaches to her husband for not at once sacrificing the boy upon the spot for the disrespectful manner in which he had spoken to her, hastily put on her bonnet and shawl, and the saddler, although it was a full hour before the usual time, began putting up the shutters of his shop. "Why, my dear," he said to Mrs. Philpotts, when she came downstairs equipped for the streets, "why, my dear, where are you going?" "And pray, sir, what are you shutting up the shop for at this time of the evening?" "Oh, why, the fact is, I thought I'd just go to the Rose and Crown, and mention that the vampire is so near at hand." "Well, Mr. Philpotts, and in that case there can be no harm in my calling upon some of my acquaintance, and mentioning it likewise." "Why, I don't suppose there would be much harm, only remember, Mrs. Philpotts, remember, if you please." "Remember what?" "To tell everyone to keep it a secret." "Oh, of course I will, and mind you do it likewise." "Most decidedly." The shop was closed, Mr. Philpotts ran off to the Rose and Crown, and Mrs. Philpotts, with as much expedition as she could, purposed making the grand tour of all her female acquaintance in the town, just to tell them, as a great secret, that the vampire, Sir Francis Varney, as he called himself, had taken refuge at the house that was to let down the lane leading to Higgs Farm. "But by no means," she said, "let it go no further, because it is a very wrong thing to make any disturbance, and you will understand that it's quite a secret." She was listened to with breathless attention, as may well be supposed, and it was a singular circumstance that at every house she left some other lady put on her bonnet and shawl, and ran out to make the circle of her acquaintance, with precisely the same story, and precisely the same injunctions to secrecy. And, as Mr. Philpotts pursued an extremely similar course, we are not surprised that in the short space of 1 hour the news should have spread through all the town, and that there was scarcely a child old enough to understand what was being talked about who was ignorant of the fact that Sir Francis Varney was to be found at the empty house down the lane. It was an unlucky time, too, for the night was creeping on, a period at which people's apprehension of the supernatural becomes each moment stronger and more vivid, a period at which a number of idlers are let loose for different employments, and when anything in the shape of a row or a riot presents itself in pleasant colors to those who have nothing to lose, and who expect, under the cover of darkness, to be able to commit outrages they would be afraid to think of in the daytime, when recognition would be more easy. Thus it was that Sir Francis Varney's position, although he knew it not, became momentarily one of extreme peril, and the danger he was about to run was certainly greater than any he had yet experienced. Had Charles Holland but known what was going on, he would undoubtedly have done something to preserve the supposed vampire from the mischief that threatened him, but the time had not arrived when he had promised to pay him a second visit, so that he had no idea of anything serious having occurred. Perhaps, too, Mr. and Mrs. Philpotts scarcely anticipated creating so much confusion, but when they found that the whole place was in an uproar, and that a tumultuous assemblage of persons called aloud for vengeance upon Varney the vampire, they made their way home again in no small fright. And now, what was the result of all these proceedings will be best known by our introducing the reader to the interior of the house in which Varney had found a temporary refuge, and following in detail his proceedings as he awaited for the arrival of Charles Holland. End of chapter 86.
Chapter 87 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 87. The Hunt for Varney. The Housetops. The Miraculous Escape. The Last Place of Refuge. On the tree-tops the moon shines brightly, and the long shadows are shooting its rays down upon the waters, and the green fields appear clothed in a flood of silver light. The little town was quiet and tranquil. Nature seemed at rest. The old mansion in which Sir Francis Varney had taken refuge stood empty and solitary. It seemed as though it were not associated with the others by which it was surrounded. It was gloomy, and in the moonlight it reminded one of things long gone by, existences that had once been, but now no longer of this present time, a mere memento of the past. Sir Francis Varney reclined upon the housetop. He gazed upon the sky and upon the earth. He saw the calm tranquillity that reigned around, and could not but admire what he saw. He sighed, he seemed to sigh, from a pleasure he felt in the fact of his security. He could repose there without fear, and breathe the balmy air that fanned his cheek. "Certainly," he muttered, "things might have been worse, but not much worse. However, they might have been much better. The ignorant are always the most to be feared, because they have no guide and no control, save what can be exerted over them by their fears and their passions." He paused to look again over the scene, and, as far as the eye could reach, and that, moonlight as it was many miles, the country was diversified with hill and dale, meadow and ploughed land. The open fields, and the darker woods, and the silvery stream that ran at no great distance, all presented a scene that was well calculated to warm the imagination, and to give the mind that charm which a cultivated understanding is capable of receiving. There was but one thing wanted to make such a scene one of pure happiness, and that was all absence of care, of fears for the future, and the wants of life. Suddenly there was a slight sound that came from the town. It was very slight, but the ears of Sir Francis Varney were painfully acute of late. The least sound that came across him was heard in a moment, and his whole visage was changed to one of listening interest. The sound was hushed, but his attention was not lulled, for he had been placed in circumstances that made all his vigilance necessary for his own preservation. Hence it was, what another would have passed over, or not heard at all, he both heard and noticed. He was not sure of the nature of the sound, it was so slight and so indistinct. There it was again! Some persons were moving about in the town. The sounds that came upon the night air seemed to say that there was an unusual bustle in the town, which was, to Sir Francis Varney, ominous in the extreme. What could people in such a quiet, retired place require out at such an hour at night? It must be something very unusual, something that must excite them to a great degree, and Sir Francis began to feel very uneasy. "They surely," he muttered to himself, "they surely cannot have found out my hiding place, and intend to hunt me from it, the bloodthirsty hounds! They are never satisfied. The mischief they are permitted to do on one occasion is but the precursor to another. The taste has caused the appetite for more, and nothing short of his blood can satisfy it." The sounds increased, and the noise came nearer and nearer, and it appeared as though a number of men had collected together and were coming towards him. Yes, they were coming down the lane towards the deserted mansion where he was. For once in his life Sir Francis Varney trembled. He felt sick at heart, though no man was less likely to give up hope and to despair than he, yet the sign of unrelenting hatred and persecution was too unequivocal and too stern not to produce its effect upon even his mind, for he had no doubt that they were coming with the express purpose of seeking him. How could they have found him out was a matter he could not imagine. The Bannerworths could not have betrayed him, he was sure of that, and yet who could have seen him, so cautious and so careful as he had been, and so very sparing had he lived, because he would not give the slightest cause for all that was about to follow. He hoped to have hidden himself, but now he could hear the tramp of men distinctly, and their voices came now on the night air, though it was in a subdued tone, as if they were desirous of approaching unheard and unseen by their victim. Sir Francis Varney stirred not from his position. He remained silent and motionless. He appeared not to heed what was going on. Perhaps he hoped to see them go by, to be upon some false scent, or, if they saw no signs of life, they might leave the place and go elsewhere. Hark! They stop at the house. They go not by. They seem to pause. And then a thundering knock came at the door, which echoed and re-echoed through the empty and deserted house, on the top of which sat, in silent expectation, the almost motionless Sir Francis Varney, the redoubted vampire. The knock which came so loud and so hard upon the door caused Sir Francis to start visibly, for it seemed his own knell. Then, as if the mob were satisfied with their knowledge of his presence and of their victory, they sent up a loud shout that filled the whole neighbourhood with its sound. It seemed to come from below and around the house. It rose from all sides, and that told Sir Francis Varney that the house was surrounded and all escape was cut off. There was no chance of his being able to rush through such a multitude of men as that which now encircled him. With the calmest despair, Sir Francis Varney lay still and motionless on the housetop, and listened to the sounds that proceeded from below. Shout after shout arose on the still, calm air of the night. Knock after knock came upon the stout old door, which awakened responsive echoes throughout the house that had for many years lain dormant, and which now seemed disturbed, and resounded in hollow murmurs to the voices from without. Then a loud voice shouted from below, as if to be heard by anyone who might be within. "Sir Francis Varney, the vampire! Come out and give yourself up at discretion. If we have to search for you, you may depend it will be to punish you. You will suffer by burning. Come out and give yourself up." There was a pause, and then a loud shout. Sir Francis Varney paid no attention to this summons, but sat, motionless on the housetop, where he could hear all that passed below in the crowd. "He will not come out," said one. "Ah, he's much too cunning to be caught in such a trap. Why, he knows what you would do with him. He knows you would stake him, and make a bonfire about him." "So he has no taste for roasting," remarked another. "But still, it's no use hiding. We have too many hands, and know the house too well to be easily baffled." "That may be, and although we don't like burning, yet we will unearth the old fox, somehow or other. We have discovered his haunt at last, and certainly will have him out." "How shall we get in?" "Knock in the door. Break open the door, the front door. That is the best, because it leads to all parts of the house, and we can secure anyone who attempts to move from one to the other as they come down." "Hurrah!" shouted several men in the crowd. "Hurrah!" echoed the mob with one accord, and the shout rent the air, and disturbed the quiet and serenity that scarce 5 minutes before reigned throughout the place. Then, as if actuated by one spirit, they all set to work to force the door in. It was strong and capable of great defence, and employed them with some labour for 15 or 20 minutes, and then, with a loud crash, the door fell in. "Hurrah!" again shouted the crowd. These shouts announced the fall of the door, and then, and not until then, did Sir Francis Varney stir. "They have broken the door," he muttered. "Well, if die I must, I will sell my life dearly. However, all is not yet lost, and in the struggle for life the loss is not so much felt." He got up and crept towards the trap that led into the house, or out of it, as the occasion might require. "The vampire! The vampire!" shouted a man who stood on a garden wall, holding on by the arm of an apple tree. "Varney the vampire!" shouted a second. "Hurrah, boys! We are on the right scent. Now for a hunt! Hurrah! We shall have him now!" They rushed in a tumultuous riot up the stone steps and into the hall. It was a large, spacious place, with a grand staircase that led up to the upper floor, but it had 2 ends, and then terminated in a gallery. It could not be defended by one man, save at the top, where it could not long be held, because the assailants could unite and throw their whole weight against the entrance, and thus storm it. This actually happened. They looked up, and, seeing nobody, they rushed up, some by one stair and some by the other, but it was dark. There were but few of the moon's rays that pierced the gloom of that place, and those who first reached the place which we have named were seized with astonishment, staggered, and fell. Sir Francis Varney had met them. He stood there with a staff, something he had found about the house, not quite so long as a broom handle, but somewhat thicker and heavier, being made of stout ash. This formidable weapon Sir Francis Varney wielded with strength and resolution. He was a tall man, and one of no mean activity and personal strength, and such a weapon in his hands was one of a most fearful character, and, for the occasion, much better than his sword. Man after man fell beneath the fearful force of these blows, for though they could not see Sir Francis, yet he could see them, for the hall lights were behind them at the time, while he stood in the dark and took advantage of this to deal murderous blows upon his assailants. This continued for some minutes, till they gave way before such a vigorous defiance, and paused. "On, neighbours, on!" cried one. "Will you be beaten off by one man? Rush in at once, and you must force him from his position. Push him hard, and he must give way." "Aye," said one fellow, who sat upon the ground rubbing his head. "It's all very well to say push him hard, but if you felt the weight of that damned pole on your head, you wouldn't be in such a blessed hurry." However true that might be, there was but little attention paid to it, and a determined rush was made at the entrance to the gallery, and they found that it was unoccupied, and that was explained by the slamming of a door, and its being immediately locked upon them, and when the mob came to the door they found they had to break their way through another door. This did not take long in effecting, and in less than 5 minutes they had broken through that door which led into another room, but the first man who entered it fell from a crashing blow on the head from the ashen staff of Sir Francis Varney, who hurried and fled, closely pursued, until he came to another door, through which he dashed. Here he endeavoured to make a stand and close it, but was immediately struck and grappled with, but he threw his assailant, and turned and fled again. His object had been to defend each inch of the ground as long as he was able, but he found they came too close upon his steps, and prevented his turning in time to try the strength of his staff upon the foremost. He dashed up the first staircase with surprising rapidity, leaving his pursuers behind, and when he had gained the first landing he turned upon those who pursued him, who could hardly follow him two abreast. "Down with the vampire!" shouted the first, who rushed up, heedless of the staff. "Down with a fool!" thundered Varney, as he struck the fellow a terrific blow, which covered his face with blood, and he fell back into the arms of his companions. A bitter groan and execration arose from them below, and again they shouted, and rushed up headlong. "Down with the vampire!" was again shouted, and met by a corresponding but deep guttural sound of "Down with a fool!" And sure enough, the first again came to the earth without any preparation, save the application of an ashen stick to his skull, which, by the by no means aided the operation of thinking. Several more shared a similar fate, but they pressed hard, and Sir Francis was compelled to give ground to keep them at the necessary length from him, as they rushed on regardless of his blows, and if he had not he would soon have been engaged in a personal struggle, for they were getting too close for him to use the staff. "Down with the vampire!" was the renewed cry, as they drove him from spot to spot until he reached the roof of the house, and then he ran up the steps to the loft, which he had just reached when they came to the bottom. Varney attempted to draw the ladder up, but 4 or 5 stout men held that down. Then, by a sudden turn, as they were getting up, he turned it over, threw those on it down, and the ladder too, upon the heads of those who were below. "Down with the vampire!" shouted the mob, as they, with the most untiring energy, set the ladder or steps against the loft, and as many as could held it, while others rushed up to attack Varney with all the ferocity and courage of so many bulldogs. It was strange, but the more they were baffled, the more enraged and determined they rushed on to a new attack, with greater resolution than ever. On this occasion, however, they were met with a new kind of missile, for Sir Francis had either collected and placed there for the occasion, or they had been left there for years, a number of old bricks, which lay close at hand. These he took one by one, and deliberately took aim at them, and flung them with great force, striking down every one they hit. This caused them to recoil. The bricks caused fearful gashes in their heads, and the wounds were serious, the flesh being in many places torn completely off. They, however, only paused, for one man said, "Be of good heart, comrades, we can do as he does. He has furnished us with weapons, and we can thus attack him in 2 ways, and he must give way in the end." "Hurrah! Down with the vampire!" sounded from all sides, and the shout was answered by a corresponding rush. It was true, Sir Francis had furnished them with weapons to attack himself, for they could throw them back at him, which they did, and struck him a severe blow on the head, and it covered his face with blood in a moment. "Hurrah!" shouted the assailants. "Another such blow, and all will be over with the vampire. He's got—" "Press him sharp now!" cried another man, as he aimed another blow with a brick, which struck Varney on the arm, causing him to drop the brick he held in his hand. He staggered back, apparently in great pain. "Up, up! We have him now! He cannot get away! He's hurt! We have him! We have him!" And up they went with all the rapidity they could scramble up the steps, but this had given Varney time to recover himself, and though his right arm was almost useless, yet he contrived with his left to pitch the bricks so as to knock over the first 3 or 4, when, seeing that he could not maintain his position to advantage, he rushed to the outside of the house, the last place he had capable of defence. There was a great shout by those outside when they saw him come out and stand with his staff, and those who came first got first served, for the blows resounded while he struck them and sent them over below. Then came a great shout from within and without, and then a desperate rush was made at the door, and in the next instant Varney was seen flying, followed by his pursuers one after the other, some tumbling over the tiles, to the imminent hazard of their necks. Sir Francis Varney rushed along with a speed that appeared by far too great to admit of being safely followed, and yet those who followed appeared infected by his example, and appeared heedless of all consequences by which their pursuit might be attended to themselves. "Hurrah!" shouted the mob below. "Hurrah!" shouted the mob on the tiles. Then over several housetops might be seen the flying figure of Sir Francis Varney, pursued by different men at a pace almost equal to his own. They, however, could keep up the same speed and not improve upon it, while he kept the advantage he first obtained in the start. Then suddenly he disappeared. It seemed to the spectators below that he had dropped through a house, and they immediately surrounded the house, as well as they could, and then set up another shout. This took place several times, and as often was the miserable man hunted from his place of refuge only to seek another, from which he was in like manner hunted by those who thirsted for his blood. On one occasion they drove him into a house which was surrounded, save at one point, which had a long room, or building in it, that ran some distance out, and about 20 feet high. At the entrance to the roof of this place, or leads, he stood and defended himself for some moments with success. But having received a blow himself, he was compelled to retire, while the mob behind forced those in front forward faster than he could by any exertion wield the staff that had so much befriended him on this occasion. He was, therefore, on the point of being overwhelmed by numbers, when he fled. But alas, there was no escape. A bare coping stone, and rails ran round the top of that. There was not much time for hesitation, but he jumped over the rails and looked below. It was a great height, but if he fell and hurt himself he knew he was at the mercy of the bloodhounds behind him, who would do anything but show him any mercy, or spare him a single pang. He looked round and beheld his pursuers close upon him, and one was so close to him that he seized upon his arm, saying, as he shouted to his companions, "Hurrah, boys, I have him!" With an execration Sir Francis wielded his staff with such force that he struck the fellow in the head, crushing in his hat as if it had been only so much paper. The man fell, but a blow followed from someone else which caused Varney to relax his hold, and, finding himself falling, he, to save himself, sprang away. The rails, at that moment, were crowded with men who leaned over to ascertain the effect of the leap. "He'll be killed," said one. "He's sure to be smashed," said another. "I'll lay any wager he'll break a limb," said a third. Varney came to the earth. For a moment he lay stunned, and not able to move hand or foot. "Hurrah!" shouted the mob. Their triumph was short, for just as they shouted Varney arose, and after a moment or two's stagger he set off at full speed, which produced another shout from the mob, and just at that moment a body of his pursuers were seen scaling the walls after him. There was now a hunt through all the adjoining fields. From cover after cover they pursued him, until he found no rest from the hungry wolves that beset him with cries, resembling beasts of prey rather than any human multitude. Sir Francis heard them, at the same time, with the despair of a man who is struggling for life, and yet knows he is struggling in vain. He knew his strength was decaying. His immense exertions and the blows he had received all weakened him, while the number and strength of his foes seemed rather to increase than to diminish. Once more he sought the houses, and for a moment he believed himself safe, but that was only a momentary deception, for they had traced him. He arrived at a garden wall, over which he bounded, and then he rushed into the house, the door of which stood open, for the noise and disturbance had awakened most of the inhabitants, who were out in all directions. He took refuge in a small closet on the stairs, but was seen to do so by a girl, who screamed out with fear and fright, "Murder! Murder! The Wampire! The Wampire!" with all her strength, and in the way of screaming that was no little, and then she went off into a fit. This was signal enough, and the house was at once entered, and beset on all sides by the mob, who came impatient of obtaining their victim who had so often baffled them. "There he is! There he is!" said the girl, who came to as soon as other people came up. "Where? Where?" "In that closet," she said, pointing to it with her finger. "I seed him go in the way above." Sir Francis, finding himself betrayed, immediately came out of the closet, just as 2 or 3 were advancing to open it, and dealt so hard a blow on the head of the first that came near him that he fell without a groan. And a second shared the same fate, and then Sir Francis found himself grappled with, but with a violent effort he relieved himself and rushed up the stairs. "Oh, murder! The Wampire! What shall I do? Fire! Fire!" These exclamations were uttered in consequence of Varney in his haste to get upstairs having inadvertently stepped into the girl's lap with one foot while he kicked her in the chin with the other, besides scratching her nose till it bled. "After him! Stick to him!" shouted the mob, but the girl kicked and sprawled so much they were impeded, till, regardless of her cries, they ran over her and pursued Varney, who was much distressed with the exertions he had made. After about a minute's race he turned upon the head of the stairs, not so much taking some breathing time, but seeing his enemies so close he drew his sword, and stood panting, but prepared. "Never mind his toasting fork," said one bulky fellow, and, as he spoke, he rushed on, but the point of the weapon entered his heart, and he fell dead. There was a dreadful execration uttered by those who came up after him, and there was a momentary pause, for none liked to rush on to the bloody sword of Sir Francis Varney, who stood so willing and so capable of using it with the most deadly effect. They paused, as well they might, and this pause was the most welcome thing next to life to the unfortunate fugitive, for he was dreadfully distressed and bleeding. "On to him, boys! He can hardly stand! See how he pants! On to him, I say! Push him hard!" "He pushes hard, I tell you," said another. "I felt the point of his sword as it came through Giles's back." "I'll try my luck, then," said another, and he rushed up, but he was met by the sword of Sir Francis, who pierced it through his side, and he fell back with a groan. Sir Francis, fearful of stopping any longer to defend that point, appeared desirous of making good his retreat with some little advantage, and he rushed upstairs before they had recovered from the momentary consternation in which they had been thrown by the sudden disaster they had received. But they were quickly after him, and before he, wearied as he was, could gain the roof, they were up the ladder after him. The first man who came through the trap was again set upon by Varney, who made a desperate thrust at him, and it took effect, but the sword snapped by the handle. With an execration Sir Francis threw the hilt at the head of the next man he saw. Then rushing with headlong speed, he distanced his pursuers for some housetops. But the row of houses ended at the one he was then at, and he could go no further. What was to be done? The height was by far too great to be jumped. Death was certain. A hideous heap of crushed and mangled bones would be the extent of what would remain of him, and then, perhaps, life not extinct for some hours afterwards. He turned round. He saw them coming hallooing over the housetops, like a pack of hounds. Sir Francis struck his hands together and groaned. He looked round and perceived some ivy peeping over the coping-stone. A thought struck him, and he instantly ran to the spot and leaned over. "Saved! Saved!" he exclaimed. Then, placing his hand over, he felt for the ivy, then he got over, and hung by the coping-stone in a perilous position till he found a spot on which he could rest his foot, and then he grasped the ivy as low down as he could, and thus he lowered himself a short way, till he came to where the ivy was stronger and more secure to the wall, as the upper part was very dangerous with his weight attached to it. The mob came on, very sure of having Sir Francis Varney in their power, and they did not hurry on so violently, as their position was dangerous at that hour of the night. "Easy, boys, easy," was the cry. "The bird is our own. He can't get away, that's very certain." They however came on, and took no time about it hardly, but what was their amazement and rage at finding he had disappeared. "Where is he?" was the universal inquiry, and "I don't know," an almost universal answer. There was a long pause while they searched around, but they saw no vestige of the object of their search. "There's no trap door open," remarked one, "and I don't think he could have got in any one. Perhaps, finding he could not get away, he has taken the desperate expedient of jumping over and committing suicide, and so escaped the doom he ought to be subjected to." "Perhaps he has, but then we can run a stake through him and burn him all the same." They now approached the extreme verge of the houses, and looked over the sides, but they could see nothing. The moon was up, and there was light enough to have seen him if he had fallen to the earth, and they were quite sure that he could not have got up after such a fall as he must have received. "We are beaten after all, neighbours." "I'm not so sure of that," was the reply. "He may now be hidden about, for he was too far spent to be able to go far. He could not do that, I'm sure." "I think not either." "Might he not have escaped by means of that ivy yonder?" said one of the men, pointing to the plant as it climbed over the coping-stones of the wall. "Yes, it may be possible," said one, "and yet it is very dangerous, if not certain destruction, to get over." "Oh yes, there is no possibility of escape that way. Why, it wouldn't bear a cat, for there are no nails driven into the wall at this height." "Never mind," said another. "We may as well leave no stone unturned, as the saying is, but at once set about looking out for him." The individual who spoke now leant over the coping-stone for some moments in silence. He could see nothing, but yet he continued to gaze for some moments. "Do you see him?" inquired one. "No," was the answer. "Ay, ay, I thought as much," was the reply. "He might as well have got hold of a corner of the moon, which I believe is more likely, a great deal more likely." "Hold still a moment," said the man who was looking over the edge of the house. "What's the matter now? A gnat flew into your eye?" "No, but I see him. By Jove, I see him." "See who? See who?" "Varney, the vampire!" shouted the man. "I see him about half-way down, clinging like a fly to the wall. Odd zounds, I never saw the like afore. Huzzah! After him then, boys! Not the same way, if you please. Go yourself, and welcome, but I won't go that way." "Just as you please," said the man. "But what's good for the goose is good for the gander is an old saying, and so is Jack as good as his master." "So it may be, but cuss me if you ain't a fool if you attempt that." The man made no reply, but did as Varney had done before, got over the coping stone, and then laid hold of the ivy. But, whether his weight was heavier than Varney's, or whether it was that the latter had loosened the hold of the ivy or not, but he had no sooner left go of the coping stone than the ivy gave way, and he was precipitated from the height of about 50 feet to the earth. A dreadful fall. There was a pause. No one spoke. The man lay motionless and dead. He had dislocated his neck. The fall had not, however, been without its effect upon Varney, for the man's heel struck him so forcibly on his head as he fell that he was stunned and let go his hold, and he, too, fell to the earth, but not many feet. He soon recovered himself and was staggering away, when he was assailed by those above with groans and curses of all kinds, and then by stones and tiles, and whatever the mob could lay their hands upon. Some of these struck him, and he was cut about in various places, so that he could hardly stand. The hoots and shouts of the mob above had now attracted those below to the spot where Sir Francis Varney was trying to escape, but he had not gone far before the loud yells of those behind him told him that he was again pursued. Half dead and almost wholly spent, unarmed and defenceless, he scarce knew what to do, whether to fly or to turn round and die as a refuge from the greater evil of endeavouring to prolong a struggle which seemed hopeless. Instinct, however, urged him on, at all risks, and though he could not go very far, or fast, yet on he went, with the crowd after him. "Down with the vampire! Seize him! Hold him! Burn him! He must be down presently! He can't stand!" This gave them new hopes, and rendered Varney's fate almost certain. They renewed their exertions to overtake him, while he exerted himself anew, and with surprising agility, considering how he had been employed for more than 2 hours. There were some trees and hedges now that opposed the progress of both parties. The height of Sir Francis Varney gave him a great advantage, and, had he been fresh, he might have shown it to advantage in vaulting over the hedges and ditches, which he jumped when obliged, and walked through when he could. Every now and then the party in pursuit, who had been behind him some distance, now they gained on him. However, they kept, every now and then, losing sight of him among the trees and shrubs, and he made direct for a small wood, hoping that when there he should be able to conceal himself for some time, so as to throw his pursuers off the track. They were well aware of this, for they increased their speed, and 1 or 2 swifter of foot than the others got ahead of them, and cried out aloud as they ran. "Keep up! Keep up! He's making for the wood!" "He can't stop there long. There are too many of us to beat that cover without finding our game. Push, lads, he's our own now, as sure as we know he's on ahead." They did push on, and came in full sight as they saw Sir Francis enter the wood, with what speed he could make, but he was almost spent. This was a cheering sight to them, and they were pretty certain he would not leave the wood in the state he was then. He must seek concealment. However, they were mistaken, for Sir Francis Varney, as soon as he got into the wood, plunged into the thickest of it, and then paused to gain breath. "So far safe," he muttered. "But I have had a narrow escape. They are not yet done, though, and it will not be safe here long. I must away, and seek shelter and safety elsewhere, if I can. Curses on the hounds that run yelping over the fields." He heard the shouts of his pursuers, and prepared to quit the wood, when he thought the first had entered it. "They will remain there some time in beating about," he muttered. "That is the only chance I have had since the pursuit. Curse them, I say again. I may now get free. This delay must save my life, but nothing else will." He moved away, and, at a slow and lazy pace, left the wood, and then made his way across some fields, towards some cottages that lay on the left. The moon yet shone on the fields. He could hear the shouts of the mob, as various parties went through the wood from one covert to another, and yet unable to find him. Then came a great shout upon his ears, as though they had found out he had left the wood. This caused him to redouble his speed, and, fearful lest he should be seen in the moonlight, he leaped over the first fence that he came to, with almost the last effort that he could make, and then staggered in at an open door, through a passage, into a front parlour, and there fell, faint and utterly spent and speechless, at the feet of Flora Bannerworth. End of chapter 87. Recording by Nick Number. Chapter 88, Part 1 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 88, Part 1. The Reception of the Vampire by Flora. Varney subdued. We must say that the irruption into the house of the Bannerworths by Sir Francis Varney was certainly unpremeditated by him, for he knew not into whose house he had thus suddenly rushed for refuge from the numerous foes who were pursuing him with such vengeful ire. It was a strange and singular incident, and one well calculated to cause the mind to pause before it passed it by, and consider the means to an end which are sometimes as wide of the mark as it is in nature possible to be. But truth is stronger than fiction by far, and the end of it was that, pressed on all sides by danger, bleeding, faint, and exhausted, he rushed into the first house he came to, and thus placed himself in the very house of those whom he had brought to such a state of misfortune. Flora Bannerworth was seated at some embroidery, to pass away an hour or so, and thus get over the tedium of time. She was not thinking either upon the unhappy past. Some trifling object or other engaged her attention. But what was her anguish when she saw a man staggering into the room bleeding, and bearing the marks of a bloody contest, and sinking at her feet? Her astonishment was far greater yet when she recognized that man to be Sir Francis Varney. "Save me! Save me! Miss Bannerworth, save me! Only you can save me from the ruthless multitude which follows, crying aloud for my blood." As he spoke he sank down speechless. Flora was so much amazed, not to say terrified, that she knew not what to do. She saw Sir Francis a suppliant at her feet, a fugitive from his enemies, who would show him no mercy. She saw all this at a moment's glance, and yet she had not recovered her speech and presence of mind enough to enable her to make any reply to him. "Save me, Miss Flora Bannerworth, save me!" he said again, raising himself on his hands. "I am beset, hunted like a wild beast. They seek to destroy my life. They have pursued me from one spot to another, and I have unwittingly intruded upon you. You will save me. I am sure your kindness and goodness of heart will never permit me to be turned out among such a crew of bloodthirsty butchers as those who pursue me are." "Rise, Sir Francis Varney," said Flora, after a moment's hesitation. "In such an extremity as that which you are in, it would be inhuman indeed to thrust you out among your enemies." "Oh, it would," said Varney. "I had thought until now I could have faced such a mob, until I was in this extremity, and then, disarmed and thrown down, bruised, beaten, and incapable of stemming such a torrent, I fled from one place to another, till hunted from each, and then instinct alone urged me to greater exertion than before, and here I am. This is now my last and only hope. Rise, Sir Francis. You will not let me be torn out and slaughtered like an ox. I am sure you will not." "Sir Francis, we are incapable of such conduct. You have sought refuge here, and shall find it, as far as we are able to afford it to you." "And your brother? And—" "Yes, yes, all who are here will do the same. But here they come to speak for themselves." As she spoke, Mrs. Bannerworth entered, also Charles Holland, who both started on seeing the vampire present, Sir Francis Varney, who was too weak to rise without assistance. "Sir Francis Varney," said Flora, speaking to them as they entered, "has sought refuge here. His life is in peril, and he has no other hope left. You will, I am sure, do what can be done for him." "Mr. Holland," said Sir Francis, "I am, as you may see by my condition, a fugitive, and have been beaten almost to death. Instinct alone urged me on to save my life, and I, unknowingly, came in here." "Rise, Sir Francis," said Charles Holland. "I am not one who would feel any pleasure in seeing you become the victim of any brutal mob. I am sure there are none amongst us who would willingly do so. You have trusted to those who will not betray you." "Thank you," said Sir Francis, faintly. "I thank you. Your conduct is noble, and Miss Bannerworth's especially so." "Are you much hurt, Sir Francis?" inquired Charles. "I am much hurt, but not seriously or dangerously, but I am weak and exhausted." "Let me assist you to rise," said Charles Holland. "Thank you," said Sir Francis, as he accepted of the assistance, and when he stood up he found how incapable he really was, for a child might have grappled with him. "I have been sore beset, Mrs. Bannerworth," he said, endeavouring to bow to that lady, "and I have suffered much ill usage. I am not in such a plight as I could wish to be seen in by ladies, but my reasons for coming will be an excuse for my appearance in such disorder." "We will not say anything about that," said Charles Holland. "Under the circumstances it could not be otherwise." "It could not," said Sir Francis, as he took the chair Miss Flora Bannerworth placed for him. "I will not ask you for any explanation as to how this came about, but you need some restorative and rest." "I think I suffer more from exhaustion than anything else. The bruises I have, of course, are not dangerous." "Can you step aside a few moments?" said Mrs. Bannerworth. "I will show you where you can remove some of those stains and make yourself more comfortable." Thank you, madam, thank you. It will be most welcome to me, I assure you. Sir Francis rose up, and, with the aid of Charles Holland, he walked to the next room, where he washed himself and arranged his dress as well as it would admit of its being done. "Mr. Holland," he said, "I cannot tell you how grateful I feel for this. I have been hunted from the house where you saw me. From what source they learned my abode, my place of concealment, I know not, but they found me out." "I need hardly say, Sir Francis, that it could not have occurred through me," said Charles Holland. "My young friend," said Sir Francis, "I am quite sure you were not, and moreover I never for one moment suspected you. No, no, some accidental circumstance alone has been the cause. I have been very cautious, I may say extremely so, but at the same time, living, as I have, surrounded by enemies on all sides, it is not to be wondered at that I should be seen by someone, and thus traced to my lair, whither they followed me at their leisure. They have been but too troublesome in this matter. When they become a little reasonable, it will be a great miracle, for, when their passions and fears are excited, there is no end to the extremes they will perpetrate." "It is so," said Varney, "as the history of these last few days amply testifies to me. I could never have credited the extent to which popular excitement could be carried, and the results it was likely to produce." "It is an engine of very difficult control," pursued Charles Holland, "but what will raise it will not allay it, but add fuel to the fire that burns so fiercely already." "True enough," said Sir Francis. "If you have done, will you again step this way?" Sir Francis Varney followed Charles Holland into the sitting-room, and sat down with them, and before him was spread a light supper, with some good wine. "Eat, Sir Francis," said Mrs. Bannerworth. "Such a state as that in which you are must of necessity produce great exhaustion, and you must require food and drink." Sir Francis bowed as well as he was able, and even then, sore and bruised as he was, fugitive as he had been, he could not forget his courtesy, but it was not without an effort. His equanimity was, however, much disturbed by finding himself in the midst of the Bannerworths. "I owe you a relation," he said, "of what occurred to drive me from my place of concealment." "We should like to hear it, if you are not too far fatigued to relate it," said Charles. "I will. I was sitting at the top of that house in which I sought to hide myself, when I heard sounds come that were of a very suspicious nature, but did not believe that it could happen that they discovered my lurking place. Far from it. Though of late I had been habitually cautious and suspicious, yet I thought I was safe, till I heard the noise of a multitude coming towards me. I could not be mistaken in it, for the sounds are so peculiar that they are like nothing else. I heard them coming. I moved not, and when they surrounded the house as far as was practicable, they gave an immense shout, and made the welkin ring with the sound. "I heard a confused noise at a distance," remarked Flora, "but I had no idea that anything serious was contemplated. I imagined it was some festival among some trade, or portion of the townspeople, who were shouting from joy." "Oh dear, no," said Sir Francis. "But I am not surprised at the mistake, because there are such occurrences occasionally, but whenever the mob gained any advantage upon me they shouted, and when I was able to oppose them with effect, they groaned at me most horribly." "The deuce!" said Charles. "The sound, I suppose, serves to express their feelings, and to encourage each other." "Something of the sort, I dare say," said Varney. "But at length, after defending the house with all the desperation that despair imparted to me, I was compelled to fly from floor to floor, until I had reached the roof. There they followed me, and I was compelled again to fly. House after house they followed me to, until I could go no farther," said Varney. "How did you escape?" "Fortunately I saw some ivy growing and creeping over the coping stones, and by grasping that I got over the side, and so let myself down by degrees, as well as I was able." "Good heavens, what a dreadful situation!" exclaimed Flora. "It is really horrible." "I could not do it again under, I think, any circumstances." "Not the same?" said Mrs. Bannerworth. "I really doubt if I could," said Varney. "The truth is, the excitement of the moment was great, and I at that moment thought of nothing but getting away. The same circumstances, the same fear of death, could hardly be produced in me again, and I am unable to account for the phenomenon on this occasion." "Your escape was very narrow indeed," said Flora. "It makes me shudder to think of the dangers you have gone through. It is really terrible to think of it." "You," said Sir Francis, "are young and susceptible, and generous in your disposition. You can feel for me, and do, but how little I could have expected it, it is impossible to say. But your sympathy sinks into my mind, and causes such emotions as never can be erased from my soul. But to proceed. You may guess how dreadful was my position, by the fact that the first man who attempted to get over tore the ivy away and fell, striking me in his fall. He was killed, and I thrown down and stunned. I then made for the wood, closely pursued, and got into it. Then I baffled them. They searched the wood, and I went through it. I then ran across the country to these houses here. I got over the fence and in at the back door." "Did they see you come?" inquired Charles Holland. "I cannot say, but I think that they did not. I heard them give a loud shout more than once when on this side of the wood." "You did? How far from here were you when you heard the shouts?" inquired Mrs. Bannerworth. "I was close here, and, as I jumped over the fence, I heard them shout again, but I think they cannot see so far. The night was moonlight, to be sure, but that is all. The shadow of the hedge and the distance together would make it, if not impossible, at least very improbable." "That is very likely," said Mrs. Bannerworth. "In that case," said Charles Holland, "you are safe here, for none will suspect your being concealed here." "It is the last place I should myself have thought of," said Varney, "and I may say the last place I would knowingly have come to. But had I before known enough of you, I should have been well assured of your generosity, and have freely come to claim your aid and shelter, which accident has so strangely brought me to be a candidate for, and which you have so kindly awarded me." "The night is wearing away," said Flora, "and Sir Francis is doubtless fatigued to an excess. Sleep, I dare say, will be most welcome to him." "It will indeed, Miss Bannerworth," said Varney, "but I can do that under any circumstances. Do not let me put you to any inconvenience. A chair, and at any hour, will serve me for sleep." "We cannot do for you what we would wish," said Flora, looking at her mother, "but something better than that, at all events, we can and will provide for you." "I know not how to thank you," said Sir Francis Varney. "I assure you, of late I have not been luxuriously lodged, and the less trouble I give you the greater I shall esteem the favour." The hour was late, and Sir Francis Varney, before another hour had elapsed, was consigned to his own reflections, in a small but neat room, there to repose his bruised and battered carcass, and court the refreshing influence of sleep. His reflections were, for nearly an hour, of the most contradictory character. Some one passion was trying to overcome the other, but he seemed quite subdued. "I could not have expected this," he muttered. "Flora Bannerworth has the soul of a heroine. I deserve not such a reception from them, and yet, in my hour of utmost need, they have received me like a favoured friend, and yet all their misfortunes have taken their origin from me. I am the cause of all." Filled with these thoughts, he fell asleep. He slept undisturbed. It seemed as though the influence of sleep was sweeter far there in the cottage of the Bannerworths than ever he had before received. It was late on that morning before Sir Francis rose, and then only through hearing the family about, and, having performed his toilet, so far as circumstances permitted, he descended and entered the front parlour, the room he had been in the night before. Flora Bannerworth was already there. Indeed, breakfast was waiting the appearance of Sir Francis Varney. "Good morning, Sir Francis," said Flora, rising to receive him, and she could not avoid looking at him as he entered the room. "I hope you have had a pleasant night." "It has been the best night's rest I have had for some time, Miss Bannerworth. I assure you I have to express my gratitude to you for so much kindness. I have slept well and soundly." "I am glad to hear it." "I think yet I shall escape the search of these people who have hunted me from so many places." "I hope you may indeed, Sir Francis." "You, Miss Bannerworth, and do you hope I may escape the vengeance of these people, the populace?" "I do, Sir Francis, most sincerely hope so. Why should I wish evil to you, especially at their hands?" Sir Francis did not speak for a minute or two, and then he said, turning full upon Flora, "I don't know why, Miss Bannerworth, that I should think so, but perhaps it is because there are peculiar circumstances connected with myself that have made me feel conscious that I have not deserved so much goodness at your hands." "You have not deserved any evil, Sir Francis. We could not do that if it were in our power. We would do you a service at any time." "You have done so, Miss Bannerworth, the greatest that can be performed. You have saved my life." At that moment Charles Holland entered, and Sir Francis bowed, as he said, "I hope you, Mr. Holland, have slept as well and passed as good a night as I have passed." "I am glad you, at least, have passed a quiet one," said Charles Holland. "You, I dare say, feel all the better for it. How do you feel yourself? Are you much hurt?" "Not at all, not at all," said Sir Francis Varney. "Only a few bruises and so forth, some of which, as you may perceive, do not add to one's personal appearance. A week or two's quiet would rid me of them. At all events, I would it may do the same with my enemies." "I wish they were as easily gotten rid of myself," said Charles, "but as that cannot be, we must endeavour to baffle them in the best way we may." I owe a debt to you I shall never be able to repay, but where there is a will, they say there is a way, and if the old saying be good for anything, I need not despair, though the way is by no means apparent at present. Time is the magician, said Flora, whose wand changes all things, the young to the aged, and the aged to nothing. Certainly that is true, said Varney, and many such changes have I seen. My mind is stored with such events. But this is sadness, and I have cause to rejoice. The breakfast was passed off in pleasing conversation, and Varney found himself much at home with the Bannerworths, whose calm and even tenor was quite new to him. He could not but admit the charms of such a life as that led by the Bannerworths, but what it must have been when they were supplied with ample means, with nothing to prey upon their minds, and no fearful mystery to hang on and weigh down their spirits, he could scarcely imagine. They were amiable, accomplished, they were in the same mind at all times, and nothing seemed to ruffle them. And when night came, he could not but acknowledge to himself that he had never formed half the opinion of them they were deserving of. Of course during that day he was compelled to lie close, so as not to be seen by anyone, save the family. He sat in a small room, which was overlooked by no other in the neighbourhood, and he remained quiet, sometimes conversing, and sometimes reading, but at the same time ever attentive to the least sound that appeared at all of a character to indicate the approach of persons for any purpose whatever. At supper time he spoke to Flora and to Charles Holland, saying, "There are certain matters connected with myself, I may say with you now, sure all that has happened will make it so, of which you would be glad to hear something." "You mean upon the same subject upon which I had some conversation with you a day or two back?" "Yes, the same." "Allow me 1 week, and you shall know all. I will then relate to you that which you so much desire to know. 1 week, and all shall be told." "Well," said Charles Holland, "this has not been exacted from you as the price of your safety, but you can choose your own time, of course. What you promise is most desired, for it will render those happy who are now much worse than they were before these occurrences took place." "I am aware of all that. Grant me but 1 week, and then you shall be made acquainted with all." "I am satisfied, Sir Francis," said Flora, "but while here under our roof we should never have asked you a question." "Of this, Miss Bannerworth, the little I have seen of you assures me you would not do so. However, I am the more inclined to make it. I am under so deep an obligation to you all that I can never repay it." Sir Francis Varney retired to rest that night. His promise to the Bannerworths filled his mind with many reflections. The insecurity of his own position, and the frail tenure which even he held in the hands of those whom he had most injured. This produced a series of reflections of a grave and melancholy nature, and he sat by his window, watching the progress of the clouds as they appeared to chase each other over the face of the scene, now casting a shade over the earth, and then banishing the shadows and throwing a gentle light over the earth's surface, which was again chased away, and shadows again fell upon the scene below. How long he had sat there in melancholy musing he knew not, but suddenly he was aroused from his dreams by a voice that shook the skies and caused him to start to his feet. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted the mob, which had silently collected around the cottage of the Bannerworths. "Curses!" muttered Sir Francis, as he again sank in his chair and struck his head with his hand. "I am hunted to death. They will not leave me until my body has graced a crossroad. Hurrah! Down with the vampire! Pull him out!" Then came an instant knocking at the doors, and the people on the outside made a great din, that it seemed as though they contemplated knocking the house down at once, without warning the inmates that they waited there. There was a cessation for about a minute, when one of the family hastened to the door and inquired what was wanted. "Varney, the vampire," was the reply. "You must seek him elsewhere." "We will search this place before we go further," replied a man. "But he is not here." "We have reason to believe otherwise. Open the door and let us in. No one shall be hurt, or one single object in the house, but we must come in and search for the vampire." "Come tomorrow, then." "That will not do," said the voice. "Open, or we force our way in without more notice." At the same time a tremendous blow was bestowed upon the door, and then much force was used to thrust it in. A consultation was suddenly held among the inmates as to what was to be done, but no one could advise, and each was well aware of the utter impossibility of keeping the mob out. "I do not see what is to become of me," said Sir Francis Varney, suddenly appearing before them. "You must let them in. There is no chance of keeping them out, neither can you conceal me. You will have no place, save one, that will be sacred from their profanation." "And what is that?" "Flora's own room." End of Chapter 88, Part 1. Chapter 88, Part 2 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 88, Part 2. All started at the thought that Flora's chamber could in any way be profaned by any such presence as Sir Francis Varney's. However, the doors below were suddenly burst open, amid loud cries from the populace, who rushed in great numbers, and began to search the lower rooms immediately. "All is lost!" said Sir Francis Varney, as he dashed away and rushed to the chamber of Flora, who, alarmed at the sounds that were now filling the house, stood listening to them. "Miss Bannerworth," began Varney. "Sir Francis!" "Yes, it is I, Miss Bannerworth. Hear me for one moment." "What is the matter?" "I am again in peril, in more imminent peril than before. My life is not worth a minute's purchase, unless you save me. You, and alone, can now save me. Oh, Miss Bannerworth, if ever pity touched your heart, save me from those only whom I now fear. I could meet death in any shape but that in which they will inflict it upon me. Hear their execrations below. Death to the vampire! Death to Varney! Burn him! Run a stake through his body!" "What can I do, Sir Francis?" "Admit me to your chamber." "Sir Francis, are you aware of what you are saying?" "I am well. It is a request which you would justly scorn to reply to. But now my life. Recollect you have saved me once. My life. Do not now throw away the boon you have so kindly bestowed. Save me, Miss Bannerworth." "It is not possible. Nay, Miss Bannerworth. Do you imagine this is a time for ceremony, or the observances of polished life? On my honour, you run no risk of censure." "Where is Varney? Where is the vampire? He ain't far off." "Hear them, Miss Bannerworth. They are now at the foot of the stairs. Not a moment to lose. 1 minute more, and I am in the hands of a crew that has no mercy. Hurrah! Upstairs! He's not below. Upstairs, neighbours! We shall have him yet." These words sounded on the stairs. Half a dozen more steps and Varney would be seen. It was a miracle he was not heard begging for his life. Varney cast a look of despair at the stairhead and felt for his sword, but it was not there. He had lost it. He struck his head with his clenched hand, and was about to rush upon his foes, when he heard the lock turn. He looked, and saw the door open gently, and Flora stood there. He passed in, and sank cowering into a chair, at the other end of the room, behind some curtains. The door was scarcely shut, ere some tried to force it, and then a loud knocking came at the door. "Open! Open! We want Varney the vampire! Open, or we will burst it open!" Flora did open it, but stood resolutely in the opening, and held up her hand to impose silence. "Are you men, that you can come thus to force yourselves upon the privacy of a female? Is there nothing in the town or house that you must intrude in numbers into a private apartment? Is no place sacred from you? But, ma'am, miss, we only want Varney, the vampire." "And can you find him nowhere but in a female's bedroom? Shame on you! Shame on you! Have you no sisters, wives, or mothers, that you act thus?" "He's not in there, you may be sure of that, Jack," said a gruff voice. "Let the lady be in quiet. She's had quite enough trouble with him to sicken her of a vampire. You may be sure that's the last place to find him in." With this they all turned away, and Flora shut the door and locked it upon them, and Varney was safe. "You have saved me," said Varney. "Hush!" said Flora. "Speak not. There may be someone listening." Sir Francis Varney stood in the attitude of one listening most anxiously to catch some sounds. The moon fell across his face, and gave it a ghastly hue that, added to his natural paleness and wounds, gave him an almost unearthly aspect. The sounds grew more and more distant. The shouts and noise of men traversing the apartment subsided, and gradually the place became restored to its original silence. The mob, after having searched every other part of the house, and not finding the object of their search, they concluded that he was not there, but must have made his escape before. The most desperate peril of Sir Francis Varney seemed to have more effect upon him than anything that had occurred during his most strange and eventful career. When he was assured that the riotous mob that had been so intent upon his destruction was gone, and that he might emerge from his place of concealment, he did so with an appearance of such utter exhaustion that the Bannerworth family could not but look upon him as a being who was near his end. At any time his countenance, as we long have had occasion to remark, was a strange and unearthly looking one, but when we come to superadd to the strangeness of his ordinary appearance the traces of deep mental emotion, we may well say that Varney's appearance was positively of the most alarming character. When he was seated in the ordinary sitting apartment of the Bannerworths, he drew a long sighing breath, and, placing his hand upon his heart, he said in a faint tone of voice, "It beats now laboriously, but it will soon cease its pulsations forever." These words sounded absolutely prophetic. There was about them such a solemn aspect, and he looked at the same time that he uttered them so much like one whose mortal race was run, and who was now a candidate for the grave. "Do not speak so despairingly," said Charles Holland. "Remember, that if your life has been one of errors hitherto, how short a space of time may suffice to redeem some of them at least, and the communication to me which you have not yet completed may to some extent have such an effect. No, no, it may contribute to an act of justice, but it can do no good to me, and yet do not suppose that because such is my impression that I mean to hesitate in finishing to you that communication. I rejoice to hear you say so, and if you would, now that you must be aware of what good feelings toward you we are all animated with, remove the bar of secrecy from the communication, I should esteem it a great favour." Varney appeared to be considering for a few moments, and then he said, "Well, well, let the secrecy no longer exist. Have it removed at once. I will no longer seek to maintain it. Tell all, Charles Holland, tell all." Thus empowered by the mysterious being, Charles Holland related briefly what Varney had already told him, and then concluded by saying, "That is all that I have myself as yet been made aware of, and now I call upon Sir Francis Varney to finish his narration." "I am weak," said Varney, "and scarcely equal to the task, but yet I will not shrink from the promise that I have made. You have been the preservers of my life, and more particularly to you, Flora Bannerworth, am I indebted for a continued existence, which otherwise must have been sacrificed upon the altar of superstition." "But you will recollect, Master Varney," said the Admiral, who had sat looking on for some time in silent wonder, "you must recollect, Master Varney, that the people are, after all, not so much to blame for their superstition, because, whether you are a vampire or not, and I don't pretend to come to a positive opinion now, you took good care to persuade them you were." "I did," said Varney, with a shudder. "But why did I?" "Well, you know best." "It was, then, because I did believe, and do believe, that there is something more than natural about my strangely protracted existence. But we will waive that point, and before my failing strength, for it appears to me to be failing, completely prevents me from doing so, let me relate to you the continued particulars of the circumstances that made me what I am. End of Chapter 88, Part 2. Recording by Nick Number. Chapter 88, Part 3 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 88, Part 3. Flora Bannerworth, although she had heard before from the lips of Charles Holland that to her dreadful fact that her father, in addition to having laid violent hands upon his own life, was a murderer, now that that fearful circumstance was related more publicly, felt a greater pang than she had done when it was whispered to her in the accents of pure affection, and softened down by a gentleness of tone, which Charles Holland's natural delicacy would not allow him to use even to her whom he loved so well in the presence of others. She let her beautiful face be hidden by her hands, and she wept as she listened to the sad detail. Varney looked inquiringly in the countenance of Charles Holland, because, having given him leave to make Flora acquainted with the circumstance, he was rather surprised at the amount of emotion which it produced in her. Charles Holland answered the appealing look by saying, "Flora is already aware of the facts, but it naturally affects her much to hear them now repeated in the presence of others, and those too towards whom she cannot feel—" What Charles Holland was going to say was abruptly stopped short by the Admiral, who interposed, exclaiming, "Why, what do you mean, you son of a sea-cook? The presence of who do you mean? Do you mean to say that I don't feel for Miss Flora, bless her heart, quite as much as a white-faced looking swab like you? Why, I shall begin to think you are only fit for a marine." "Nay, uncle, now do not put yourself out of temper. You must be well aware that I could not mean anything disrespectful to you. You should not suppose such a state of things possible, and although, perhaps, I did not express myself so felicitously as I might, yet what I intended to say was—" "Oh, bother what you intended to say. You go on, Mr. Vampire, with your story. I want to know what became of it all. Just you get on as quick as you can, and let us know what you did after the man was murdered." "When the dreadful deed was committed," said Varney, "and our victim lay weltering in his blood, and had breathed his last, we stood like men who for the first time were awakened to the frightful consequences of what they had done. I saw by the dim light that hovered round us a great change come over the countenance of Marmaduke Bannerworth, and he shook in every limb. This soon passed away, however, and the powerful and urgent necessity which arose of avoiding the consequences of the deed that we had done restored us to ourselves. We stooped, and took from the body the ill-gotten gains of the gambler. They amounted to an immense sum, and I said to Marmaduke Bannerworth, "Take you the whole of this money, and proceed to your own home with it, where you will be least suspected. Hide it in some place of great secrecy, and tomorrow I will call upon you, when we will divide it, and will consider of some means of safely exchanging the notes for gold." He agreed to this, and placed the money in his pocket, after which it became necessary that we should dispose of the body, which, if we did not quickly remove, must in a few hours be discovered, and so, perchance, accompanied by other criminating circumstances, become a frightful evidence against us, and entail upon us all those consequences of the deed which we were so truly anxious to escape from. It is ever the worst part of the murderer's task, that after he has struck the blow that has deprived his victim of existence, it becomes his frightful duty to secrete the corpse, which, with its dead eyes, ever seems to be glaring upon him such a world of reproach. That it is which should make people pause ere they dip their hands in the blood of others, and that it is which becomes the first retribution that the murderer has to endure for the deep crime that he has committed. We tore 2 stakes from a hedge, and with their assistance we contrived to dig a very superficial hole, such a hole as was only sufficient, by placing a thin coating of earth over it, to conceal the body of the murdered man. And then came the loathsome task of dragging him into it, a task full of horror, and from which we shrunk aghast, but it had to be done, and therefore we stooped, and grasping the clothes as best we might, we dragged the body into the chasm we had prepared for its reception. Glad were we then to be enabled to throw earth upon it, and to stamp upon it with such vehemence as might well be supposed to actuate men deeply anxious to put out of sight some dangerous and loathsome object. When we had completed this, and likewise gathered handsful of dust from the road, and dry leaves, and such other matter, to sprinkle upon the grave, so as to give the earth an appearance of not having been disturbed, we looked at each other and breathed from our toil. Then, and not till then, was it that we remembered that among other things which the gambler had won of Marmaduke were the deeds belonging to the Deerbrook property. "The Deerbrook property!" exclaimed Henry Bannerworth. "I know that there was a small estate going by that name, which belonged to our family, but I always understood that long ago my father had parted with it." "Yes, it was mortgaged for a small sum, a sum not a fourth part of its value, and it had been redeemed by Marmaduke Bannerworth, not for the purpose of keeping it, but in order that he might sell it outright, and so partially remedy his exhausted finances." "I was not aware of that," returned Henry. "Doubtless you were not, for of late, I mean for the 12 months or so preceding your father's death, you know he was much estranged from all the family, so that none of you knew much of what he was doing, except that he was carrying on a very wild and reckless career, such as was sure to end in dishonour and poverty. But I tell you he had the title deeds of the Deerbrook property, and that they were only got from him, along with everything else of value that he possessed, at the gaming table, by the man who paid such a fearful penalty for his success. It was not until after the body was completely buried, and we had completed all our precautions for more effectually hiding it from observation, that we recollected the fact of those important papers being in his possession. It was Marmaduke Bannerworth who first remembered it, and he exclaimed, "By heaven, we have buried the title deeds of the property, and we shall have again to exhume the corpse for the purpose of procuring them." Now those deeds were nothing to me, and repugnant as I had felt from the first to having anything whatever to do with the dead body, it was not likely that I would again drag it from the earth for such an object. "Marmaduke Bannerworth," I said, "you can do what you please, and take the consequences of what you do, but I will not again, if I can help it, look upon the face of that corpse. It is too fearful a sight to contemplate again. You have a large sum of money, and what need you care now for the title deeds of a property comparatively insignificant?" "Well, well," he said, "I will not, at the present time, disturb the remains. I will wait to see if anything should arise from the fact of the murder. If it should turn out that no suspicion of any kind is excited, but that all is still and quiet, I can then take measures to exhume the corpse and recover those papers, which certainly are important." By this time the morning was creeping on apace, and we thought it prudent to leave the spot. We stood at the end of the lane for a few moments conversing, and those moments were the last in which I ever saw Marmaduke Bannerworth. "Answer me a question," said Henry. "I will. Ask me what you please. I will answer it. Was it you that called at Bannerworth Hall after my father's melancholy death, and inquired for him?" "I did, and when I heard of the deed that he had done, I at once left, in order to hold counsel with myself as to what I should do to obtain at least a portion of the property, one half of which, it was understood, was to have been mine. I heard what had been the last words used by Marmaduke Bannerworth on the occasion of his death, and they were amply sufficient to let me know what had been done with the money, at all events so far as regards the bestowal of it in some secret place, and from that moment the idea of, by some means or another, getting the exclusive possession of it never forsook my mind. I thought over the matter by day and by night, and with the exception of having a knowledge of the actual hiding place of the money, I could see, in the clearest possible manner, how the whole affair had been transacted. There can be no doubt but that Marmaduke Bannerworth had reached home safely with the large sum of which he had become possessed, and that he had hidden it securely, which was but an ordinary measure of precaution, when we come to consider how the property had been obtained. Then I suspect that, being alone and left to the gloom of his own miserable thoughts, they reverted so painfully to the past that he was compelled to drink deeply for the purpose of drowning reflection. The natural consequence of this, in his state, was that partial insanity supervened, and at a moment when frenzy rose far above reflection, he must have committed the dreadful act which hurried him instantaneously to eternity. "Yes," said Henry, "it must have been so. You have guessed truly. He did on that occasion drink an immense quantity of wine. But instead of stilling the pangs of remorse, it must have increased them, and placed him in such a frenzied condition of intellect that he found it impossible to withstand the impulse of it, unless by the terrific act which ended his existence. Yes, and which at once crushed all my expectations of the large fortune which was to have been mine, for even one half of the sum which had been taken from the gamester's pocket would have been sufficient to have enabled me to live for the future in affluence. I became perfectly maddened at the idea that so large a sum had passed out of my hands. I constantly hovered about Bannerworth Hall, hoping and expecting that something might arise which would enable me to get admittance to it, and make an active search through its recesses for the hidden treasure. All my exertions were in vain. I could hit upon no scheme whatever, and at length, wearied and exhausted, I was compelled to proceed to London for the sake of a subsistence. It is only in that great metropolis that such persons as myself, destitute of real resources, but infinitely reckless as regards the means by which they acquire a subsistence, can hope to do so. Once again, therefore, I plunged into the vortex of London life, and proceeded, heedless of the criminality of what I was about, to cater for myself by robbery, or indeed in any manner which presented a prospect of success. It was during this career of mine that I became associated with some of the most desperate characters of the time, and the offences we committed were of that daring character that it could not be wondered at eventually so formidable a gang of desperadoes must be by force broken up. It so occurred, but unknown to us, that the police resolved upon making one of the most vigorous efforts to put an end to the affair, and in consequence a watch was set upon every one of our movements. The result of this was, as might have been expected, our complete dispersion, and the arrest of some our members, and among them myself. I knew my fate almost from the first. Our depredations had created such a sensation that the legislature even had made it a matter of importance that we should be suppressed, and it was an understood thing among the judges that the severest penalties of the law should be inflicted upon any one of the gang who might be apprehended and convicted. My trial scarcely occupied an hour, and then I was convicted and sentenced to execution, with an intimation from the judge that it would be perfectly absurd of me to dream for one moment of a remission of that sentence. In this state of affairs, and seeing nothing but death before me, I gave myself up to despair, and narrowly missed cheating the hangman of his victim. More dead than alive, I was, however, dragged out to be judicially murdered, and I shall never forget the crowd of frightful sensations that came across my mind upon that terrific occasion. It seemed as if my fate had then reached its climax, and I have really but a dim recollection of the terrible scene. I remember something of the confused murmur arising from an immense throng of persons. I remember looking about me, and seeing nothing but what appeared to me an immense sea of human heads, and then suddenly I heard a loud roar of execration burst from the multitude. I shrunk back terrified, and it did, indeed, seem to me a brutal thing thus to roar and shout at a man who was brought out to die. I soon, however, found that the mob who came to see such a spectacle was not so debased as I imagined, but that it was at the hangman, who had suddenly made his appearance on the scaffold, at whom they raised that fearful yell. Someone, I think it was one of the sheriffs, must have noticed that I was labouring under the impression that the cry from the mob was levelled at me, for he spoke, saying, "It is at the hangman they shout," and he indicated with his finger that public functionary. In my mind's eye I think I see him now, and I am certain that I shall never forget the expression of his face. It was perfectly fearful, and afterwards, when I learned who and what he was, I was not surprised that he should feel so acutely the painfully degrading office which he had to perform. The fatal rope was in a few minutes adjusted to my neck. I felt its pressure, and I heard the confused sounds of the monotonous voice of the clergyman as he muttered some prayers that I must confess sounded to me at the time like a mockery of human suffering. Then suddenly there was a loud shout. I felt the platform give way beneath my feet. I tried to utter a yell of agony, but could not. It seemed to me as if I was encompassed by fire. And then sensation left me, and I knew no more. The next feelings of existence that came over me consisted in a frightful tingling sensation throughout my veins, and I felt myself making vain efforts to scream. All the sensations of a person suffering from a severe attack of nightmare came across me, and I was in such an agony that I inwardly prayed for death to release me from such a cruel state of suffering. Then suddenly the power to utter a sound came to me, and I made use of it well, for the piercing shriek I uttered must have struck terror into the hearts of all who heard it, since it appalled even myself. Then I suppose I must have fainted, but when I recovered consciousness again I found myself upon a couch, and a man presenting some stimulus to me in a cup. I could not distinguish objects distinctly, but I heard him say, "Drink, and you will be better." I did drink, for a raging thirst consumed me, and then I fell into a sound sleep, which, I was afterwards told, lasted nearly 24 hours, and when I recovered from that I heard again the same voice that had before spoken to me, asking me how I was. I turned in the direction of the sound, and, as my vision was now clearer, I could see that it was the hangman, whose face had made upon the scaffold such an impression upon me, an impression which I then considered my last in this world, but which turned out not to be such by many a mingled one of pain and pleasure since. It was some time before I could speak, and when I did it was only in a few muttered words, to ask what had happened, and where I was. "Do you not remember," he said, "that you were hanged?" I do, was my reply. "Is this the region of damned souls?" "No, you are still in this world, however strange you may think it. Listen to me, and I will briefly tell you how it is that you have come back again, as it were, from the very grave, to live and walk about among the living." I listened to him with a strange and rapt attention, and then he told how a young and enthusiastic medical man had been anxious to try some experiments with regard to the restoration of persons apparently dead, and he proceeded to relate how it was that he had given ear to the solicitations of the man, and had consented to bring my body after it was hung for him to experiment upon. He related how the doctor had been successful, but how he was so terrified at his own success that he hastily fled, and had left London, no one knowing whither he had gone. I listened to this with the most profound attention, and then he concluded by saying to me, "There can be no doubt but my duty requires of me to give you up again to the offended laws of your country. I will not, however, do that, if you will consent to an arrangement that I shall propose to you." I asked him what the arrangement was, and he said that if I would solemnly bind myself to pay to him a certain sum per annum he would keep my secret, and forsaking his calling as a hangman, endeavour to do something that should bring with it pleasanter results. I did so solemnly promise him, and I have kept my word. By one means or another I have succeeded in procuring the required amount, and now he is no more. "I believe," cried Henry, "that he has fallen a victim to the blind fury of the populace." "You are right, he has so, and accordingly I am relieved from the burden of those payments, but it matters little, for now I am so near the tomb myself that, together with all my obligations, I shall soon be beyond the reach of mortal cavilling." "You need not think so, Varney. You must remember that you are at present suffering from circumstances, the pressure of which will soon pass away, and then you will resume your wonted habits." "What did you do next?" said the Admiral. "Let's know all while you are about it." "I remained at the hangman's house for some time, until all fear of discovery was over, and then he removed me to a place of greater security, providing me from his own resources with the means of existence, until I had fully recovered my health, and then he told me to shift for myself. During my confinement, though, I had not been idle mentally, for I concocted a plan by which I should be enabled not only to live well myself, but to pay to the hangman, whose name was Mortimer, the annual sum I had agreed upon. I need not go into the details of this plan. Of course it was neither an honest nor respectable one, but it succeeded, and I soon found myself in a position to enable me thereby to keep my engagement, as well as to supply me with means of plotting and planning for my future fortunes. I had never for a moment forgotten that so large a sum of money was somewhere concealed about Bannerworth Hall, and I still looked forward to obtaining it by some means or another. It was in this juncture of affairs that one night I was riding on horseback through a desolate part of England. The moon was shining sweetly as I came to a broad stream of water, across which, about a mile further on, I saw that there was a bridge, but being unwilling to waste time by riding up to it, and fancying, by the lazy ripple of the waters, that the river was not shallow, I plunged my horse boldly into the stream. When we reached its centre, some sudden indisposition must have seized the horse, for instead of swimming on well and gallantly as it had done before, it paused for a moment, and then plunged headlong into the torrent. I could not swim, and so, for a second time, death with all its terrors appeared to be taking possession of me. The waters rolled over my head, gurgling and hissing in my ears, and then all was past. I know no more until I found myself lying upon a bright green meadow, and the full beams of the moon shining upon me. I was giddy and sick, but I rose and walked slowly away, each moment gathering fresh strength, and from that time to this I never discovered how I came to be rescued from the water and lying upon that green bank. It has ever been a mystery to me, and I expect it ever will. Then, from that moment, the idea that I had a sort of charmed life came across me, and I walked about with an impression that such was the case, until I came across a man who said that he was a Hungarian, and who was full of strange stories of vampires. Among other things, he told me that a vampire could not be drowned, for that the waters would cast him upon its banks, and, if the moonbeams fell upon him, he would be restored to life. This was precisely my story, and from that moment I believed myself to be one of those horrible but charmed beings, doomed to such a protracted existence. The notion grew upon me day by day, and hour by hour, until it became quite a fixed and strong belief, and I was deceiving no one when I played the horrible part that has been attributed to me. "But you don't mean to say that you believe you are a vampire now?" said the Admiral. "I say nothing, and know not what to think. I am a desperate man, and what there is at all human in me, strange to say, all of you whom I sought to injure have awakened." "Heed not that," said Henry, "but continue your narrative. We have forgiven everything, and that ought to suffice to quiet your mind upon such a subject." "I will continue, and, believe me, I will conceal nothing from you. I look upon the words I am now uttering as full, candid, and free confession, and therefore it shall be complete. The idea struck me that if, by taking advantage of my supposed preternatural gifts, I could drive you from Bannerworth Hall, I should have it to myself to hunt through at my leisure, and possibly find the treasure. I had heard from Marmaduke Bannerworth some slight allusion to concealing the money behind a picture that was in a bedroom called the Panelled Chamber. By inquiry I ascertained that in that bedroom slept Flora Bannerworth. I had resolved, however, at first to try pacific measures, and accordingly, as you are well aware, I made various proposals to you to purchase or to rent Bannerworth Hall, the whole of which you rejected, so that I found myself compelled to adopt the original means that had suggested themselves to me, and endeavour to terrify you from the house. By prowling about I made myself familiar with the grounds, and with all the plan of the residence, and then one night made my appearance in Flora's chamber by the window. "But how do you account," said Charles Holland, "for your extraordinary likeness to the portrait?" "It is partly natural, for I belong to a collateral branch of the family, and it was previously arranged. I had seen the portrait in Marmaduke Bannerworth's time, and I knew some of its peculiarities in dress sufficiently well to imitate them. I calculated upon producing a much greater effect by such an imitation, and it appears that I was not wrong, for I did produce it to the full." "You did indeed," said Henry, "and if you did not bring conviction to our minds that you were what you represented yourself to be, you at least staggered our judgments upon the occasion, and left us in a position of great doubt and difficulty." I did all that. I know I did, and by pursuing that line of conduct, I at last, I presume, entirely forced you from the house. That you did. Flora fainted when I entered her chamber, and the moment I looked upon her sweet countenance my heart smote me for what I was about, but I solemnly aver that my lips never touched her, and that, beyond the fright, she suffered nothing from Varney the vampire. "And you have succeeded," said Henry, "in your object now?" "No, the treasure has yet to be found. Mortimer the hangman followed me into the house, guessing my intention, and indulging a hope that he would succeed in sharing with me its proceeds, but he, as well as myself, was foiled, and nothing came of the toilsome and anxious search but disappointment and bitterness." "Then it is supposed that the money is still concealed?" "I hope so. I hope as well that it will be discovered by you and yours, for surely none can have a better right to it than you, who have suffered so much on its account." "And yet," remarked Henry, "I cannot help thinking it is too securely hidden from us. The picture has been repeatedly removed from its place, and produced no results, so that I fear we have little to expect from any further or more protracted research." "I think," said Varney, "that you have everything to expect. The words of the dying Marmaduke Bannerworth, you may depend, were not spoken in vain, and I have every reason to believe that, sooner or later, you must, without question, become the possessors of that sum." "But ought we rightly to hold it?" "Who ought more rightly to hold it?" said Varney. "Answer me that." "That's a sensible enough idea of yours," said the Admiral, "and if you were twice over a vampire I would tell you so. It's a very sensible idea. I should like to know who has more right to it than those who have had such a world of trouble about it." "Well, well," said Henry, "we must not dispute, as yet, about a sum of money that may really never come to hand. For my own part, I have little to hope for in the matter, but certainly nothing shall be spared on my part to effect such a thorough search of the Hall as shall certainly bring it to light, if it be in existence." "I presume, Sir Francis Varney," said Charles Holland, "that you have now completed your narrative?" "I have. After events are well known to you. And now I have but to lie down and die, with the hope of finding that rest and consolation in the tomb which has been denied me hitherto in this world. My life has been a stormy one, and full of the results of angry passions. I do hope now that, for the short time I have to live, I shall know something like serenity, and die in peace." "You may depend, Varney, that, as long as you have an asylum with us," said the Admiral, "and that you may have as long as you like, you may be at peace. I consider that you have surrendered at discretion, and, under such circumstances, an enemy always deserves honourable treatment, and always gets it on board such a ship as this." "There you go again," said Jack, "calling the house a ship." "What's that to you, if I were to call it a bowsprit? Ain't I your captain, you lubber, and so sure to be right, while you are wrong in the natural order of things? But you go and lay down, Master Varney, and rest yourself, for you seem completely done up." Varney did look fearfully exhausted, and, with the assistance of Henry and Charles, he went into another apartment and laid down upon a couch, showing great symptoms of debility and want of power. End of Chapter 88, Part 3. Recording by Nick Number. Chapter 88, Part 4 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 88, Part 4. And now it was a calm. Varney's stay at the cottage of the Bannerworths was productive of a different mood of mind than ever he had possessed before. He looked upon them in a very different manner to what he had been used to. He had, moreover, considerably altered prospects. There could not be the same hopes and expectations that he once had. He was an altered man. He saw in the Bannerworths those who had saved his life, and who, without doubt, had possessed an opinion not merely obnoxious to him, but must have had some fearful misgivings concerning his character, and that too of a nature that usually shuts out all hope of being received into any family. But, in the hour of his need, when his life was in danger, no one else would have done what they had done for him, especially when so relatively placed. Moreover, he had been concealed, when to do so was both dangerous and difficult, and then it was done by Flora Bannerworth herself. Time flew by. The mode of passing time at the cottage was calm and serene. Varney had seldom witnessed anything like it, but, at the same time, he felt more at ease than ever he had. He was charmed with the society of Flora, in fact with the whole of the little knot of individuals who there collected together. From what he saw he was gratified in their society, and it seemed to alleviate his mental disquiet, and the sense he must feel of his own peculiar position. But Varney became ill. The state of mind and body he had been in for some time past might be the cause of it. He had been much harassed, and hunted from place to place. There was not a moment in which his life was not in danger, and he had, moreover, in more than one case, received some bodily injuries, bruises, and contusions of a desperate character, and yet he would take no notice of them, but allow them to get well again, as best they could. His escapes and injuries had made a deep impression upon his mind, and had no doubt a corresponding effect upon his body, and Varney became very ill. Flora Bannerworth did all that could be done for one in his painful position, and this greatly added to the depth of thought that occasionally beset him, and he could scarcely draw one limb after the other. He walked from room to room in the twilight, at which time he had more liberty permitted him than at any other, because there was not the same danger in his doing so, for, if once seen, there could be no matter of doubt but he would have been pursued until he was destroyed, when no other means of escape were at hand, and Varney himself felt that there could be no chance of his again escaping from them, for his physical powers were fast decaying. He was not, in fact, the same man. He came out into the parlour from the room in which he had been seated during the day. Flora and her mother were there, while Charles Holland and Henry Bannerworth had both at that moment entered the apartment. "Good evening, Miss Bannerworth," said Sir Francis, bowing to her, and then to her mother, Mrs. Bannerworth. "And you, Mr. Holland, I see have been out enjoying the free breeze that plays over the hot fields. It must be refreshing." "It is so, sir," said Charles. "I wish we could make you a partaker in our walks." "I wish you could with all my heart," said Varney. "Sir Francis," said Flora, "must be a prisoner for some short time longer yet." "I ought not to consider it in any such light. It is not imprisonment. I have taken sanctuary. It is the wellspring of life to me," said Varney. "I hope it may prove so. But how do you find yourself this evening, Sir Francis Varney?" "Really, it is difficult to say. I fluctuate. At times I feel as though I should drop insensible on the earth, and then I feel better than I have done for some time previously." "Dr. Chillingworth will be here by and by, no doubt, and he must see what he can do for you to relieve you of these symptoms," said Flora. "I am much beholden to you, but I hope to be able to do without the good doctor's aid in this instance, though I must admit I may appear ungrateful." "Not at all, not at all." "Have you heard any news abroad to-day?" inquired Varney. "None, Sir Francis, none. There is nothing apparently stirring. And now, go out when you would find nothing but what was old, quiet, and familiar. We cannot wish to look upon anything with more charms for a mind at ease than we can see under such circumstances, but I fear there are some few old and familiar features that I should find sad havoc in. You would, certainly, for the burnings and razings to the ground of some places have made some dismal appearances, but time may efface that, and then the evil may die away, and the future will become the present, should we be able to allay popular feeling." "Yes," said Sir Francis, "but popular prejudices, or justice, or feeling, are things not easily assuaged. The people, when once aroused, go on to commit all kinds of excess, and there is no one point at which they will stop short of the complete extirpation of some one object or other that they have taken a fancy to hunt. The hubbub and excitement must subside." "The greater the ignorance, the more persevering and the more brutal they are," said Sir Francis, "but I must not complain of what is a necessary consequence of their state." "It might be otherwise." "So it might, and no mischief arise either, but as we cannot divert the stream, we may as well bend to the force of a current too strong to resist." "The moon is up," said Flora, who wished to turn the conversation from that to another topic. "I see it yonder through the trees. It rises red and large. It is very beautiful, and yet there is not a cloud about to give it the colour and appearance it now wears." "Exactly so," said Sir Francis Varney. "But the reason is the air is filled with a light, invisible vapour, that has the effect you perceive. There has been much evaporation going on, and now it shows itself in giving the moon that peculiar large appearance and deep colour." "Ay, I see. It peeps through the trees, the branches of which cut it up into various portions. It is singular, and yet beautiful, and yet the earth below seems dark." "It is dark. You would be surprised to find it so if you walked about. It will soon be lighter than it is at this present moment." "What sounds are those?" inquired Sir Francis Varney as he listened attentively. "Sounds? What sounds?" returned Henry. "The sounds of wheels and horses' feet," said Varney. "I cannot hear them, much less can I tell what they are," said Henry. "Then listen. Now they come along the road. Cannot you hear them now?" said Varney. "Yes, I can," said Charles Holland, "but I really don't know what they are, or what it can matter to us. We don't expect any visitors." "Certainly, certainly," said Varney. "I am somewhat apprehensive of the approach of strange sounds." "You are not likely to be disturbed here," said Charles. "Indeed, I thought so when I had succeeded in getting into the house near the town, and so far from believing it was likely I should be discovered, that I sat on the housetop while the mob surrounded it." "Did you not hear them coming?" "I did." "And yet you did not attempt to escape from them?" "No, I could not persuade them I was not there save by my utter silence. I allowed them to come too close to leave myself time to escape. Besides, I could hardly persuade myself there could be any necessity for so doing." "It was fortunate it was, as it happened afterwards, that you were able to reach the wood and get out of it unperceived by the mob." "I should have been in an unfortunate condition had I been in their hands long. A man made of iron would not be able to resist the brutality of those people." As they were speaking, a gig with two men drove up, followed by one on horseback. They stopped at the garden gate, and then tarried to consult with each other, as they looked at the house. "What can they want, I wonder?" inquired Henry. "I never saw them before." "Nor I," said Charles Holland. "Do you not know them at all?" inquired Varney. "No," replied Flora. "I never saw them, neither can I imagine what is their object in coming here." "Did you ever see them before?" inquired Henry of his mother, who held up her hand to look more carefully at the strangers; then, shaking her head, she declared she had never seen such persons as those. "I dare say not," said Charles Holland. "They certainly are not gentlemen, but here they come." There is some mistake, I dare say. They don't want to come here." As they spoke, the two strangers got down. After picking up a topcoat they had let fall, they turned round and deliberately put it into the chaise again. They walked up the path to the door, at which they knocked. The door was opened by the old woman, when the two men entered. "Does Francis Beauchamp live here?" "Eh?" said the old woman, who was a little deaf, and she put her hand behind her ear to catch the sounds more distinctly. "Eh? Who did you say?" Sir Francis Varney started as the sounds came upon his ear, but he sat still, an attentive listener. "Are there any strangers in the house?" inquired the other officer impatiently. "Who is here?" "Strangers?" said the old woman. "You are the only strangers that I have seen here." "Come," said the officer to his companion. "Come this way. There are people in this parlour. Our business must be an apology for any rudeness we may commit." As he spoke he stepped by the old woman, and laying his hand upon the handle of the door entered the apartment, at the same time looking carefully around the room as if he expected someone. "Ladies," said the stranger with an off-hand politeness that had something repulsive in it, though it was meant to convey a notion that civility was intended, "ladies, I beg pardon for intruding, but I am looking for a gentleman." "You shall hear from me again soon," said Sir Francis in an almost imperceptible whisper. "What is the object of this intrusion?" demanded Henry Bannerworth, rising and confronting the stranger. "This is a strange introduction." "Yes, but not an unusual one," said the stranger, "in these cases, being unavoidable at the least." "Sir," said Charles Holland, "if you cannot explain quickly your business here, we will proceed to take those measures which will, at least, rid ourselves of your company." "Softly, sir, I mean no offence. Not the least, but I tell you I do not come for any purpose that is all consonant to my wishes. I am a Bow Street officer, in the execution of my duty. Excuse me, therefore." "Whom do you want?" "Francis Beauchamp, and from the peculiarity of the appearance of this individual here, I think I may safely request the pleasure of his company." Varney now rose, and the officer made a rush at him, when he saw him do so, saying, "Surrender in the King's name!" Varney, however, paid no attention to that, but rushed past, throwing his chair down to impede the officer, who could not stay himself, but fell over it, while Varney made a rush towards the window, which he cleared at one bound, and, crossing the road, was lost to sight in a few seconds in the trees and hedges on the other side. "Accidents will happen," said the officer, as he rose to his feet. "I did not think the fellow would have taken the window in that manner, but we have him in view, and that will be enough." "In heaven's name," said Henry, "explain all about this. We cannot understand one word of it. I am at a loss to understand one word of it." "We will return and do so presently," said the officer, as he dashed out of the house after the fugitive at a rapid and reckless speed, followed by his companion. The man who had been left with the chaise, however, was the first in the chase. Seeing an escape from the window, he immediately guessed that he was the man wanted, and, but for an accident, he would have met Varney at the gate, for, as he was getting out in a hurry, his foot became entangled with the reins, and he fell to the ground, and Varney at the same moment stepped over him. "Curse his infernal impudence, and damn these reins!" muttered the man in a fury at the accident, and the aggravating circumstance of the fugitive walking over him in such a manner, and so coolly too, it was vexing. The man, however, quickly released himself, and rushed after Varney across the road, and kept on his track for some time. The moon was still rising, and shed but a gloomy light around. Everything was almost invisible until you came close to it. This was the reason why Varney and his pursuer met with several severe accidents, tumbles and hard knocks against impediments which the light and the rapid flight they were taking did not admit of their avoiding very well. They went on for some time, but it was evident that Varney knew the place best, and could avoid what the man could not, and that was the trees and the natural impediments of the ground, which Varney was acquainted with. For instance, at full speed across a meadow a hollow would suddenly present itself, and to an accustomed eye the moonlight might enable it to be distinguished at a glance what it was, while to one wholly unaccustomed to it the hollow would often look like a hillock by such a light. This Varney would clear at a bound, which a less agile and heavier person would step into, lifting up his leg to meet an impediment, when he would find it come down suddenly some 6 or 8 inches lower than he anticipated, almost dislocating his leg and neck, and producing a corresponding loss of breath, which was not regained by the muttered curse upon such a country where the places were so uneven. End of Chapter 88, Part 4. Recording by Nick Number. Chapter 88, Part 5 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 88, Part 5. Having come to one of these places, which was little more perceptible than the others, he made a desperate jump, but he jumped into the middle of the hole with such force that he sprained his ankle, besides sinking into a small pond that was almost dry, being overgrown with rushes and aquatic plants. "Well?" said the other officer, coming up. "Well?" "Well, indeed," said the one who came first. "It's anything but well. Damn all country excursions, say I." "Why, Bob, you don't mean to say as how you are caught in a rat trap?" "Oh, you be damned! I am, ain't I?" "Yes, but are you going to stop there, or coming out, eh? You'll catch cold." "I've sprained my ankle." "Well?" "It ain't well, I tell you. Here I have a sprained foot, and my wind broken for a month at least. Why were you not quicker? If you had been sharper, we should have had the gentleman, I'll swear." I tumbled down over the chair, and he got out of the window, and I come out of the door. "Well, I got entangled in the reins, but I got off after him, only his long legs carried him over everything. I tell you what, Wilkinson, if I were to be born again and intended to be a runner, I would bespeak a pair of long legs." "Why?" "Because I should be able to get along better. You have no idea of how he skimmed along the ground. It was quite beautiful, only wasn't good to follow it." "A regular skyscraper." "Yes, or something of that sort. He looked like a patent flying shadow." "Well, get up and lead the way. We'll follow you." "I dare say you will, when I lead the way back there, for as to going out yonder, it is quite out of the question. I want supper tonight, and breakfast tomorrow morning." "Well, what has that to do with it?" "Just this much. If you follow any farther you'll get into the woods, and there you'll be, going round and round like a squirrel in a cage, without being able to get out, and you will there get none of the good things included under the head of those meals." "I think so too," said the third. "Well, then, let's go back. We needn't run, though it might be as well to do so." "It would be anything but well. I don't gallop back, depend upon it." The three men now slowly returned from their useless chase, and re-trod the way they had passed once in such a hurry that they could hardly recognize it. "What a dreadful bump I came against that pole standing there," said one. "Yes, and I came against a hedge stake that was placed so as the moon didn't show any light on it. It came into the pit of my stomach. I never recollect such a pain in my life, for all the world like a hot coal being suddenly and forcibly intruded into your stomach." "Well, here's the road. I must go up to the house where I started from. I promised them some explanation. I may as well go and give it to them at once." "Do as you will. I will wait with the horse, else perhaps that Beauchamp will again return and steal him." The officer who had first entered the house now returned to the Bannerworths, saying, "I promised you I would give you some explanation as to what you have witnessed." "Yes," said Henry, "we have been awaiting your return with some anxiety and curiosity. What is the meaning of all this?" "I am, as are we all, in perfect ignorance of the meaning of what took place." "I will tell you. The person whom you have had here, and goes by the name of Varney, is named Francis Beauchamp." "Indeed? Are you assured of this?" "Yes, perfectly assured of it. I have it in my warrant to apprehend him by either name." "What crime had he been guilty of?" "I will tell you. He has been hanged." "Hanged!" exclaimed all present. "What do you mean by that?" added Henry. "I am at a loss to understand what you can mean by saying he was hanged." "What I say is literally true." "Pray tell us about it. We are much interested in the fact. Go on, sir." "Well, sir, then I believe it was for murder that Francis Beauchamp was hanged. Yes, hanged. A common execution, before a multitude of people, collected to witness such an exhibition." "Good God!" exclaimed Henry Bannerworth. "And but that is impossible. A dead man come to life again? You must be amusing yourself at our expense." "Not I," replied the officer. "Here is my warrant. They don't make these out in a joke." And, as he spoke, he produced the warrant, when it was evident the officer spoke the truth. "How was this?" "I will tell you, sir. You see that this Varney was a regular scamp, gamester, rogue, and murderer. He was hanged, and hung about the usual time. He was cut down, and the body was given to someone for dissection, when a surgeon, with the hangman, one Montgomery, succeeded in restoring the criminal to life." "But I always thought they broke the neck when they were hanged. The weight of the body would alone do that." "Oh dear, no, sir," said the officer. "That is one of the common everyday mistakes. They don't break the neck once in 20 times." "Indeed!" "No, they die of suffocation only. This man Beauchamp was hanged thus, but they contrived to restore him, and then he assumed a new name, and left London." But how came you to know all this?" "Oh, it came to us, as many things usually do, in a very extraordinary manner, and in a manner that appears most singular and out of the way, but such it was. The executioner, who was the means of his being restored, or one of them, wished to turn him to account, and used to draw a yearly sum of money from him, as hush money, to induce them to keep the secret, else the fact of his having escaped punishment would subject him to a repetition of the same punishment, when, of course, a little more care would be taken that he did not escape a second time." "I dare say not." "Well, you see, Varney, or rather Beauchamp, was to pay a heavy sum to this man to keep him quiet, and to permit him to enjoy the life he had so strangely become possessed of." "I see," said Holland. "Well, this man Montgomery had always some kind of suspicion that Varney would murder him." "Murder him? And he the means of saving his life? Surely he could not be so bad as that." "Why, you see, sir, this hangman drew a heavy sum yearly from him, thus making him only a mine of wealth to himself. This, no doubt, would rankle in the other's heart, to think he should be so beset, and hold his life upon such terms." "I see now." "Yes, and then came the consideration that he did not do it from any good motive, merely a selfish one, and he was consequently under no obligation to him for what he had done, besides self-preservation might urge him on, and tell him to do the deed. However that may be, Montgomery dreaded it, and was resolved to punish the deed if he could not prevent it. He therefore left general orders with his wife, whenever he went on a journey to Varney, if he should be gone beyond a certain time, she was to open a certain drawer, and take out a sealed packet to the magistrate at the chief office, who would attend to it. He has been missing, and his wife did as she was desired, and now we have found what he there mentioned to be true. But now, sir, I have satisfied you and explained to you why we intruded upon you. We must now leave and seek for him elsewhere." "It is most extraordinary, and that is the reason why his complexion is so singular." "Very likely." They poured out some wine, which was handed to the officers, who drank and then quitted the house, leaving the inmates in a state of stupefaction, from surprise and amazement at what they had heard from the officers. There was a strange feeling came over them when they recollected the many occurrences they had witnessed, and even the explanation of the officers. It seemed as if some mist had enveloped objects and rendered them indistinct, but which was fast rising, and they were becoming plainer and more distinct every moment in which they were regarded. There was a long pause, and Flora was about to speak, when suddenly there came the sound of a footstep across the garden. It was slow but unsteady, and paused between whiles until it came close beneath the windows. They remained silent, and then someone was heard to climb up the rails of the veranda, and then the curtains were thrust aside, but not till after the person outside had paused to ascertain who was there. Then the curtains were opened, and the visage of Sir Francis Varney appeared, much altered, in fact completely worn and exhausted. It was useless to deny it, but he looked ghastly, terrific. His singular visage was as pallid as death, his eyes almost protruding, his mouth opened, and his breathing short and laboured in the extreme. He climbed over with much difficulty and staggered into the room, and would have spoken, but he could not. He fell senseless upon the floor, utterly exhausted and motionless. There was a long pause, and each one present looked at each other, and then they gazed upon the inanimate body of Sir Francis Varney, which lay supine and senseless in the middle of the floor. The importance of the document, said to be on the dead body, was such that it would admit of no delay before it was obtained, and the party determined that it should be commenced instanter. Lost time would be an object to them, too much haste could hardly be made, and now came the question of, should it be tonight or not? "Certainly," said Henry Bannerworth. "The sooner we can get it, the sooner all doubt and distress will be at an end, and considering the run of events, that will be desirable for all our sakes. Besides, we know not what unlucky accident may happen to deprive us of what is so necessary." "There can be none," said Mr. Chillingworth. "But there is this to be said. This has been such an eventful history that I cannot say what might or what might not happen." "We may as well go this very night," said Charles Holland. "I give my vote for an immediate exhumation of the body. The night is somewhat stormy, but nothing more. The moon is up, and there will be plenty of light." "And rain," said the doctor. "Little or none," said Charles Holland. "A few gusts of wind now and then drive a few heavy plashes of rain against the windows, and that gives a fearful sound, which is in fact nothing when you have to encounter it. But you will go, doctor?" "Yes, most certainly. We must have some tools." "Those may be had from the garden," said Henry. "Tools for the exhumation, you mean?" "Yes, pickaxe, mattocks, and a crowbar, a lantern, and so forth," said the doctor. "You see, I am at home in this. The fact is, I have had more than one affair of this kind on my hands before now, and whilst a student I have had more than one adventure of a strange character." "I dare say, doctor," said Charles Holland, "you have had some sad pranks to answer for. You don't think of it then, only when you find them accumulated in a heap, so that you shall not be able to escape from them, because they come over your senses when you sleep at night." No, no, said Chillingworth, you are mistaken in that. I have long since settled all my accounts of that nature. Besides, I never took a dead body out of a grave but in the name of science, and never for my own profit, seeing I never sold one in my life, or got anything by it. That is not the fact, said Henry. You know, doctor, you improved your own talents and knowledge. Yes, I did. Well, but you profited by such improvements? Well, granted I did. How much more did the public not benefit then? Said the doctor with a smile. Ah, well, we won't argue the question, said Charles, only it strikes me that the doctor could never have been a doctor if he had not determined upon following a profession. There may be a little truth in that, said Chillingworth, but now we had better quit the house, and make the best of our way to the spot where the unfortunate man lies buried in his unhallowed grave. Come with me into the garden, said Henry Bannerworth. We shall there be able to suit ourselves to what is required. I have a couple of lanterns. One is enough, said Chillingworth. We had better not burden ourselves more than we are obliged to do, and we shall find enough to do with the tools. Yes, they are not light, and the distance is by far too great to make walking agreeable and easy. The wind blows strong, and the rain appears to be coming up afresh, and, by the time we have done, we shall find the ground will become slippy and bad for walking. Can we have a conveyance? No, no, said the doctor. We could, but we must trouble the turnpike man. Besides, there is a shorter way across some fields, which will be better and safer. Well, well, said Charles Holland, I do not mind which way it is, as long as you are satisfied yourselves. The horse and cart would have settled it all better and done it quicker, besides carrying the tools. Very true, said the doctor. All that is not without its weight, and you shall choose which way you would have it done. For my part, I am persuaded the expedition on foot is to be preferred for 2 reasons. And what are they? The first is, we cannot obtain a horse and cart without giving some detail as to what you want it for, which is awkward, on account of the hour. Moreover, you could not get one at this moment in time. That ought to settle the argument, said Henry Bannerworth. An impossibility under the circumstances, at once is a clincher, and one that may be allowed to have some weight. You may say that, said Charles. Besides which, you must go a greater distance, and that too along the main road, which is objectionable. Then we are agreed, said Charles Holland, and the sooner we are off the better. The night grows more and more gloomy every hour, and more inclement. It will serve our purpose the better, said Chillingworth. What we do, we may as well do now. Come with me to the garden, said Henry, and we will take the tools. We can go out the back way. That will preclude any observation being made. They all now left the apartment, wrapped up in great overcoats, to secure themselves against the weather, and also for the purpose of concealing themselves from any chance passenger. In the garden they found the tools they required, and having chosen them, they took a lantern, with the means of getting a light when they got to their journey's end, which they would do in less than an hour. After having duly inspected the state of their efficiency, they started away on their expedition. The night had turned gloomy and windy. Heavy driving masses of clouds obscured the moon, which only now and then was to be seen, when the clouds permitted her to peep out. At the same time there were many drifting showers, which lasted but a few minutes, and then the clouds were carried forwards by some sudden gust of wind, so that, altogether, it was a most uncomfortable night, as well could be imagined. However, there was no time to lose, and, under all circumstances, they could not have chosen a better night for their purpose than the one they had. Indeed, they could not desire another night to be out on such a purpose. They spoke not while they were within sight of the houses, though at the distance of many yards, and, at the same time, there was a noise through the trees that would have carried their voices past every object, however close, but they would make assurance doubly sure. I think we are fairly away now, said Henry, from all fear of being recognized. To be sure you are. Who would recognize us now, if we were met? No one. I should think not, and, moreover, there would be but small chance of any evil coming from it, even if it were to happen that we were to be seen and known. Nobody knows what we are going to do, and if they did, there is no illegality in the question. Certainly not, but we wish the matter to be quite secret, therefore we don't wish to be seen by anyone while upon this adventure. Exactly, said Chillingworth, and if you'll follow my guidance, you shall meet nobody. We will trust you, most worthy doctor. What have you to say for our confidence? That you will find it is not misplaced. Just as the doctor had uttered the last sound, there came a hearty laugh upon the air, which indeed sounded but a few paces in advance of them. The wind blew towards them, and would therefore cause the sounds to come to them, but not to go away in the direction they were going. The whole party came to a sudden standstill. There was something so strange in hearing a laugh at that moment, especially as Chillingworth was at that moment boasting of his knowledge of the ground and the certainty of their meeting no one. "What is that?" inquired Henry. "Some one laughing, I think," said Chillingworth. "Of that there can be little or no doubt," said Charles Holland, "and, as people do not usually laugh by themselves so heartily, it may be presumed there are at least two. No doubt of it. And, moreover, their purpose cannot be a very good one at this hour of the night, and of such a night, too. I think we had better be cautious. Hush! Follow me silently, said Henry. As he spoke he moved cautiously from the spot where he stood, and at the same time he was followed by the whole party, until they came to the hedge which skirted a lane in which were seated 3 men. They had a sort of tent erected, and that was hung upon a part of the hedge which was to windward of them, so that it sheltered them from wind and rain. Henry and Chillingworth both peeped over the bank and saw them seated beneath this kind of canopy. They were shabby, gipsy-looking men, who might be something else, sheep-stealers or horse-stealers, in fact anything, even to beggars. "I say, Jack," said one, "it's no bottle tonight." "No, there's nobody about these parts tonight. We are safe, and so are they." "Exactly. Besides, you see, those who do happen to be out are not worth talking to. No cash. None, not enough to pay turnpike for a walking-stick, at the most. Besides, it does us no good to take a few shillings from a poor wretch who has more in family than he has shillings in pocket." "Ay, you are right, quite right. I don't like it myself, I don't. Besides that, there's fresh risk in every man you stop, and these poor fellows will fight hard for a few shillings, and there is no knowing what an unlucky blow may do for a man." "That is very true. Has anything been done tonight?" "Nothing," said one. "Only 3 half-crowns," said the other. "That is the extent of the common purse tonight." "And I," said the third, "I've got a bottle of bad gin from the Cat and Cabbage Stump." "How did you manage it?" "Why, this way. I went in and had some beer, and you know I can give a long yarn when I want, but it wants only a little care to deceive these knowing countrymen, so I talked and talked until they got quite chatty, and then I put the gin in my pocket." "Good. Well, then, the loaf and beef I took out of the safe as I came by, and I dare say they know they have lost it by this time." "Yes, and so do we. I expect the gin will help to digest the beef, so we mustn't complain of the goods." "No. Give us another glass, Jim." Jim held the glass towards him, when the doctor, animated by the spirit of mischief, took a good-sized pebble and threw it into the glass, smashing it and spilling the contents. In a moment there was a change of scene. The men were all terrified, and started to their feet, while a sudden gust of wind caused their light to go out. At the same time their tent-cloth was thrown down by the wind, and fell across their heads. "Come along," said the doctor. There was no need of saying so, for in a moment the 3 were as if animated by one spirit, and away they scudded across the fields, with the speed of a racehorse. In a few minutes they were better than half a mile away from the spot. "In absence of all authentic information," said the doctor, speaking as well as he could, and blowing prodigiously between each word as though he were fetching breath all the way from his heels, "I think we may conclude we are safe from them. We ought to thank our stars we came across them in the way we did." "But, doctor, what in the name of heaven induced you to make such a noise, to frighten them, in fact, and to tell them someone was about?" "They were too much terrified to tell whether it was 1 or 50. By this time they are out of the county. They knew what they were talking about." "And perhaps we may meet them on the road where we are going, thinking it a rare lonely spot where they can hide, and no chance of their being found out." "No," said the doctor, "they will not go to such a place. It has by far too bad a name for even such men as those to go near, much less stop in." "I can hardly think that," said Charles Holland, "for these fellows are too terrified for their personal safety to think of the superstitious fears with which a place may be regarded, and these men, in such a place as the one you speak of, they will be at home." "Well, well, rather than be done we must fight for it, and when you come to consider we have 1 pick and 2 shovels, we shall be in full force." "Well said, doctor. How far have we to go?" "Not more than 1/4 of a mile." They pursued their way through the fields and under the hedgerows until they came to a gate, where they stopped a while and began to consult and to listen. "A few yards up here, on the left," said the doctor. "I know the spot. Besides, there is a particular mark. Now then, are you all ready?" "Yes, all." "Here," said the doctor, pointing out the marks by which the spot might be recognized. "Here is the spot, and I think we shall not be half a foot out of our reckoning." "Then let us begin instanter," said Henry, as he seized hold of the pickaxe and began to loosen the earth by means of the sharp end. "That will do for the present," said Chillingworth. "Now let me and Charles take a turn with our shovels, and you will get on again presently. Throw the earth up on the bank in one heap, so that we can put it on again without attracting any attention to the spot by its being left in clods and uneven." "Exactly," said Henry, "else the body will be discovered." They began to shovel away, and continued to do so, after it had been picked up, working alternately, until at length Charles stuck his pickaxe into something soft, and, upon pulling it up, he found it was the body. A dreadful odor now arose from the spot, and they were at no loss to tell where the body lay. The pickaxe had stuck into the deceased's rib and clothing, and thus lifted it out of its place. "Here it is," said the doctor, "but I needn't tell you that. The charnel house smell is enough to convince you of the fact of where it is." "I think so. Just show a light upon the subject, doctor, and then we can see what we are about. Do you mind, doctor? You have the management of the lantern, you know." "Yes, yes," said Chillingworth. "I see you have it. Don't be in a hurry, but do things deliberately and coolly, whatever you do. You will not be so liable to make mistakes, or to leave anything undone." "There will be nothing of any use to you here, doctor, in the way of dissection, for the flesh is one mass of decay. What a horrible sight, to be sure!" "It is, but hasten the search." "Well, I must, though, to confess the truth, I'd sooner handle anything than this. It is not the most pleasant thing in the world, for there is no knowing what may be the result, what creeping thing has made a home of it. Don't mention anything about it." Henry and Charles Holland now began to search the pockets of the clothes of the dead body, in one of which was something hard, that felt like a parcel. "What have you got there?" said Chillingworth, as he held his lantern up so that the light fell upon the ghastly object that they were handling. "I think it is the prize," said Charles Holland, "but we have not got it out yet, though I dare say it won't be long first, if this wind will but hold good for about 5 minutes, and keep the stench down." They now tore open the packet and pulled out the papers, which appeared to have been secreted upon his person. "Be sure there are none on any other part of the body," said Chillingworth, "because what you do now you had better do well, and leave nothing to afterthought, because it is frequently impracticable." "The advice is good," said Henry, who made a second search, but found nothing. "We had better re-bury him," said the doctor. "It had better be done cleanly. Well, it is a sad hole for a last resting place, and yet I do not know that it matters. It is all a matter of taste, the fashion of the class, or the particular custom of the country." There was but little to be said against such an argument, though the custom of the age had caused them to look upon it more as a matter of feeling than in such a philosophical sense as that in which the doctor had put it. "Well, there he is now. Shovel the earth in, Charles," said Henry Bannerworth, as he himself set the example, which was speedily and vigorously followed by Charles Holland, when they were not long before the earth was thrown in and covered up with care, and trodden down so that it should not appear to be moved. "This will do, I think," said Henry. "Yes, it is not quite the same, but I dare say no one will try to make any discoveries in this place. Besides, if the rain continues to come down very heavy, why, it will wash much of it away, and it will make it look all alike." There was little inducement to hover about the spot, but Henry could not forbear holding up the papers to the light of the lantern to ascertain what they were. "Are they all right?" inquired the doctor. "Yes," replied Henry. "Yes, the Deerbrook estate. Oh, yes, they are the papers I am in want of." "It is singularly fortunate, at least, to be so successful in securing them. I am very glad a living person has possession of them, else it would have been very difficult to have obtained it from them." "So it would. But now homeward is the word, doctor, and on my word there is reason to be glad, for the rain is coming on very fast now, and there is no moon at all. We had better step out." They did, for the three walked as fast as the nature of the soil would permit them, and the darkness of the night. End of Chapter 88, Part 5. Recording by Nick Number.
Chapter 89 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 2, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 89 tells what became of the second vampire who sought Varney. We left the Hungarian nobleman swimming down the stream. He swam slowly, and used but little exertion in doing so. He appeared to use his hands only as a means of assistance. The stream carried him onwards, and he sided himself so far that he kept the middle of the stream and floated along. Where the stream was broad and shallow, it sometimes left him a moment or two, without being strong enough to carry him onwards. Then he would pause as if gaining strength, and finally he would, when he had rested and the water came a little faster and lifted him, make a desperate plunge and swim forward until he again came in deep water and then he went slowly along with the stream as he supported himself. It was strange thus to see a man going down slowly and without any effort whatever, passing through shade and through moonlight, now lost in shadow of tall trees, and now emerging into that part of the stream which ran through meadows and cornfields, until the stream widened, and then, at length, a ferry house was to be seen in the distance. Then came the ferryman out of his hut, to look upon the beautiful moonlight scene. It was cold, but pure and brilliantly light. The chaste moon was sailing through the heavens, and the stars diminished in their luster by the power of the luminous goddess of night. There was a small cottage. True, it was somewhat larger than was generally supposed by any casual observer who might look at it. The place was rambling, and built chiefly of wood, but in it there lived the ferryman, his wife, and family. Among these was a young girl of about 17 years of age, but at the same time very beautiful. They had been preparing their supper, and the ferryman himself walked out to look at the river and the shadows of the tall trees that stood on the hill opposite. While thus employed he heard a plashing in the water, and on turning towards the quarter whence the sound proceeded for a few yards, he came to the spot where he saw the stranger struggling in the stream. "Good God!" he muttered to himself as he saw the struggle continued. "Good God! He will sink and drown!" As he spoke he jumped into his boat and pushed it off, for the purpose of stopping the descent of the body down the stream, and in a moment or two it came near to him. He muttered, "Come! Come! He tries to swim. Life is not gone yet. He will do now, if I can catch hold of him. Swimming with one's face under the stream doesn't say much for his skill, though it may account for the fact that he don't cry out." As the drowning man neared, the ferryman held on by the boat hook, and, stooping down, he seized the drowning man by the hair of the head, and then paused. After a time he lifted him up and placed him across the edge of the boat, and then, with some struggling of his own, he was rolled over into the boat. "You are safe now," muttered the ferryman. The stranger spoke not, but sat or leaned against the boat's head, sobbing and catching at his breath, and spitting off his stomach the water it might be presumed he had swallowed. The ferryman put back to the shore, when he paused and secured his boat, and then pulled the stranger out, saying, "Do you feel any better now?" "Yes," said the stranger, "I feel I am living, thanks to you, my good friend. I owe you my life." "You are welcome to that," replied the ferryman. "It cost me nothing, and as for my little trouble, I should be sorry to think of that when a fellow being's life was in danger." "You have behaved very well, and I can do little more now than thank you, for I have been robbed of all I possessed about me at the moment." "Oh, you have been robbed?" "Aye, truly I have, and have been thrown into the water, and thus I have been nearly murdered." "It is lucky you escaped from them without further injury," said the ferryman. "But come indoors. You must be unfit to stand here in the cold." "Thank you. Your hospitality is great, and at this moment of the greatest importance to me." "Such as we have," said the honest ferryman, "you shall be welcome to. Come in. Come in." He turned round and led the way to the house, which he entered, saying, as he opened the small door that led into the main apartment where all the family were assembled, waiting for the almost only meal they had had that day, for the ferryman had not the means, before the sun had set, of sending for food, and then it was a long way before it could be found, and then it was late before they could get it. "Wife, we have a stranger to sleep with us tonight, and for whom we must prepare a bed." "A stranger!" echoed the wife. "A stranger, and we so poor?" "Yes, one whose life I have saved, and who was nearly drowned.
We cannot refuse hospitality upon such an occasion as that, you know, wife."
The wife looked at the stranger as he entered the room and sat down by the fire.
"I am sorry," he said, "to intrude upon you, but I will make you amends for the interruption and inconvenience I may cause you. But it is too late to apply elsewhere, and yet I am doubtful, if there were, whether I could go any further."
"No, no," said the ferryman. "I am sure a man who has been beaten and robbed and thrown into a rapid and, in some parts, deep stream, is not fit to travel at this time of night."
"You are lonely about here," said the stranger, as he shivered by the fire.
"Yes, rather, but we are used to it."
"You have a family, too. That must help to lighten the hours away, and help you over the long evenings."
"So you may think, stranger, and at times so it is. But when food runs short, it is a long while to daylight before any more money can be had. To be sure, we have fish in the river, and we have what we can grow in the garden, but these are not all the wants that we feel, and those others are sometimes pinching. However, we are thankful for what we have, and complain but little when we can get no more. But sometimes we do repine, though I cannot say we ought. But I am merely relating the fact, whether it be right or wrong."
"Exactly. How old is your daughter?"
"She is 17 come All-Hallows Eve."
"That is not far hence," said the stranger. "I hope I may be in this part of the country, and I think I shall. I will on that eve pay you a visit, not one on which I shall be a burden to you, but one more useful to you, and more consonant to my character."
"The future will tell us all about that," said the ferryman. "At present we will see what we can do, without complaining, or taxing anybody."
The stranger and the ferryman sat conversing for some time before the fire, and then the latter pointed out to him which was his bed, one made up near the fire for the sake of its warmth, and then the ferryman retired to the next room, a place which was merely divided by an imperfect partition. However, they all fell soundly asleep. The hours on that day had been longer than usual; there was not that buoyancy of spirit; when they retire they fell off into a heavy, deep slumber. From this they were suddenly aroused by loud cries and piercing screams from one of the family. So loud and shrill were the cries that they all started up, terrified and bewildered beyond measure, unable to apply their faculties to any one object. "Help! Help, father! Help!" shrieked the voice of the young girl whom we have before noticed. The ferryman jumped up and rushed to the spot where his daughter lay.
"Fanny," he said, "Fanny, what ails thee? What ails thee? Tell me, my dear child."
"Oh!" she exclaimed, almost choked. "Oh, father! Are we all alone? I am terrified."
"What ails thee?
"What ails thee? Tell me what caused you to scream out in such a manner." That is, father, thought, but no, I am sure it was reality. Where is the stranger?"
"A light! A light!" shouted the fisherman.
In another moment a light was brought him, and he discovered the stranger reclining in his bed, but awake, and looking around him as if in the utmost amazement. "What has happened?" he said. "What has happened?"
"That is more than I know as yet," the man replied.
"Come, Fanny," he added, "tell me what it is you fear. What caused you to scream out in that dreadful manner?" "Oh, father! The vampire!"
"Great God! What do you mean, Fanny, by that?"
"I hardly know, father. I was fast asleep, when I thought I felt something at my throat; but being very sound asleep, I did not immediately awake. Presently I felt the sharp pang of teeth being driven into the flesh of my neck. I awoke, and found the vampire at his repast. O God! O God! What shall I do?"
"Stay, my child, let us examine the wound," said the fisherman, and he held the candle to the spot where the vampire's teeth had been applied. There, sure enough, were teeth marks, such as a human being's would make were they applied, but no blood had been drawn therefrom. "Come, come, Fanny! So far, by divine providence, you are not injured. Another moment, and the mischief would have been done entire and complete, and you would have been his victim." Then, turning to the stranger, he said, "You have had some hand in this. No human being but you could come into this place. The cottage door is secured. You must be the vampire." "I?" "Yes. Who else could?" "I? As heaven's my judge. But there, it's useless to speak of it. I have not been out of my bed. In this place, dark as it is, and less used to darkness than you, I could not even find my way about. It is impossible." "Get out of your bed and let me feel," said the ferryman peremptorily. "Get out, and I will soon tell." The stranger arose and began to dress himself, and the ferryman immediately felt the bed on which he had been lying. But it was ice cold, so cold that he started upon his legs in an instant, exclaiming with vehemence, "It is you, vile wretch, that has attempted to steal into the cottage of the poor man, and then to rob him of his only child, and that child of her heart's blood, base ingrate." "My friend, you are wrong, entirely wrong. I am not the creature you believe me. I have slept, and slept soundly, and awoke not until your daughter screamed." "Scoundrel! Liar! Base wretch! You shall not remain alive to injure those who have but one life to lose." As he spoke, the ferryman made a desperate rush at the vampire, and seized him by the throat, and a violent struggle ensued, in which the superior strength of the ferryman prevailed, and he brought his antagonist to the earth, at the same time bestowing upon him some desperate blows. "Thou shalt go to the same element from which I took thee," said the ferryman, "and there swim or sink as thou wilt until some one shall drag thee ashore, and when they do, may they have a better return than I." As he spoke he dragged along the stranger by main force until they came to the bank of the river, and then pausing, to observe the deepest part, he said, "Here, then, you shall go." The vampire struggled, and endeavored to speak, but he could not. The grasp at his throat prevented all attempts at speech, and then with a sudden exertion of his strength, the ferryman lifted the stranger up and heaved him some distance into the river. Then in deep water sank the body. The ferryman watched for some moments, and farther down the stream he saw the body again rise upon the current and struggling slightly, as for life, now whirled around, and then carried forward with the utmost velocity. This continued as far as the moonlight enabled the ferryman to see, and then, with a slow step and clouded brow, he returned to his cottage, which he entered and closed the door. End of chapter 89. Recording by Roger Moline.